The beastmen were aiming with their bows atop the stone wall, aimed towards the incoming enemy infantry. "Now, shoot!" I ordered. All the arrows were shot at once by my order. The arrows poured down like rain and pierced into the ground. However, the enemy soldiers aren't there. Ladders were attached to the walls. "The enemy is climbing up the walls. Drop the boulders!" I barked. The beastmen dropped the boulders from the walls according to my instructions. But there was no one getting hit by the boulders. The enemy got inside. "Stab them!" I yelled. The beastmen with short spears thrusted them into the open S.P.A. Naturally, because it's an open S.P.A. There can't be any enemies there. Then, what on earth are we doing? It goes without saying that this is a training exercise in preparation for a potential enemy attack. It has been a few days since the Red Dragon Knights came here. The town has already returned to its normal, peaceful state. But I am still concerned about how long this peace can last. Sandra Kingdom was defeated this time. But what kind of action will the kingdom take in future? If they become angered, will they send their army back once again? Or, after this heavy defeat, will they come back to attack after careful preparation? Or could they have concluded that there are low gains but high risks, so they will not concern themselves with this land anymore? However, there is no answer. That is so because there are too few pieces of information to deduce the answer from. Thus, if Sandra Kingdom attacks again, we need to be prepared here. First of all, I need to expect the worst result so that I can prevent it from happening. Therefore, I decided to do training once a week. On top of the stone walls, yelling with gusto, were the beastmen wielding short spears, fighting an invisible enemy. At the beginning, everyone was embarrassed. However, when they saw me taking the mock battle seriously, their embarrassment and hesitation disappeared. UD.A.M.Ned humans, we will make you realize the terror of the goblin tribe. One of the goblins swung his own knife around wildly. It's good to have fighting spirit, but, based on the small body of the goblin tribe, they merely troops in charge of supplies. So, why they are here? Because I didn't know when they might need to fight, so I don't mind their presence. In addition, each tribe's chief will take command together with me, so they continue to practice to switch positions accordingly. Alright, the simulation ends here. Thanks for your hard work. Please return your weapons and move to collect the arrows promptly, I announced. After they were finally freed from the stiff atmosphere, everyone's serious expressions changed into smiles. While shouting joyously, everyone descended from the walls to collect the arrows. Meanwhile, my eyes were looking at the man from the goblin tribe. HMPH, humans are nothing in the face of the goblin tribe. The man of the goblin tribe muttered so with satisfied expressions, although there was nothing there. There are fallen humans reflected in his eyes, I guess. Autumn was soon over, and winter had arrived. The air became cold. During this season, the townspeople like to warm themselves with hibachi. Because there is a need to be careful of carbon monoxide poisoning, I asked them to be careful if they felt a sour taste linger in their mouth from the end of autumn to the beginning of winter. Thanks to that, people who become unconscious because of carbon monoxide poisoning was a thing of the past. Later, everyone took careful note of the ventilation when they used the hibachi. As for the person who became unconscious, because they were discovered early, they managed to be saved. Well, I didn't need to worry for myself since I don't use a hibachi. I am eating oranges while huddled inside the warm Katatsu. Viva modern civilization. On one of the winter days, I was watching a DVD of an overseas comedy drama while inside the Katatsu at home. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter escaped from me. Gee, even if it's another world, I can still live a modern life. This is so good. Is this what they call luxury? Then the telephone I placed at the corner of the room rang. I pressed the pause B.U.T.Ton to stop the video. There should be no tasks that need to be reported today. I picked up the phone uneasily. Fujiwara-sama, this is the leopard tribe. The voice on the other end of the line reported. It's a trifling story, but there are two telephones that connect to my house now. One at Chief Chiharu's house, and another one was entrusted to Kobold Tribe's store. Everyone except the Wolf Tribe usually uses the one at the store. What happened? I asked. The voice of the Leopard tribesman a while ago didn't seem to be in a hurry. That means it shouldn't be something important. While I was thinking like that, humans came over again. The person stated calmly. What did you say? I raised my voice unintentionally. What's the scale? There are 3 people. They introduced themselves as merchants, and said that they came for business. They want to talk to the head of the town. The Leopard tribesman continued his report, unruffled. What? There's only 3 people, huh? I was relieved, although I felt strength leaving my body. So that's why the person from other side can report it calmly. Huh? Understood. I will go there immediately. Please keep the humans outside the town. Don't start a fight. Absolutely don't do that, okay? I ordered firmly before hanging up. However, merchants, huh? I grinned. I think that they are most likely spies from the Sandra Kingdom disguised as merchants. But, if they were truly merchants, then it would certainly be a good opportunity for me. Before long, we might need to prepare for a war. If you ask what is the most important thing needed for that, I can confidently say that it's money. The ability to make town. This ability is extremely simple. I can buy everything with money and organize the town. With only this, financial power is obviously needed. To be honest, as long as there is money, everything can be done with this ability. But, if I don't have any money, I can't do anything. The less money I have, the possible things I can do will be fewer. TL. Just like me. The problem lies in increasing the funds. Currently, there is still 49.8 billion yen. The profit increased from the town's businesses, but only slightly. TL. I take back what I said before. I didn't have billions of money. A town with a population that doesn't even reach 2,000 people. If we're looking at long term, we have a reasonable income, but we can't get a remarkable increase within a year. Shall we sell the city and try creating a new town in the middle of the desert where no foreign enemies exist? I also thought about something like that, but that is out of question. When I sell what I purchased, there is an unfavorable condition that shouldn't be overlooked. Once you purchase it, you can only sell it for 1/100th of its original value. This was a town I built using around 50 billion yen. If the sale price becomes only 500 million yen, I wouldn't be able to sell it easily. I can't expect income from the town. Then, what should I do? If inside isn't good, then look outside. We need to pay more attention to human society. If I sell something unusual to the humans in this world, I will be able to earn a ton of money. Or, you might be invaded and robbed of that thing, unless it's something so awesome that every country in the world wants it. That method is falling right in front of me now. Foo-fa-foo. The time has come. Alright, let me show you my various spices. While I erase my smile naturally, I readied my body. Several minutes later, after I equip my usual equipment, I ride Catherine to the north gate of town. A large crowd of people have already gathered there. Ugh. Although I told them not to put a hand on the humans, it still isn't okay to intimidate them by surrounding them. Well, I understand their feelings. After Frost came to the town, the human army appeared on this land. That's why everyone in town was thinking that even though there were only a few humans, they still need to be cautious. Please make way. I shouted as I informed everyone my arrival. Oi, Fujiwara-sama is here. Make way. The crowd yelled as they divided into two and formed a path in the middle. Are you curious about this reaction? Since I repelled the human army alone, I gained even more admiration from the beastmen than before. And then, on the road ahead, I can see 3 humans with their carriages. One of them was a woman with red hair wearing a coat, while the other 2 were a blonde man and woman wearing silver armor. The only common thing between these 3 people was that they were young. None of them looked to be over 30 years old. TL. Is it too much if I hope the author to at least let the red hair have a romance with Mick? I am sick with camel loving part. Oh, finally someone who seems to be able to understand has come. Among the 3 people, the woman with red hair spoke. I can hear a little bit of accent clinging to her words. As for my impression of her, She seems to be a friendly woman. She doesn't seem to be vigilant, nor did she try to coerce or flatter me. She is just friendly. At least it looked like that. But the man and woman, who seemed to be swordsmen, flanking her were different. Both had their hands on their sword hilts while watching the beastman carefully. "My name is Elsa Polo, the master of the Polo firm. You are the head of the Beastman town, Fujiwara-san, right?" Elsa introduced herself. "Yes, that's right." "How do you know about me?" I asked warily. "I heard stories from the scholar, Frost-Han. He also asked me to deliver a letter to you." "Here." She took out a letter from her breast pocket. However, the distance between us was around 10 meters. "Can someone take the letter on my behalf?" I asked. Following my words, a man from the leopard tribe stepped forward. "What, aren't you being too cautious?" The woman smiled. "You can say that to those two swordsmen," I retorted. As Elsa handed the letter to the man of the leopard tribe, even after hearing what I said, the two swordsmen still had their hands on their swords, and didn't switch their stances. "Ah, stop it, Reina." "Ryle, I have already said it before we arrived here. You only need to act as bodyguards until we reach the town. Don't fight with the beastmen. Release your hands from the sword hilts now," Elsa ordered, annoyed. They looked at each other, then separated their hands from the sword hilts and stood straight obediently. "Is it okay like this? If you are still not satisfied, do you want to take custody of their swords?" Elsa asked. "Yes, please." I smiled at her. "Eh?" Elsa squeaked in bewilderment. The two swordsmen looked at Elsa with cold eyes, as if saying, "Don't say something unnecessary." "Shouldn't you say I don't mind here? It's where you should trust us, right?" Elsa protested. "No, because one's life is more important than trust," I replied smoothly. You. Then it can't be helped." "Reina, Ryle, put down your swords," Elsa demanded. After hesitating for a moment, Reina and Ryle threw the swords onto the ground while clicking their tongues. That tongue clicking wasn't for us, but for Elsa. While the beastman picked them up, Elsa seemed to feel awkward as she gave me a bitter smile. "With this, can you trust us a little bit?" she pleaded. "Yes, probably," I answered. He should talk about body search as well to add the comedy. No, I didn't have a dirty mind, only pure comedy mind. I opened the letter from Frost and read the contents. What was written there was apology after apology, and that he felt bad. There were also details about how the army was dispatched to this town. As for the details, it matched with the contents of Romado, who was still being held captive. First of all, he apologized without any words of excuse. Assuming that Elsa is a spy, then Frost wrote this letter to make me lower my guard. How naive. "Then, I heard that you are a merchant?" I asked after stowing away the letter. "That's right. We came here to do business with you. I heard from Frost-Han about an unusual liquor. Anything is okay. If there is something rare and unusual, can you sell it to us?" Elsa explained. I thought about the situation at hand. There wasn't any suspicious behavior for now. Anyway, I will hear what she has to say first before making my decision. "All right, I will allow you into the town," I decided. Chapter 027, Merchant, 2. I dismissed the gathering crowd. As for the Kobold tribe, I asked them to quickly set up simple things to tie down the horses in the vacant land at the 13th district. The reason why I didn't put the horses in the grazing lands was because I didn't know what the camels with their violent tempers might do. We went along the street with me riding Catherine while Elsa and the swordsmen stayed in their horse-drawn carriage. 3 wolf tribesmen served as our escorts. It's a little bitty town, but this is quite a big deal. It's like we are in a different world," Elsa exclaimed as she looked around the town in wonder. The 2 swordsmen were the same, and looked around restlessly. Then, Elsa seemed to notice something as she sniffed around. "What is this?" "This town, it is remarkably cleaner than ours," Elsa said as she cast her eyes on the ground restlessly. She seemed to be looking for something. "There is nothing there," Elsa exclaimed. "And that is?" I casually asked Elsa. That is that," Elsa said vaguely, her face becoming slightly red. "Yes, that can be perceived in many ways. so it is impossible to answer it correctly without understanding it. No, even if you tell me something like that, I don't understand. I stated. That is that. Don't make a beautiful and innocent girl say something like that. Elsa suddenly became angry. Huh? I really didn't understand why. It's about night soil. The male swordsman who remained indifferent elaborated. Night soil, in other words, excrements. That reminds me, I heard a story about them throwing away the excrement from the window into the town in medieval Europe. In other words, Elsa is asking why is there no large amounts of excrement to be found on the ground. By the way, I didn't know about this, but this world has a culture that can be said to be excessively shy, especially concerning smell. Odor. Looks like it's their main subject of embarrassment. That was why Elsa had tremendous resistance about saying foul things like that. The reason why this town is clean is because we have restrooms in various places. The excrement collected from each restroom will be thrown out daily by the person in charge to a distant place every day. Afterwards, we dry it out. Because we dried it out quickly, it doesn't smell. I explained. Is that so? It's much better than our town. Isn't it difficult? Elsa asked. Well, because there's not many people, it is still under our control. I replied nonchalantly. Oh? Elsa huffed, impressed. But, when the female swordsman listened to our talk, I noticed that she frowned in displeasure. Did we say something to hurt her feelings? That's right. What is with the houses in this street? I noticed that there is a large shop at the entrance, but almost all of them are closed. Elsa pointed out. We have a small population. I stated. Hey, is it okay to look at the stores for a while? Elsa requested. I don't mind, but there are nothing else besides sake, clothes and sundries. Is that okay? I shrugged casually. Then, later is okay. Elsa nodded. And then, we arrived at an unused store in the middle of the street. It is to avoid them meeting Romato, who was still being held captive at the inn. First of all, the store we entered isn't the store in the main street. The reason was to avoid public eyes when they are here. I do not want to expose them to the humans that they hate so much in town. Please use this place while you stay in this town. I told the three. The store is a two-story, J.A.Paney-styled storehouse. After they have unloaded their baggage from their carriage, a wolf tribesman took their horses to the 13th district. When I opened the door and entered with them, I provided a brief explanation regarding the amenities, especially regarding how to handle the fire. I also gave them a warning to not wander around the town without permission. Then, we moved to the tatami room on the second floor. Please, sit down. I offered. The three remained silent. Oh, even though I offered them a seat, none of the three tried to sit down. There were no floor cushions since the floor is tatami, so they will be able to sit down without sitting cross-legged even if they were women. I want to fix my makeup. Elsa requested nervously. Fixing makeup is a secret code. Ha. I understand. That reminds me, when we entered the room, the girls seemed to be perplexed when asked to take off their shoes. No matter how they sit down, their feet will be seen. In other words, it's that. I understand. I will fetch some drinks, so make yourself at home. I stated and left. I told the people from the wolf tribe who kept waiting on the first floor that I will be back immediately before returning back home with Catherine, who was lying outside. Several minutes later, while hanging the sake jug on one of my arms, I used both hands to carry a tray with 3 lidded vessels on it. The contents of these 3 vessels were reserved for today. Elsa-san, can I come in? I asked for permission. Yes. She replied. After getting permission, I opened the sliding door. A floral scent drifted out from inside. It's the smell of perfume. I am really sorry for my rudeness. Elsa apologized as all 3 of them stood up to greet me. No, I don't mind at all. I replied easily. Please, sit down. Elsa sat down, cross-legged, while the 2 swordsmen sat in seats. What is this? Doesn't she feel embarrassed at all? I don't understand her at all. While thinking such a thing, I sat cross-legged too. Please try this rare liquor which Frost-sensei was talking about. I pour the sake for Elsa and the swordsman. Oh, so this is it. Elsa stared at the cup excitedly. Of course, because I will be troubled if they become strangely cautious of me. I poured the sake for myself as well, and drank it first. Then, please drink up, I offered. First, Elsa swallowed her saliva and picked up her cup as the two swordsmen picked up the cups as well. This is certainly some rare liquor. Elsa licked it to taste it. Her face became serious, completely different from her expressions up till now. Should I say that this is the face of a merchant, as if she's evaluating this sake? By the way, what kind of relationship do you have with Frost-sensei? I asked. There's no particular relationship, to be honest. She answered plainly. They aren't acquaintances, is that true? Then why do you have a letter from Frost-sensei? I questioned. The Red Dragon Knights had come here, right? Elsa asked. Yes. I nodded. After that, the Red Dragon Knights were defeated by you, and returned. Is it right up to here? She asked. That is right. I nodded once more. To tell you the truth, the Red Dragon Knights suffered from a plague, so they couldn't help but return back to the country. Well, that is the story back in the kingdom. However, after bribing the soldiers, I was able to hear the true story. She stated. Oh? I mused. The Red Dragon Knights reluctantly retreated because of plague, huh? That is a plausible story to save their face. Then, after hearing that the Red Dragon Knights were defeated, it struck me. A town that was able to beat the Red Dragon Knights. I thought that this town which had gathered the beastmen together wasn't simply a paper tiger town. She explained. If we were able to open a trade route here, it won't be strange if we could make huge earnings. That was why we earnestly asked Frosthan about the route to find this beastman town first. We were able to hear about this town in exchange for delivering the letter. I see. Does this mean that other merchants will come here too? I asked. No, I don't think so. After all, this is a beastman town. No matter how many lives they have, it will not be enough. Elsa laughed. Then, why did you come to such a dangerous place? I questioned. That is, of course, for the sake of accomplishment. Back in the kingdom, we are just a small commercial firm. We will not be able to move forward if we don't step forward because of the danger. You will not gain anything without going out to adventure. She snorted. I get the story now. Looking at her behavior, Elsa didn't seem to have told any lies here. Honestly speaking, are you a secret agent from Sandra Kingdom? I decided to be direct. No, wait a minute. I thought you are going to ask a strange question. So you are suspecting us? Elsa sighed. Yes, well. I just shrugged in reply. I will say it clearly. If I do such thing, I will never become a full-fledged merchant. Well, I can't give you any proof though. Elsa huffed. TL, I hate Kansai Ben. What do you think Sandra Kingdom will do from now on? I wanted to get her opinion as one of their citizens. I did just say that we are merchants, right? Well, it's okay. The price of wheat is stable, at least for time being. There will not be any movement. The wheat merchant has connections with many people from the government. If the army makes a movement, it will boost the value of wheat immediately. Moreover, because there is a price limit set by the country, there is a limit to how much they will be able to make a profit. So, if it is repeated frequently, they will be able to alma.s a huge amount of profit. Elsa explained. I see. I simply nodded. There is no way to check if whatever she said was true. But, if I assume that they are spies, what can they do? Because the thing which should be concealed is inside me. Even if they investigate the town, there is nothing to be exposed. For that reason, I should treat them as normal merchants. I understand. I will treat you as merchants after this. I told them. You really are an honest person, huh? Elsa smiled pleasantly. Combined with her red hair, it gave off a warm impression, just like a sunshine. Then, let's move on to the main act. I take out the tray which I had placed behind me. I removed the lid of the vessel in the middle of the tray. What was inside was a white powder. TSK, you try to sell heroin now. Do you know what this is? I asked them. What is this? Is this white powder salt? Elsa answered unsurely. That means you don't know. I smiled. Elsa thought that this white powder was salt, but it was not. I laughed inside my mind when she asked if this was salt. Even though it is a little bit crude, please try to scoop it with your finger and lick it, I requested. Elsa scooped the white powder with her middle finger, and brought it to her mouth. Probably because she thought it would be salty, she tightened her front lips as she licked her finger. But, her guess missed big time. And then, she finished licking everything from her fingertip in no time. At that moment, what is this? Sweet. It's sweet. Elsa's eyes became perfectly round as she raised her voice in surprise. That's right, it's sweet. Because Elsa's voice was too loud, I could hear the sound of people climbing the stairs from below. Fujiwara-sama. The sliding door opened without ceremony as the people from the wolf tribe called my name worriedly. There is no problem. Please continue to stand by downstairs, I ordered. The man from the wolf tribe looked around swiftly. When he confirmed that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he replied in affirmative and left. Elsa was still surprised, and her shoulders were shaking. It is called sugar, I told her. Sugar. While she muttered absent-mindedly, Elsa scooped the sugar with her finger, and brought it to her mouth again. I just know that sugar in J.A.Painese is Satu. No wonder the mech from Death March can charm a lot of Lulai. He is a sugar OG-san. While watching this, I thought that it was reasonable for her to be surprised. In my previous world, the origin of sugar was from Asia. To go there, they need to struggle to cross the desert or the sea. Don't even talk about sailing. In this world, they don't even know about anything beyond the desert, so there is no way there is sugar here. Congratulations. In this world except me, you are the first human being who has eaten sugar, Elsa-san. I laughed. The woman who ate sugar for the first time, Elsa. I feel like the people in the future generations will name a food after this name. Yeah. So as a couple of humans that eat sugar for a first time, can I expect a romance? Then, I could hear a small hint of laughter that gradually became louder coming from Elsa. Good. Elsa stood up and shouted to the ceiling. Immediately, she sat in Caesa, and placed her head onto the tatami. Fujiwara-san, this thing, please, sell this sugar to us. No matter how much it costs, we will pay it. With this, we will even be able to take over the world, she begged. From outside the room, I can hear the sound of people climbing the stairs again. Chapter 028, Merchant 3. Elsa had knelt down on the ground. The two swordsmen who were sitting at her sides were startled. The people from the wolf tribe who came up again after hearing a loud voice were blinking their eyes rapidly, as if not believing their eyes. After I told the people from the wolf tribe that there was no problem, and asked them to withdraw, I said this to Elsa. Please raise your head. It's alright, I will sell it. Really? You will really sell it to us? She gazed at me hopefully. Yeah. However, the goods I'm offering for sale isn't only sugar, I stated as I took the covers off from the two remaining vessels on the tray. There were red powder and a black powder there. I see. So it isn't only sugar? She stared at the newly revealed powders, panting slightly. Please try to lick it, I offered. After gulping audibly, Elsa first scooped the red powder with her finger, and tasted it. When it touched her tongue, her mouth started to open and close rapidly, like a fish out of water. This is hot and spicy. I have never tasted anything like this, she managed to gasp out. This is chili pepper. It can warm the body, I explained. Elsa then scooped up the black powder with her finger once more, and proceeded to lick it. This should be salty? It's salty like salt, but the taste comes gradually. I have never tasted anything like this before, Elsa exclaimed, her eyes wide. It is called black pepper. When you add it to the dish, it can enhance the food's taste. I see. Spices, huh? Elsa muttered as she nodded slightly. I thought about selling crops, but as expected, the distance is too far. If it's seeds, I don't know what kind can be raised there. However, if it is a spice, it should be able to last long enough. I explained my train of thought to her. Certainly. However, this is amazing. I already got shocked by the sugar, but to think that you would sell chili pepper and black pepper as well. At any rate, it will be able to expand the variety of dishes available. All those rich gourmets will surely loosen their wallets for this. Elsa smiled widely. TL. The Raw said their string purse, so the value will be a little inflated. At any rate, this is something only I can make. There should be no other people with this knowledge. Even if I say that this handful is worth the same weight in gold, I think that it isn't an exaggeration. I stated proudly. The two swordsmen were dumbfounded when I said that it was worth its weight in gold. They made a face which expressed that they didn't believe it. Yes, I also can't believe it too, but, in the Middle Ages of Europe back in my previous world, pepper was considered equal with the gold. However, I do not know whether this is true or not. That's right. Men with power will take out the money for the thing they desire. This is certainly worth its weight in gold. Elsa mused aloud, as expected of Elsa, who's a merchant. Unlike the two swordsmen, she knew the true value of the sugar and spices. Then, how much will you sell this to us? I am sorry to say, but we don't have anything at hand since we didn't know such amazing things would come out. Rather, this is truly dangerous. If we don't handle it well, there might be a war between countries for this. Elsa stated seriously. War. The two swordsmen were surprised at the words again, and trembled. But, my mind didn't quail. Well, I think that it's true. Food is one of a few entertainments in this world. It is because they don't have anything to do that they devote themselves to research about the food. For the people who have too much gold in hand, they will surely use the gold. In other words, a large movement of gold. It will be enough reason for war to happen. For the time being, there is the matter of Sandra Kingdom. They will send their military here again to make sugar and spices theirs if they find out about it. Please wait a minute. All of a sudden, a loud voice interrupted me when I wanted to begin a conversation with Elsa. It was the swordswoman. What is it, Reina? You are just an escort. Please be silent. Elsa glared at her fiercely. No, if you have an opinion about this, let's hear it. I stopped Elsa's reprimand. You shouldn't hurry in order to know what is inside the other party's belly. TLC, it is a saying. Also, although Elsa may indeed be a merchant, I can't deny the possibility that the two escorts were spies from another place. Fujiwara-san, you are a human, right? Reina asked. Yes, I am a human. I replied. Then, why you didn't side with the humans, but sided with the beastmen instead? She demanded. So it's finally here. How should I say it? The root of this question seemed to be something emotional. She probably didn't like that the beastmen were living a good life. Certainly, when she heard about the night soil story, the life in this town seems to be much better than that of the humans' towns. And then, with the sugar and spices I showed just now, the town will get wealthier. If so, then the beastmen will live a much better life than now, was probably what Reina thought. Now then, how should I answer it? The reason why I invited the beastmen at first was for the tax. But, now we get along peacefully, and I already have some feelings towards them. After some thinking over it I opened my mouth to reply. The beastmen are my irreplaceable family, friends, and also my comrades. To my family, friends and comrades, do I need any reason to help them? It has been decided. Perfect. Then from other side of the sliding paper door, I can heard you sounds, as if someone was trying to endure something. Oh, when I turned my sight to the door, I saw that it was slightly open. Ah, that's right. The people from the wolf tribe had already burst in several times till now. However, because nothing happened time and again, did they peep in quietly this time? This is so embarrassing. So why do you, as a human, regard beastmen as family? Reina demanded once more. Stop messing around. Elsa stopped Reina from continuing, completely furious. We came for business. What you are saying isn't related to business at all. Don't try to investigate the important trade partner. What will you do if you ruin the deal? The roar almost sent shockwaves throughout the room. I am sorry. Reina hung her head and didn't say anything else. I am really sorry. Reina had a very hard life till now. She doesn't mean any harm at all. I will scold her later, so can you please forgive her for this? Elsa lowered her head pleadingly. I simply said that I didn't mind, and the issue was over. Rather, I am more interested in Reina's hard life now. Then, let's continue our talk. First, before we talk about the price, I want to provide a condition before making the deal. I started off. Condition? Elsa tilted her head to the side. Yes, I don't want it to be leaked to other people that sugar and the spices were made here. I elaborated. Well, that is natural. If people come to know that the origin of this gold tree is this town, various merchants and armies all over the world will rush over here. It means that it's possible that it will spread directly to the N.O.Bls. If I was to be the mediator for merchants from other countries, yes, it's a very good deal for me. It's like an exclusive deal. Elsa considered it carefully. But, we won't be able to know how long we can deceive them. The time when the cat is out of the bag will come. Putting my life at risk is too much, even for me. I will talk if there is nothing I can do. If it's like that, then I don't mind. In any case, we have already invited resentment from Sandra Kingdom, so if you can't help it, it's alright to be honest to them. I decided. But when that happens, please tell them that no one other than I have any means to make it. And if you can, please propose sending a delegation to your lord, or even to your country. If the other party wants to adopt a means of diplomacy, you will serve as our mediator, and can profit from it too. I don't mind if this trade becomes the cause of attacks. At any rate, the enemy will come again. It will just be a little bit sooner. If so, I will gather gold with every effort without restraint, and defeat the enemy with that gold. After some time, the business discussion ended, and N.O.Bide and the wolf tribesmen left the building. After Elsa saw them off, she breathed out heavily, as if a huge load had been lifted from her shoulders. Then the next moment, unable to control it anymore, she burst into wild laughter. The business talk with N.O.Bide was a success. Not only that, the things N.O.Bide presented were something outside of her expectations. In response to these unexpected items, Elsa was somehow able to demand a reduction in price. After all, if the value was too high, if anything goes wrong, she may become bankrupt immediately. N.O.Bide accepted the reduction in price positively too, but because the demand was accepted easily, Elsa was a bit overwhelmed. Well, there was not much of a difference since it's still a huge amount of money. In addition, compared to what N.O.Bide had presented, the funds which Elsa brought wasn't enough at all. However, should it be said that he's generous or not? Saying just paid him later if the amount wasn't enough. He gave her all the sugar and spices that he brought over. Now then, let's return back to the room. Elsa ordered the two swordsmen. Reina was still discontented and continued to sulk after she had demanded an explanation from N.O.Bide about helping the beastmen. Reina was still not convinced by his answer, but Elsa thought that it couldn't be helped. Lyle and Reina were siblings. They were fallen N.O.Bls. They were innocent, but their parents had committed a sin. In this world, a parent's sin was also their children's sin. The only salvation was that they weren't beheaded together. These two have lost their social positions as they were demoted to commoners. Their fortune was also lost. They were N.O.Bls who don't know how the commoners live their life. Naturally, they were forced to live a harder life than other commoners. Reina. When they returned to the room, Elsa called out her name. What is it? The swordswoman mumbled. It isn't that I don't understand your feelings regarding the kindness that Fujiwara-san has shown towards the beastmen. If it was showered onto humans, no. If it was given to you, your dream to revive your house would not just be a dream anymore. Elsa stated gently. Upon hearing Elsa's words, Reina's cheeks were dyed red in embarrassment. Deep inside her heart, she was envious of the beastmen, and Elsa was able to guess it. That was why Reina vented at N.O.Bide, and asked the question she had asked. However, the true words hiding inside Reina's heart were different. Don't just help the beastmen. Please help my unfortunate self too, was what she had wanted to say. This world is unfair. The king, N.O.Bls, commoners, and people of a lower class. The moment you are born in this world, your social status has been decided for life. Even though I am a commoner, At the very least I was blessed to be born in the house of a merchant. Well, as you know, I can't inherit the store, so I ran away from home." Elsa sighed. Elsa was from the Zhou Empire. It's a country located in the lower part of the Dragon's Jaw continent. Born in the merchant's house as the eldest child, but not the eldest son, because she was unable to take over her family's business. She ran away from her home together with her younger sister. Then, while she was peddling, she reached the kingdom of Sandra, and opened her own store there. It was at that moment that she met the siblings Reina and Lyle. When both of them tried to rob Elsa, Elsa was able to convince them to work for her as escorts. "Well, just say what you want to say, alright? I will step on everything and take what is at the top of the ladders from now on. There are countries where you can buy N.O.Bull status if you have money. You guys also don't have to be escorts anymore. How about you guys also learn how to manage a business soon?" Elsa smiled at them. Elsa laughed heartily because they only had to study to do that. If they still had lingering affections regarding their previous status, then they should grasp it with their own hands. That was what Elsa had meant. "Let me think about it for a while." Reina lowered her head gloomily and left the room without waiting for Elsa's answer. "I am sorry, Elsa-san." The one who apologized for Reina's ignorance was her younger brother, Lyle. "Don't worry about it." Well, it is a good opportunity for Reina to break out from her sh.e.l.l. Besides, I don't think I will have enough human resources I can trust from now on. I will also need your help, Lyle. Elsa stated. "Yes, I understand." Lyle nodded his head. Unlike his sister Reina, Lyle had already given up on his status as a N.O.Bull already. So, in order to become a merchant in the future, he had been learning by watching Elsa till now. Elsa was aware of this as well. "Come here for a little bit and look at outside of the window." Elsa stopped near the window, and called Lyle over. There were several hundreds of buildings lined evenly across the window, and the sound of the laughter of the Beastmen children could be heard from everywhere. "Don't you think that this is wonderful?" Elsa asked offhandedly. "That's right," Lyle replied. To humans, Beastmen were an existence that's far different from them. However, when you look at them like this, both of them felt that there was no difference between humans and Beastmen. The talk just now. "Will it be really okay?" Lyle asked timidly. "What is it?" Elsa turned to look at him. "The war. Will it really happen?" He elaborated. "It will certainly happen. First of all, our country will certainly start attacking again. That's why, to prolong the time before the war is our job. The prolonged time will become our profit." Elsa answered seriously. Lyle wasn't able to say anything. War will happen in this peaceful town. When he thought like this, Lyle felt pain run through his chest. He himself had fallen from being a N.O.Bull to nothing, so he always thought about the relationship between people and status. If a king lost his country, he can't just become an ordinary citizen. On the contrary, if a slave was able to catch a hold of a chance from heaven, depending on his path, he might be able to become a king, or so Lyle thought. That's right. In the past, there existed a person who eventually became the king of a large country despite his original position of a shepherd. Lyle was a far-sighted person. That's why he never had any disdain towards the Beastmen, and only knew of the Beastmen from his prior knowledge. But now, after looking at the life of the Beastmen from the window, Lyle knew that there was no difference between humans and Beastmen. The Beastmen live happily in this town, but their happiness may be destroyed by the war. Once, Lyle didn't know anything, and was living happily with his family. Suddenly, everything fell apart. Now, in Lyle's mind, he was thinking that the Beastmen resembled the him of the past. "Are you worried about this town and the Beastmen?" Elsa asked. "Yes, well." Lyle sighed. "You are kind, but I don't dislike it." Frosthan also said that it was inevitable for the Red Dragon Knights to lose. "For example, look at this house." Elsa and Lyle averted their eyes from the window, and paid more attention to their room. "The architecture style is totally different from anywhere else. It is splendid." Frosthan also said that this was made by Fujiwara-san for the Beastmen. The technology wasn't from this continent. Thus, It's natural to think that there was something else besides architecture. It's not ordinary for hundreds, no, thousands of beastmen to follow only one human. Only Fujiwara-san is able to do something like this. Well, we should just think about what we can do. He seems to want to do business on top of understanding everything. Elsa smiled. That's right. Lyle nodded quietly. After their talk finished, Elsa sat down and began to drink the alcohol that N.O.Bide had left behind. Lyle simply continued to look out of the window while hearing the happy voices of the children with a warm feeling permeating his chest. The night after the business negotiation finished, at the house of Chief Chiharu, the people who had served as the guards of N.O.Bide gathered. Then, Fujiwara-sama said this: "The Beastmen are my irreplaceable family, friends, and comrades. Do you need a reason to help your family, friends, and comrades?" One of the guards reported. After the guards finished their report, Chief Chiharu closed his eyes, deeply impressed. The room became dead silent. They were even able to hear the voices of the orphans in another room clearly. Before long, Chiharu opened his eyes, and opened his mouth slowly. Once again, tell me the words of Fujiwara-sama, he commanded. Not again. We've already told you those words so many times. The man from the wolf tribe complained. That would be because they had already recited the line, because the beastmen were more than 10 times. To be told to repeat it so many times like a tape recorder, even the good-natured man of the wolf tribe became fed up. Isn't that fine? It's not like you are losing something. Chiharu rolled his eyes. TSK, this is really the last time. I will never say it again. The man sighed. But, even while complaining, he imitated the voice N.O.Bide enthusiastically. The man seemed to like that line very much as well. Family, friends, and comrades. Those are good words, as expected of Fujiwara-sama. He is completely different from other humans. When Chiharu heard the words which N.O.Bide had spoken once again, he folded his arms while thinking deeply. So, what should we do? The problem is that Fujiwara-sama is talking about doing business with humans. The goods seem to be quite valuable among humans too. Moreover, the humans will attack again. Don't we need to advise Fujiwara-sama? The man asked worriedly. On the other hand, Chiharu shook his head and said that it wouldn't be necessary. Fujiwara-sama was able to fend the human army by himself. Everyone should already know this. However, we need to prepare so that we can fight against the humans anytime too. Severe punishment will be given to those who skip the training. Chiharu looked at the man and scowled. Why yes. As a man of the wolf tribe, he didn't intend to skip training. But still, to be asked if he always put his spirit in his training or not, he can't deny it. When they were being stared and scowled at by Chiharu this way, their stomachs, which originally didn't have any pain, seemed to scream sharply immediately. Now then, let's write the previous words onto paper and place it in various places. Chiharu ordered. Oi, oi. Only the chiefs of the tribes and their kids are able to read. One of the men reminded. I guess that's true. Chiharu hummed, deep in thought, because he thought that it would be useful. N.O.Bide taught Chiharu how to read. Of course it's not J.A. Painese, but the letters of this world. The results gradually showed itself, and Chiharu recently became a teacher who taught the children how to read. Then, gather everyone tomorrow. Let's convey the words of Fujiwara-sama to everyone. Chiharu changed his orders. Oi, it can't be that I have to recite it again. The man complained. That's right. You should feel honored. Chiharu grinned. After that, Chiharu let the children who came to learn how to read recite this often, and N.O.Bide, who came to the neighborhood by chance, blushed deeply. TL, brainwashing. This is brainwashing. The day after Elsa's group came, I have been working on packing the products since morning. With the wooden boxes made by the Goblin tribe, I placed jars of sugar and spices inside it, before filling the gaps with straw, and sealing it. After Elsa and her guards loaded them into their carriage, they left the town in the afternoon. Since they didn't have enough money, I had them write an IOU so that they can pay the leftover amount next time. Well, It's not like the IOU has any significant meaning in this independent place. It will just become a record for the time being. What's more problematic is Elsa's next visit. Elsa said that she will come back in 2 months at the earliest, and 4 months at the latest. She needs 10 days to return. In addition, she needs to contact other merchants from another country, and Pa.S.Sing bribes to the church will need around 40 to 60 days. To come back here, she will need another 10-40 days. Thus, in total, this will take around 2-4 months. Although the number of days to return back here is about 10-40 days, it is kind of vague since they need to lose their pursuers. We will certainly be tailed. In order for this place to remain unknown, we need to go in the opposite direction. So, it will take time. Elsa explained. If there is no news after half a year has Pa.S. We have probably already departed to heaven. You'll have to be patient. Elsa said something like this while laughing. I think that she is an unusually brave woman. Anyway, it takes too many days. Elsa said if she was able to prepare the staff and gold, and organize a unit to transport it, it would be possible to trade more frequently. However, forget about the money. She doesn't even know how long until the system can be set in place since the staff have to be carefully investigated first. As I need to save as much gold as possible until the upcoming war, I need to do something. Now, after seeing off Elsa's group, I sat down and slid my feet into the keiretsu at home. In front of me was a leather bag full of gold coins. I took one out from the bag, and placed it on the desk. It's called the Furu gold coin, and it has the same size as a 1 yen coin. It has a high gold content, and so far, the ratio has never changed, so the value of this coin is stable. It seems to be used as an international currency. The gold content is 90%, and its weight is around 3.5 grams. Because the price of 1 gram of gold is around 4,000 yen in modern times, one piece of Furu gold coin would be about 3.5 by 4,000 x 9/10 equals 12,600 yen. It should be something like that. But, when I summoned town data, and chose to sell it, it became something like this. Furu gold coin, sold value, 110,000 yen. Do you want to sell it? Yes/no. The sale value was nearly 9 times over. The selling value is the value of the item in this world. Aside from that, this gold coin has a value that can let a peasant family live for 1 year with just 20 gold coins. Anyway, it's funny that the selling price is not according to modern value. But, it will be very beneficial for my funds. I selected 150 gold coins in the bag and sold them. Furu gold coin, 148 pieces, sale value 16,280,000 yen. Furu gold coin, counterfeit, sale value 90,000 yen. Furu gold coin, counterfeit, sale value 84,000 yen. Do you want to sell it? Yes/no. I thought my eyes had misread the word somehow, so I looked at the screen in front of my eyes again. No, there wasn't a mistake. Oi, Elsa, there are imitations mixed inside. Well, since there's only 2 out of 150 pieces, I don't think it's on purpose. Before the deal, Elsa did said that since it was a tentative trade, she chose proper gold coins piece by piece. Maybe the fact that 2 counterfeit gold coins were mixed in with the others is normal in this world. When it comes to this, in the end, I wonder how do they handle the counterfeit gold coins. Let's ask Elsa the next time when she comes by. For now, I completed the sale of the gold coins. I am looking forward to how much money Elsa will bring next time. After winter is over, Elsa came to the town with many people. That group consisted of soldiers who guarded the gold on the carriage. Well, since I have been told last time that they will visit in greater numbers, I am not that surprised. But, I refrained from letting the humans into the town for our mutual safety. Although Elsa said that they are trustworthy people, this much is unavoidable. That is why only Elsa and Reina, who came last time, Lyle doesn't come, were allowed inside the town. As for the rest, I decided to let them stay at a brick house that was newly built by the Kobold tribe in the west. By the way, the ceiling of this brick house was built with thin plywood and straw, So even if an earthquake occurred and the house collapsed, no one would die. Fujiwara-san, is the rate the same as the last time? Elsa asked as we made way to the vacant shop they used before. Yes, I don't mind. I replied casually. How much do you have? This time, we would like a large quant.I.tie of black pepper. She requested. We have prepared enough of sugar, black pepper, and chili pepper to fill your carriage. I stated proudly. Then I am relieved. She grinned. A little after we arrived at the store, the operation to carry the gold coins into the house started. When it's over, we can then proceed on to the next transaction since the amount she owed us was finally paid. Then, please confirm the number of coins. There are 500 gold coins inside each bag. Elsa reported. There are 150 bags with 500 gold coins in each. There is no way to calculate all of these at one go. I picked one of the bags and arranged the gold coins onto the desk so that Elsa and Reina can see and count them. Alright, there is no problem. Next is this, I stated as I grabbed the scale. The scale is used to measure the authenticity of the gold coins. We will choose 5 pieces from one bag and weigh them. Let's do this quickly since it will get dark soon. After I said that, I placed the gold coins onto the scale. While doing that, I opened my mouth to ask about the counterfeit gold coins. By the way, I have something I wanted to ask. What is it? As long as I can answer it. No matter if it is 10 or 100 questions, I will answer. Ah, but the 3 size are a no-no. She winked at me. No, I am not interested in your 3 sizes. I replied quickly. Fujiwara-san, it's okay to be a little more carried away. Elsa's eyes suddenly became cold. TL, you fool. What did I do wrong? I am sorry, but this is about something serious. I apologized without knowing why. Mew. Elsa pursed her lips as her expression became serious. Even though she usually has a rather laid-back appearance, when we start talking about business, she becomes like this sometimes. There were 2 gold coins with low gold ratios mixed in last time. They were obviously counterfeit gold coins. I recounted. Elsa sighed as if she was exhausted. What? Did I say something strange? Did I say something strange? I asked. When you get something like that, then it's a hit. She stated. A hit? I repeated after her. That's right. You chose a random gold coin and weighed it just now, right? She asked. Yeah. I nodded. There is a rule that at the time of trading, choose 1 piece from the 100 pieces and weigh it. If it is a counterfeit, weigh another 5 pieces next. If there is a counterfeit again this time, weigh 10 next. If there is another counterfeit in the middle of weighing, the side receiving the gold will be given the right to check all of the gold. Elsa explained clearly. I gave a half-hearted reply while thinking that this was such a troublesome rule. Isn't it like a rule to not let you discover false gold coins at all? Why does it give more advantage to the paying side? Or rather, do they pretend not to see the small number of counterfeit gold coins? I questioned. No, unfortunately, was Elsa's short reply. I do not understand. Bad money drives out good money. I have heard this saying in the previous world. Bad money and good money, even though they have the same monetary value, since precious metal is much more expensive, people will hide the good money and let the bad money circulate around the world. This means that the value of the money will drop, which would lead to the collapse of the monetary economy. It's simple. The person who is able to make counterfeit money is a mint right holder. In other words, people who hold great power in the country. To be specific, it could be a Grand Duke, influential feudal lords, the Archbishop, or some bishops. These people were delegated to manage the foundry by the king. In other words, the problem of counterfeit money is, more or less, to be crushed by people who care about it. Elsa elaborated. I see. I nodded listlessly. In other words, if you try to intervene with this problem, it will result in bringing harm to oneself. Such decisions were made so that the problem will not become bigger. But, is the monetary economy of this world alright? I mean, The rule doesn't apply when dealing with me. There is still something worse than this. There is a country where the use of scales for business is prohibited. They even give awful excuses, like the business that weighs the coinage is synonymous with the business of metal, because it will damage the value of money, therefore it is prohibited. Lowering the gold ratio of their own coinage, isn't it the same as dropping their value of money? It's messed up, right? She complained. The metal, before being processed into coinage, is pure gold. Indeed, if you trade by weighing it, you won't need coinage anymore, so their reason is acceptable. But, we also need to know the ratio of the gold of the coin, so the argument will never end. Well, that country's economy was destroyed, and now, only foreign currency and barter trade are being used. That is quite an old story. That is why the people who own foundries only made a slight adjustment to the quant.I.Ti to the degree that it can be overlooked by the odd rule. In the end, the king overlooked it. But, if they go overboard, then the king will do this. Elsa mimed the slicing of her neck and stuck her tongue out when she said this. Still, if enough dust builds up, it will become a mountain. When that happens, the one that will get sore eyes are the merchants that rule. If you find more than 30 counterfeit coins from the buyer after you examine them, on top of being investigated by the authorities, they will be forced to forfeit their entire fortune. That is why everyone only gives out counterfeit money little by little. Even so, if you accumulate a lot of it, you will lose some money, but the government officials will buy it back at a reasonable price. Elsa stated. That means you knew about the counterfeit gold coins. Well, even though I said a lot of things, it is common for 1 or 2 bad coins to be mixed in, and it is customary to pretend to not realize it when you find out later. That is why merchants call it a hit. There is no doubt that it is a loss, but at least you can comfort yourself by thinking you won the lottery. She laughed lightly. While thinking I see, I began moving my hand which had stopped from a while ago. Also, if you are a first-class.s merchant, even without using a scale, you will know its weight even if you only use your hands. For a suspicious person, you can choose 1 coin and weigh it on the scale afterwards. She explained further with a slightly shy smile. Before long, I have finished weighing the 5 pieces of coins on the scale. And I also received the order slip for this transaction from Elsa. This time, sugar and chili pepper were in small quant.I.Tis, while black pepper was requested in large quant.I.Tis instead. Apparently, the reason for sugar was to not intrude upon the production of honey, which was under monastery control. As for chili pepper, although it is not unpopular, it seems like there is more demand for black pepper. Thus, there is something I am curious about. Even though they knew about the honey, why did they still take a large amount of sugar last time? Elsa explained it like this. Sugar is to sell our name. Sweet things are the easiest to sell due to its taste, and it's popular. On the other hand, black pepper and chili pepper are the first of their kind, right? Because I've never tasted them before, I was startled by their prices. Therefore, sugar is actually really helpful. The people who bought sugar were some amazing people that have not seen something like spices until now. So, they did not mind about something with an absurd price. Well, even with such a thing, there are a lot of rich people who starve for an unknown taste, if you know what I mean. After thinking and discussing about various things, we finished the transaction on that day. After loading the gold onto the raka, I asked the people of the wolf tribe to transport it to my house. At night, we served some sake and meals for Elsa's group, and organized a small banquet. Ah, that hit the spot. Those guys who always look so self-important. Why are they now rubbing their hands and speaking with polite language? I wanted to show that to Fujiwara-san. Elsa seemed to be in a considerably good mood as she said that. From her story, it seems like the position of the opponent she despised so far, and hers, had changed completely. Well, she is the only one with sugar and spices after all, so for other merchants, it's something like giving them a Kouman-sama seal. TL. Kouman-sama is a character from drama Mido Kouman where the old man travel around J.A. Pan hiding his ident.I.Ti. At the end of the show he will always show his seals and all the villain will run away like a straight man being chased by drag queen. No LGBTSMN intended. Did your actions make a lot of enemies? I asked hesitantly. I would be troubled if a strange grudge was created, and they stupidly come here for revenge. Also, if something happens to Elsa, it will hinder her business with me. I understand. I will say it now. I properly put on a mask when I talk formally with other people. I disregard my feelings while trading in consideration of the profit and loss. We are professionals after all, she declared. In other words, she hides her feelings, and only shows her true self here. Does Elsa trust me this much? Or is this one of the masks that she's put on right now? The next day, Elsa received the goods and left the town. After seeing her off, I smiled a little. The money I gained this time round is approximately 76,000 gold coins. The total weight is around 230 kilograms. I already sold all of them last night, and it came to total amount of 8.4 billion yen. Funds: 49,881,122,000 yen. 58,313,170,000 yen. I can't stop grinning on my way home while being jolted around by Catherine. It's exactly like how it felt so good to see the maniac.u.millating in the bank book back in the original world. Gold has the charm of the devil. Even a slight decrease and increase will shake one's heart. I often killed time by counting the money in my wallet when I was a child. However, with 76,000 gold disappearing from this world, I am worried that the currency market of the human world will be negatively affected. Well, it can't be helped now. I will ask about it next time Elsa drops by. Anyway, with this, my funds are about 58 billion yen. Because I made a decision that the minimum amount of funds should be at least 50 billion. I can finally be a little bit unreasonable now that I have excess funds. The warm spring arrived. 3 years have passed since I arrived to this world. The 4th year has just begun, and as expected, I still did not feel any deep emotions. If something were to happen, would it be during the 10th year? Regardless, there are more constructive things to do right in front of my eyes rather than wallowing in this homesickness that doesn't produce anything. Slowly. It is better to go slow. Please lift it carefully, I instructed the beastmen at the north gate. On top of the stone walls, the beastmen who were proud of their strength were pulling along a narrow bronze pipe suspended by ropes. The length of the bronze pipe is about 1 meter, and its weight is close to 100 kilos. The bronze pipe is being carried towards its base located on top of the stone walls. When the two are combined, the thing will be fully assembled. After it has been settled onto its base on the stone walls, I knocked it gently. Alright, it is splendid. I smiled. There was a sense of nostalgia when I looked upon the completed product. In J.A.Pan, the mountain cannon is called cannon, and played an active role from the late Edo period to the early Meiji period. TL. The name is actually this, and when I search what the cannon name is called, I got the name of Cannon de Montagne de Forla hit. However, I change it to mountain cannon after discussed with an acquaintance from France. Mountain cannon, 130 million yen. The problem with the upcoming war against the Kingdom of Sandro is what should be done before the enemy's troops attach themselves onto the stone walls. If they manage to gain control of the walls, due to the scale of the struggle over it, the end result will gradually worsen. In other words, it is important to attack the enemy from a distance before they reach the walls. At first, he thought about crossbow and gun units. However, crossbows were not on the list of Edo period products, and regarding guns, I was hesitant to hand over firearms, which are considered overpowered here, to an individual. Also, if the guns fall into enemy hands during the war, and they research about it, it might be pointed back at me. That is why I chose this mountain cannon. Its maximum range is 2,600 meters, and in addition, this is a heavy object, so it will not be easy for the enemy to take it away. Even if it was stolen, they will definitely have trouble carrying it. I can sell any of my possessions in the town, as well as any possessions near me. So, while the enemy struggles to transport the cannon, I can just sell it. Now then, the beastmen are waiting for my instructions. Today, I have gathered them to teach them how to handle this cannon. Let's start quickly. There is no convenient instruction manual for the mountain cannon, unfortunately, but I have read a series of books which discussed about this mountain cannon, so I have already tried and tested it at the back of the town. Ahem, this is called a cannon. Well, please look at what it actually does. I decided to give a demonstration while explaining about it. First, I cleaned the inside of the cannon with a cannon sponge that's as long as my body. Next, I put the cartridge bag to the front, and pushed it inside with a rammer. Then, I loaded the cannonball. The cannonball is a long, high-explosive projectile that weighs around 4 kilograms. Also, there is a preloading method, but a sh.d.l.l. Matching the helical groove of the rifling of the cannon must be used. I adjusted the sh.d.l.l. to match the rifling, and pushed the cannonball inside with a stick. Now then, everyone, please move away a little bit, and cover your ears. I requested. Everyone moved away from their spot, and covered their ears. Since their ears are on top of their heads, except for the goblin and kobold tribes, their appearance when covering their ears are quite comical. TL, I am guessing about how they looks like criminal being apprehended by police. I checked the rear bottom of stone wall. It is necessary in case the cannon falls off the stone wall due to the recoil. Well, no one should be there anyway because I have told them not to approach this place. Next, using a long needle, I stabbed the cartridge bag via the priming hole at the back of the cannon. After installing the fuse there, I ignited it from slightly remote position. The fuse lit up and eventually reached the priming hole. The explosion roared out almost instantaneously. The cannon barrel spat out white smoke over the sky. Then, the sound of a heavy object landing far away resounded, and a cloud of dust rose from its landing spot. Cheers erupted from the beastmen. Incredible. One of them yelled, "Even humans can't do anything to it with that range." Another exclaimed smugly. There was only praise and no surprise from seeing this for the first time. The reason was because they probably peeped during the test firing at the back of the town. Well then, I will have everyone try do it, I declared. First is to select artillerymen from each tribe and train them thoroughly. In particular, they have to remember the landing distance of the cannonball, as well as the elevation angle. After that, we installed several mountain cannons at the north, east and west walls. With this, the town's defense became more solid. At the end of April, we held a banquet in celebration of the 4th anniversary of the town. Everyone surrounded the bonfire, drink good liquor, and eat delicious food. Because we have more money, both the liquor and the meat is of much better quality than usual. Some tribespeople started to sing after they become drunk from the liquor. It's probably a song handed down within the tribe. Though I have never heard this song before, it gave me a mysterious sense of nostalgia. When the song was over, another tribe started singing. When someone started to clap, everyone imitated it and clapped their hands to the rhythm of the song. I, who was sitting quietly at the corner drinking liquor, started to clap with them. It is peaceful, I thought. Suddenly, I saw children carry food into the town. Were they carrying it to their pregnant mother, or is it being taken to the mother who can't leave their infant behind? A lot of children are being born in the town. The number of residents will increase steadily from now on. This is also because of peace. Fujiwara-sama. Chief Chiharu appeared with a bottle of wine. Because I don't like to think at banquets, I told them to treat me like air, but it seems like he had come all this way just to pour some alcohol for me. After we exchanged some small talk and liquor, Chiharu returned back to his tribe. Following Chiharu, the other chieftains come along one by one with sake as well. This is unbearable. I glared at Chiharu, who lowered his head slightly while looking apologetic. The feast and liquor was also sent to the prisoner of war, Romato. Later on, I heard from the guard that Romato misunderstood this feast as his last supper, and began to beg for his life in tears. But, after he drank the liquor, his attitude completely changed, and he began shouting furiously, "Just kill me if you want to. He had roared loudly. It was his usual self. Let's do our best from tomorrow onwards. Before long, I concluded the feast with this sentence and ended the banquet. Spring soon st, and when summer began, the merchant group arrived once more. The one leading the group was Lyle. On top of the stone walls around the gate, I asked him what happened to Elsa. He said that she became a decoy to deceive the merchants who were aiming for the source of the spices. For the time being, I let Lyle and another 2 people into the town, and guided the others to the vacant house in the west. Of course, the people who are entering the town have been disarmed. Have you gained some weight? When I lead them to their lodging, I asked Lyle while atop Catherine. The present Lyle seems to be slightly more plump than he was half a year ago. Ah, it's because I don't train with the sword anymore. Lyle tugged his meaty cheeks while saying so wryly. TLSHIT, I need to exercise more. Don't want any meaty cheeks. TLC, ha ha ha. Do the OPM menu then XD. After that, while the sun was still high in the sky, I received the gold coins at usual store. From the next time onwards, I think we can come every month. Can you prepare the same amount each month? Lyle asked after I confirmed the gold coins. Yes, there is no problem with a supply. I nodded. Trading every month. I felt like dancing out from joy. If we can repeat the trade 5 more times, in other words, after 5 months, the funds will reach the first 100 billion. But there are also some concerns, and that is, how much gold does this continent have? I have sold several hundred kilograms of gold coins. This means that a large amount of gold has disappeared from this world. And unfortunately, there is no gold in the item column in the town data. So, the gold that has disappeared from this world will never come back. If I continue to sell gold like this, then gold will gradually disappear from this continent. I feel like that the market will be greatly unbalanced. Something like that could happen. To be frank, I don't know how much unbalance and instability will be created. Maybe the gold coins coming into this town might be seen as insignificant if we look at the big picture, because I have heard that the citizens usually only use silver coins, so even if there are no more gold coins, as long as there are still silver coins, it will be alright. At least, that was what I thought. About the gold coins, will there be any problems with the market if IH.O.A. rode them? I asked Lyle to add .S.swage my concerns. Upon hearing that question, Lyle placed his hand on his chin and thought for a while. Well, the market reaction is still dull for now, but if the gold coins continue to flow into this town as it is, their value will increase soon. He replied, as I thought. I muttered softly, well, isn't his natural? At any rate, including the gold coins from today's trade, nearly 20 billion in modern value has been brought into this town. When there are no gold coins, the demand for silver coins will increase. But, the value of silver coins has been falling for a while now, so it might still be alright. Lyle shrugged. The value of silver is falling? I asked. Yes, apparently. A huge silver mine was found about 2 years ago in the Kingdom of Castile, leading to the production of the new Barbanil silver coin. It takes pride in its 92.5% silver content, and any other imitation is not allowed. Lyle explained the situation. The Kingdom of Castile should be one of the countries in the north. That country found a silver mine, and issued new, high-quality silver coins. But, will the value of silver be so easily being shaken by such a thing? I wonder. The scary thing is that the new Barbanil silver coins have been supplied continuously to the market for the last 2 years, so it has been continuously lowering the value of other silver coins. Lyle continued. Doesn't that mean that the bad money is being driven away by the good money? I questioned, confused. If you define silver coins of another country with lower a silver ratio than the new Barbanil silver coins as bad money, then that's exactly how it is. Lyle answered nonchalantly. Was it not bad money being driven out by good money? No, that new silver coin, does it really have that amount of silver in it? What happened afterwards? I queried. The new Barbanil silver coins have become first class. S silver coins now, and despite its high silver ratio, it has the same value as other silver coins 2 years ago. Meanwhile, the value of other silver coins has fallen 2/3 from the past. Even if the prices goes up, the wages of the citizens will not rise, and the lives of people outside of the Kingdom of Castile will be harder. Lyle sighed. Rapid inflation. The value of silver coins will decline, and the citizens who are receiving the wages with their own country's silver coin can't bear it. No, is there even a limit on the silver? Despite the huge silver mine, with so much mining, does the silver not run out? I questioned. Haha, is it really a silver mine? Lyle only laughed sardonically. Eh? My eyes widened. It's alchemy. For the past 2 years, I heard that there was no one who could identify the silver mine's location. Since there are no places like a silver mine there, then wouldn't this be due to the presence of a genius alchemist who can produce a lot of silver? Lyle whispered to me conspiratorially. Alchemy is metal magic, right? Can they also produce metal? I asked. Alchemy. I saw metal magic talent from the card given by God. From the story of the Goblin and Kobold tribes, it is said that there is a magic that can transform metals. For that reason, those with that magic will take up jobs like blacksmithing. Yes, they can produce it. Well, it is reasonable to not know about it. People who can produce metal by magic are top-rank alchemists. Their existence is a top secret of a country. They are chickens that lay golden eggs while being kept inside iron cages. The people in the market are only low-ranked alchemists. Lyle explained. Then, why silver instead of gold? Wouldn't it be more profitable to produce gold? I could not understand that point. That is because silver is much easier to produce. Do you know about the Triangle of God? He nodded sagely. I am sorry, but could you tell me about it? I requested. When God created this world, it gave birth to one law, the Triangle of God. It represents the categories of living things and substances, a law that can't be defied. For example, at the ecological level, humans are on top, and the beastmen and carnivorous animals is line below them. Further below would be herbivores, gra.s.s and trees, and then earth. The numbers on top are smaller, and as it goes further down, the number increases, forming a triangular shape. Lyle explained patiently. There is also a ranking for minerals, with diamonds at the top, and other minerals forming a line at the bottom. Silver is considered a high-ranking existence because it is difficult to produce, and God made only a few of them. Of course, it goes without saying that gold ranks higher than silver, and is thus rarer and more difficult to produce than silver. This is providence of the world. This is taught first when you learn theology. Well, I don't know how much of it is true though. I see. I nodded. This is like an ecological pyramid. Still, the silver mine was found 2 years ago, and I arrived here 3 years ago. Isn't his story too good to be true? Metal magic talent extra large. Maybe someone managed to get this card and he was found by the authorities while producing silver for a living. It certainly seems possible. A bird in a cage, huh? I do not know whether that is a good thing or a bad thing. At the very least, I will consider this a serious matter. I am a little bit interested in why the Kingdom of Castile didn't buy gold coins using their abundant silver coins. I asked. The merchants aren't so stupid. Why do you think Elsa has been dealing with gold coins until now? Lyle snorted. I mumbled. First, the Kingdom of Castile paid its huge debt to other country with the new silver coins. The merchants were suspicious about this. Where did the silver come from? After this, most of the merchants ceased the use of silver coins in big businesses. Nonetheless, some merchants remained defiant against the trend, and used the new Barbanil silver coins because the Kingdom of Castile is planning to donate the new Barbanil silver coins to the church. So the new Barbanil silver coins will continue to increase in the market. Lyle elaborated. Do you have the new Barbanil silver coins with you now? I asked. Yes, I do have it. He nodded. I removed a gold coin from the bag I received earlier. Would you please exchange it with this gold coin? I requested. I don't mind in particular. He shrugged and took out a bag from his breast pocket, and handed 38 silver coins to me. I put them into the gold coin bag carefully. Let's examine its value when I return back home. If the silver coins are overflowing in numbers, then it might not be necessary to stick with gold coins for trading. The next day, Ryle received the merchandise, took the merchant core with him, and left. This time, there was an agreement that the next transaction will be done with the new Barbanil silver coins. New Barbanil silver coin, sale price, 2,800 yen. After that, 3 months spa.s. by swiftly. The trade with the polo firm represented by Elsa had gone smoothly without any problems. The gold, and gold were gathered in my pocket, and the funds on town data were milling like a gushing hot spring. With this, my everyday life became a little bit rich. Recently, I have been spending it on gourmet food, the finest marbled beef. As I take a bite of the meat that was covered with special steak sauce, I could feel the soft texture of the meat, as well as the meat juice spreading inside my mouth. I was enveloped in unspeakable happiness. TL, please not another death march. TLC, well, everyone loves food. Delicious food, who doesn't anyway lol. It melted like the fat underbelly of a tuna in the mouth. Knowing that this was the first time I was able to taste that melting sensation of fatty tuna upon arriving to this world, it was a complicated feeling. Other than that, there were other delicacies such as sea urchin, abalone, caviar, crab, natural eel, matsutake mushroom, and more that I could never taste in my previous world. I was finally able to taste them now. Sometimes, I go to Jiharu's house and use high-quality ingredients to make a dish there. His eyes would usually become round because of the deliciousness. Conversely, when he sometimes tried to control his reaction to something he disliked, his expression was pretty interesting to see. Again, this is one of my small entertainments left in life. Life without inconvenience and luxury meals. It can be said that I was living a completely blessed life here as compared to my previous world. Now then, even though it is okay to eat delicious food, I can't be distracted by it. I also spent money on military aspects. First of all, I bought an armored vehicle for my safety, Type 96 Armored Personnel Carrier, 13 billion yen. List price 130 million yen. It's a new generation vehicle with a proper bulletproof windshield, automatic specification, and air conditioning. Although it's a little bit cramped, it can't be helped if it is for my safety. Anyway, with this, it will be fine even if I get shot by arrows at close range. Besides the armored vehicle, I also purchased the Type 73 heavy-duty truck, and trained up several drivers. As of now, the people that were undergoing training were several people from the Wolf tribe. In case of an emergency that requires me to use the armored vehicle, there might be a need for them to use the truck so that they can follow behind. There is a limit to what I can do by myself after all. It is not bad to increase the number of hands available in case of trouble. In addition, I placed a great number of rifled mountain guns at each wall, and I also gave armors such as the foot soldier armor to the beastmen. The sight of beastmen wearing J.H.Paney's armor atop the stone walls reminded me of the Sengoku era. That is roughly everything I've changed regarding the military in this place. Besides military affairs, I also wanted to spend money to expand the town, but I have never exposed my ability in public. Since the beastmen will be suspicious about the materials that appear out from nowhere, I should decide on a cover story for my ability soon. Once, the Kobold tribe asked about what I had done with the wood. When I refused to answer, they never asked again. I need to be careful about this. Anyway, my ability is a trump card and should only be used as a last resort. That is why I can't show it to anyone. Then summer and autumn and winter arrived. One day during winter, uninvited visitors appeared from the north. Looking at the cloud of smoke, it was obviously an army. Immediately the town shifted into combat mode. Presently, I was staring at the army that was marching towards the north gate. Fujiwara-sama, please give orders to prepare the cannons. The gunners of each castle wall cried out as they gathered at the north gate. Unload the sh.d.l.ls from the truck. Gunners will receive the ammunition. However, don't uncover the cannon until I give the signal. I ordered after a little hesitation. I had installed 8 mountain cannons at each gate in the north, east and west. They were usually covered, and the sh.d.l.ls and cartridge bags were only distributed when something happens. Descending from the stone walls, everyone started unloading the ammunition from the carrier truck. When that is over, I went up to the top of stone walls again to continue my observation of the Northern Army. Eventually, the army stopped. Looking through the binoculars, I could see a rather familiar Red Dragon flag hovering above them. The Red Dragon Night Order, huh? I muttered. They stopped several kilometers away from here, a distance where the cannon may or may not be able to target judging from the last cannon test. Anyway, it's fine since the enemy won't be able to measure how far the attack range is. Then, 4or.e.m.e.n emerged from their ranks. 2 of the riders don't wear any armor, and one of them was a woman with bright red hair. It's Elsa. So that is the reason. The other person without armor should be a diplomat. I have asked Elsa of it before after all. In case the trade was found out by the country, please propose for them to send out a diplomat. The army was sent out probably so that they would be able to carry out favorable negotiations through their threatening position. However, the location where they decided to stop at was the evidence that they were still afraid of us. Fujiwara-san, it is me. Don't attack. Elsa, who was taking the lead out of the 4or.e.m.e.n, gave a desperate cry. Everyone, absolutely don't attack. I ordered the bowman sternly. Afterwards, the unarmed man shouted to us. I am called Ignaz Bryunitz. I am a diplomat from the Kingdom of Sandra. I want to talk with the head of the town, Fujiwara. His brown hair was divided in the ratio of 7:3, and he also had a rather bushy mustache. I am Fujiwara, I announced loudly. So you are Fujiwara. Let's settle down and talk. He yelled back. Then you guys will need unmount from your horses and place your weapons on the ground. I would give no quarter on this. Except for Elsa, the 3 of them, including Bryunitz, had a hushed discussion regarding my request. Then, the 4 unmounted from their horses and placed their swords onto the ground. Well then, you may enter after the gate opens, I declared. Wait, we wish for the discussion to be held outside of the town, Bryunitz suggested. Do they have some kind of plan? However, I also thought that there was nothing wrong with it. Would the front of gate be good enough? I asked. It's good. The diplomat accepted my offer. Then, wait a while. I returned to my house with a truck and got 4 pipe chairs before heading to the north gate again. Chief Chiharu will accompany me, along with 2 more people from the wolf tribe. On top of the stone walls, the beastmen had their bows readied vigilantly. Then, the gate opened. As I set up the pipe chair, Bryunitz had a slightly surprised face when he looked on the folding chair. Chiharu was sitting with me while Bryunitz and Elsa sat in front of me. The other 2 from the wolf tribe stood behind me, while behind Bryunitz were 2 knights just a slight distance away. Let's speak frankly. Join our country. If you pay a tax, this place will remain as it is. Bryunitz opened his mouth first, saying arrogant words with an arrogant attitude. Compared to the Kingdom of Sandra, my town is at most just this one city. Considering the differences, it is natural. I refuse, I replied curtly. My answer was obviously number. It was obvious that they will suck us dry. If I didn't have the beastmen, I would be attracted with that story, but now, I need to protect the lives of the beastmen. Of course, the top priority would still be my life. You will also be able to get the T.I.L of N.O. ability too, you know. He tried to tempt me. There is no meaning for something like peerage in this land, I answered without hesitating. Can't you see the soldiers in the back? Bryunitz decided to try threatening us instead. If you are talking about rooting us, how about I show you how we can smash your army again? Bryunitz looked into my eyes intently. I was startled. Of course, it isn't in a strange manner. But Bryunuts's eyes seemed to look directly into my mind. "I guess this is what you call a professional diplomat, Ed. Are you sure that it's not some mind-reading magic thing?" Elsa can also be said to be a pro in business, so she seems to have a keen understanding of what is happening here. But Bryunuts doesn't have it. Like a snake glaring at a frog, it is like he is observing from a high place. How to lure him in efficiently, it was a feeling like that. But if I am to be a frog, I will be a very toxic frog, because the kingdom of Sandra is very far from this place. My overwhelming advantage doesn't change. That is why, having a determination to not back down, I glare back at Bryunuts. Alright, then let's talk about business. Diplomat Bryunuts seemed to give up possessing this land, and changed the topic to business deals. I thought that he might keep pressing about that taking over the land, so I am glad that he changed the topic. First, I received explanations about future transactions. I am told that from now on, they want to take over our trade with the polo firm led by Elsa, and conduct a trade led by the country instead. They wanted to use Elsa's sale network, so that if the country can get a profit publicly they can avert oppositions from other countries. And as for the purchased goods, instead of increasing the amount of transaction, they are requesting a reduction in selling price. I could reject it separately, but I decided to accept the demand instead. Since the value of this town was now known, it can be said that the clock hand has begun to move towards war. They will definitely not be satisfied with trade only. They will surely try to obtain this land by all means. That is why, even if it is only to delay it for a little bit, I intended to give some profit to the kingdom of Sandra. Besides that, when I was asked about the source of the resources of this land thoroughly, I remained silent. Bryunuts had looked at the beastman's armor, and seemed very interested in iron in particular. There is one person being captured in a battle 1 year ago. His name is Romato. After the business discussion was finished, I brought up the prisoner who was being held at the inn. Bryunuts looked at the knight at the back. He was the eldest son of the Biden Hulk house. When the knight answered, Bryunuts nodded his head as if saying I see, and looked at me again. "That person will have to be returned back," he stated. "Only if you can give a reasonable amount of compensation." I refuted. "If you returned the prisoner, it will become a sign of goodwill for this friendship, no?" He stared at me. While it can be said to be a courtesy for friendship, even if one side tries to cling on tightly, it won't change the master-servant relationship. I replied firmly. "Well, it's okay. Then, let's leave it as it is for now. It will be a problem for the family head." Bryunuts answered casually. Thus the discussion ended. The kingdom of Sandra intended to conduct business from the beginning, so they have brought a large quantity of silver coins, and the items sold become twice that of the usual amount. I talked a little bit with Elsa personally. First, she apologized for the trade being exposed to the country, but that was in the original agreement anyway. When I asked about the firm, she told me that although the profit will be lower than before, at least they will be much safer since it is backed by the country. The kingdom of Sandra's army camped far away from the town and left on the next day. At night, there were humans spotted hanging around the farm, but when the beastmen shouted, they disappeared swiftly. Really, one can't be too careless when dealing with them. Third person POV. Imperial City of Sandoria, Kingdom of Sandra. One day during winter, the Red Dragon Knight Order, who had been absent for a month, returned to the Imperial City of Sandoria. Although they claimed that they were patrolling the provinces, the truth was that they were sent to the Beastman town in the south. And right now, at the king's throne, the diplomat, Bryunuts, and the new captain of the Red Dragon Knight Order were kneeling before the king, reporting about the results of the expedition. "Did you succeed in doing business with the Beastman town?" the king asked. "Yes, without any hindrance." Bryunuts, who was the highest-ranking officer of the expedition, replied. "Well, this will make the country richer." The king smiled widely. "So then, how was that town from your point of view?" "It is dangerous," the diplomat stated. "To that degree, huh?" the king muttered. "Right now, it is not much. But, after 10 to 20 years, it will definitely become a threat to our country." Bryonets elaborated. "What did you see? Tell me." The king ordered. Everyone lined up atop the castle walls wore armors that seemed to be made from iron. "This wasn't in the last report." The diplomat reported. "Iron, huh? Did they produce it?" The king asked. "Perhaps." Moreover, on the west side of the town, there were countless houses built from bricks. This might be an antic.I.P.ation of a population increase. According to them, the houses in the town should have been made from wood. In other words, in a land with few trees, they were able to build new houses suitable for that place. That town is developing rapidly. If it is accompanied by the increase in population, it will become a powerful country. Bryonets completed his report. Mew. The king grimaced. Bryonets concluded that it will become a country. It wasn't about the scale. Bryonets used the word country in a sense that it will have equal power with the kingdom of Sandra. Then, the new captain of Red Dragon Knight Order, who was kneeling next to Bryonets, cut into the report. "What are you troubled about, father? Hasn't it already been decided regarding what to do?" The new captain knight who called the king, father, was a beautiful woman with short golden hair. Her name is Myrle Sansandra. As her name implied, Myrle is the second daughter of the king. Now then, why is the princess acting as the knight captain? It will be explained in a bit. Even though she is a woman, the princess is a tomboy who likes to swing a sword, and has a fondness for bows. Myrle's love regarding that is known to the world, but her martial arts prowess was beyond that of a simple tomboy princess, and was not inferior to the knights. That was something clearly shown about 2 months before, on the day of the ceremony to decide the new leader of Red Dragon Knight Order. As per tradition, the one who wants to become a leader needs to have strength above everyone. For that reason, those who are confident can compete with each other by crossing swords, and the last person standing will be appointed as the leader of the Red Dragon Knight Order. In a formal tournament match, even though only wooden swords are used, if it hits a vulnerable spot, it can still result in broken bones or even death. Therefore, only the Purtic.I.P. ants with ability were able to Purtic.I.P.8 in the match. Sano, a knight apprentice, seemed to have misunderstood something, and Purtic.I.P.8ed. Naturally he didn't survive, and lost in the first match. And suddenly the one who appeared before the champion was Myrle, who was wearing a mask. Myrle didn't utter a single word and only held her wooden sword challengingly. For the Knight Order, power is justice, and there was nothing else beside this. Even if it's an intruder who was wearing a mask, they can investigate after the intruder is incapacitated. One of the knights took a wooden sword and stood before Myrle. But, before he was even able to make a single move, the knight's neck had been hit by Myrle's wooden sword. Unusual skill. This is not an ordinary person. Like trees being blown by the wind, the knights become excited and murmured amongst themselves. Silence. The knight who was the winner silenced the knights. He was already behaving like he was the leader of the knights. And then, the match between the champion and Myrle began. It was a splendid match which showcased both of their skills, causing every spectator to feel breathless with awe. But, the fight did not last for a long time. In fact, the fight was only about 60 moves. It ended with the champion dropping his sword to the ground, and Myrle pointing her sword at the opponent's chin. "With this, I am the leader of the Red Dragon Knight Order." Finally, Myrle declared loudly, her feminine voice echoing throughout the venue. Taking off her mask, she laughed innocently, as if she was a mischievous child who had succeeded pranking someone. Incidentally, a woman who could win against a trained man. Was there really such thing? The answer was, there are. She was a genius with an innate talent to manipulate magic within her body. This ability was not just a convenient coincidence. The royal family was originally from a long line of martial artists. Although the current king has a docile personality, the first king who established the kingdom of Sandra had the same magic manipulation technique as Myrle, which allowed him to subjugate the land which would eventually become the kingdom of Sandra by force. When Myrle was still a child, the story of the founding king was often recited as a bedtime story. It was almost like a fantasy tale about a hero, causing Myrle to admire him. When she realized her talent, The admiration eventually became desire. She wants to be like the founder. Such a feeling became stronger day by day. The ceremony for appointing a knight leader was held in Drill Ground. This was the opportunity for Myrle. She is 17 years old now. If she misses this, she will have to marry into another country as a bargaining chip. That was why Myrle stood before the champion and won. Myrle shouted loudly that she was worthy of being the leader of the Red Dragon Knight Order. Of course, her father, the king, opposed it. But when Myrle said that she would run away if she was not recognized, the king was forced to accept it. Back to the throne room. Being told that the Beastman town will become powerful in the future, the king was lost for words. On the other hand, Myrle made a disrespectful statement, saying, "What are you troubled with? What did you want to say, Myrle?" The king looked at her. "Nip it in the bud. Is it not that simple?" She snorted. "It's easy to say that, Myrle, but to wage war is not so easy." The king sighed. "No, father, on this occasion, it is obvious that it will get harder as time passes. Having time is advantageous for the Beastmen. It is vital for us to attack without letting too much time pass. This seems to be a more reasonable and easy strategy," Myrle suggested. "How is that?" Myrle pressed him with her determined eyes. Her disposition was stern. Myrle had already cast away her disposition as a princess, and had developed a strong spirit as a knight leader. The king breathed lightly, letting out a sigh. "Why did my daughter grow up to become like this?" "That is enough. You can leave. I will decide it later," the king declared. Bryunets and Myrle stood up, bowed and left. After Bryunets and Myrle left the throne room, the only ones left were the king sitting on his throne and his oldest chief advisor standing next to him. "It will be too far away even if we attack it. You will only be hurt if you put your hands into the bag. That is why one should not enter the bag in the first place," the king said. Because there is a desert between them, the king compared the land the Beastman town was into a bag. If they attack from here, they will have geographical advantage there. The southern ground doesn't have any supplies. It is a severe place. Anyway, it would not too late even if the Beastmen pointed their spears here. Or so the king thought. In short, he was against the war. In response, the chief advisor shook his head. "Giving money to those lower-class will only lead the Beastman village to expand. We can attack the Beastman town and turn it into a supply area. After the war, we can use that as a relay point for commercial purposes." "What about the earthquakes?" "We can't build houses there." The king floundered. "Aren't tents good enough?" "It can be anything unless you are particular about the shape. In the first place, once we control the Beastman town, there won't be any enemies anymore. We won't need castles or walls," the advisor pointed out. The king still felt undecided. "Settle the land in spring, cultivate it in summer, plant wheat in autumn, and as soon as they are harvesting the following year, the army will move southward," the advisor suggested. "But a siege battle will also cause great damage here as well," the king argued. "If the town can't fall easily, you can just surround it with numbers. I heard that the fields are outside their walls. They will starve after we surround the town, and they will surrender by their own will," the advisor stated firmly. I laughed here. TLC, well. Infinite supplies lol. Ed. I laughed too, gleefully and derisively tbh. But the magic A.N.A. Lysis is not complete yet, the king protested weakly. The death of Garland, the previous leader of the Red Dragon Knight Order, still weighed heavily on the king's mind. The Red Dragon Knight Order was defeated miserably without being able to bring his corpse or any mementos home. Although it was said that the magic could only be used by an individual, was that really the enemy's only card? That was the concern of the king. The situation of the continent is unstable. "Does your majesty know about the Igor Empire?" the advisor asked. The Igor Empire is a territory north of the Kingdom of Castile. A civil war occurred due to a contest over some territory. The eldest child won, and the rebellion was quelled. But the one who was manipulating the second child was the Kingdom of Castile. The eldest child said that since the Kingdom of Castile was supporting the second child, if the second child wins, he will defect from the empire and side with the kingdom. TL. This war is in one of the province or territory, not war in all the province at the empire. If the second child becomes the lord and defects to the kingdom of Castile, it would no longer counted as civil war, and the Igor Empire will not be able to handle it. It was a loophole which the Kingdom of Castile found in the Church's no war announcement. It is inevitable that a continent will be wrapped up in a war eventually. To cut off that anxious feeling, I think that the subjugation of southern part can't be avoided. Your Majesty, please make your decision. The advisor took his stand. However, the king was still indecisive, and avoided making a decision on the spot. However, at a later date, a discussion which gathered important people from the military and administration was held, and the result was that the kingdom will start their southern subjugation and begin to make their move. When Brunetz and Myrle were having an audience with the king, the knights, who have returned to the barracks, will take care of their arms, while the apprentice knights would take care of the horses, and, amongst those caring for the armor was Tsutomu Sano. Sano had been promoted from an apprentice knight to an official knight. The trigger was the appointment of a new knight leader 2 months ago. Sano, who had aided in the match without knowing his position and lost in the first match, had crossed swords for several dozen moves against a veteran knight. Because there was a vacancy in the knight order, the expectations regarding his future potential in sword wielding and courage, he was openly promoted to knight there. Getting back to the subject, in a small, single room typical for knights, Sano was wiping his plate armor with oil, but his hand movements were dull. The Red Dragon Knight's order is mainly made up of light cavalry. Unlike heavy cavalries, their equipment maintenance ends quickly. In reality, other knights have already finished their work, and are heading for a bath, but Sano was still absent-mindedly polishing his armor despite its gleaming shine. The subject weighing on his mind was the Lord of the Beastmen town. During the meeting with Brunetz and the Lord of the Beastmen town, because Sano stayed with the army, he wasn't able to see the face of the town's lord. Fujiwara, huh? Looks like there was no one else but Fujiwara. During the march, he didn't have time to think because he wasn't accustomed to riding a horse, and he also had his duty as a rookie knight. Fujiwara, if it is written in J.A.Painese kanji, it was common surname. It was also the name of many great men in history. He is definitely J.A.Painese. What should I do next? The other knights said that when the time comes, they will attack the town. What to do when that time comes? First of all, he needed to go over his current situation. He became a knight as he desired. He might become the strongest knight in the future. But when? How many years must he wait? Sano disliked troublesome things. Recently, he can't feel the swift progress of his sword training like in the beginning, and became bored. I need to do a meritorious deed somehow if I want to become a N.O.bl. The goal of becoming a knight has been achieved. Isn't it already good enough? So, Sano thought that he should move on to his next goal, the princess who became the leader of the knights. It may be possible to become a N.O.bl if he performed a meritorious deed, and was remembered by the princess. No, more than that, if he can lay his hands on the princess who only has a good face. TL, what a sc.u.mbeg, I hope he get blowed by Fujiwara cannon. TLC, yeah lol. Ed, hope the princess spears his ass instead. Go Fafu. A wicked idea appeared in Sano's mind. Sano was P.I.S. at the beginning when a woman become the leader, but now, it doesn't seem so bad anymore. And then, a meritorious deed named Fujiwara has rolled in front of Sano. There is nothing to worry about it. With Fujiwara as a stepping stone, he will be able to step into N.O.ability. However, there is a problem. It is the modern weapon, gun. It would be extremely troublesome to deal with it. Even Garland, who was able to grab a flying arrow, died when dealing with the gun. Wait. After all, guns need an ammunition. There is no doubt that there is a limit. Just how many do they have? Of course, I don't know. No, leaving that aside, if I approached him as someone who came from the same country, and was able to hold him hostage while he is careless, I am confident that my sword is faster than the opponent's gun. In the previous world, Sano had heard a saying that knives were scarier in close combat. Sano put away the armor he polished, took up his sword, and went outside. Then, he swung the sword as much as he wanted on the grass growing at the garden. He was doing image training against a man with a gun. For the coming battle, Sano will not be lenient even if they were from the same town, eat or being eaten. It was only that. But, he had a baseless conceit in his strength, so he couldn't imagine that he would be defeated. After all, it was just a shallow youth's dream. One day after winter had ended, Romato, who had been held captive in the Beastman town, returned back to the kingdom of Sandra. When Myrtle heard about the report, she visited Romato in the evening after training. Here, huh? She muttered to herself. Romato, who had finished his audience at the castle, was taken to an inn in the city. The place where Myrtle went to was an inn built with bricks in the district for N.O. Bulls. Innkeeper, do you have a minute? She called out. Yes. What can I do for you, Knight-sama? He hurried out to greet her. Myrtle was wearing a cloak belonging to the Red Dragon Knights, and had a sword strapped to her waist. Thus, everyone knew that she was a knight at first glance. In addition, because she lacked curves on her body, if she wears chest bindings, and put on men's clothes, no one would notice that she was a woman. I heard that a man called Romato is staying here. When Myrtle asked about it, the innkeeper answered politely and guided her to Romato's room on the second floor. Myrtle stood in front of the room. A stain on the wooden door caught her eyes. Not just the door. For an inn in the N.O. Bull district, both the walls and corridors were dirty for some reason. While thinking about such a thing, Myrtle knocked on the room's door. I am the leader of Red Dragon Knight Order. Can I come in? She announced herself. Please wait a minute. The person behind the door floundered. She could hear rattling sounds from inside the room. Before long, the door was opened, and Romato, who now had a flabby chin, appears. Please. He gestured nervously. Myrtle grunted and stepped in without further ceremony. The room was shabby, and only had some chairs, a desk, and a bed. It's obvious that this place was located in the poorer region amongst all the inns in the N.O. Bull district. I am Myrtle, the new leader of the Red Dragon Knight Order. She declared her identity. Why yes, I am Romato Biden Hulk. The man stuttered. TLC, names ... like this when they don't give comma it is one name. I did fixed it some chapter ago and give notes on it Myrtle observed the nervous Romato. His face, neck, arms and fingers. After looking at his whole body part by part, she couldn't spot any trace of torture at all. Besides, most of the captives usually become thinner when they come back home. But Romato clearly became much fatter. Myrtle thought that it was strange. I will take my seat. You sit down too, she ordered. When Myrtle sat down on the chair, Romato also sat down on the chair across the desk. Tell me as much as you know about the Beastman town. What is the condition of the town? How have you lived till now? Myrtle asked Romato about the Beastman town. To know your enemy is the most important thing in the war. Their culture and customs, their personal tastes and character. You won't know what might lead to the victory. Since he had already said the same thing to the people in the castle, Romato began to speak in a well-practiced fashion. What kind of town was it? What kind of tribes were there? What kind of person was the lord of the town? Romato told her everything he knew from their food, buildings, and climate. Myrtle listened to him silently. She had already heard that the degree of their civilization was high, so she was not surprised in particular. It was said that the master of the town was a great man, but she was slightly interested about Romato's treatment. Although he was locked up in one room, it was much bigger and cleaner than the room he had right now. He was given 3 meals, and a change of clothes each day, and he was even able to take a bath too. In the kingdom of Sandra, the captives were placed into the dungeons. It's a place where insects breed, and the surfaces were smeared with filthy water. The difference was like heaven and hell. Romato said that he killed time by playing a board game with the Beastmen almost every day. What is that? Myrtle's head hurt. Rather than a prisoner of war, Wasn't it more like him being invited as a guest there? Well, it's not an unbelievable story. When the story ended, it was already dark outside. Inside the room, the tallow candle brought in by the innkeeper in the middle of the story gave off an unpleasant smell as it was lit up. Myrtle suddenly became interested about the game with small wooden statues on top of a wooden board on the bed. Looking closely, it seemed like the pieces were moved on top of the wooden board in a certain manner. It resembled a military board game which the N.O. Billy enjoyed. "Is that the thing you were talking about?" she asked. "Yes, they called it chess. It is very profound." He nodded solemnly as he placed the item onto the desk. When he was asked how he was able to get this, Romano said that it was a farewell gift from the beastman who he became friends with. While listening to the explanation of chess, although it was much simpler than the military board game, Myrtle thought it was quite elaborate. When she said that she wanted to give it a try, Romano took out a new wooden board and a small box from the bag. "If that is the case, I have other good things," he stated proudly. "This is?" Myrtle tilted her head to the side in confusion. "This is called reversi. These black and white pieces are called discs. You played it in turns, and change the color of your opponent's discs by sandwiching them. It is a game where you compete on the amount of discs you have at the end. Because it is simple, I thought that this would be better to play if you're a beginner." TLC, the formal term is discs not stone in English although the kanji uses stone. Myrtle thought that it seemed easy. "Let's do it then." She nodded in agreement. First, they arrange the 4 pieces, and then, they take turns placing their discs. It is only a game, but because there is a victor and loser, Myrtle challenged the board game seriously. "No one likes to lose after all. It's good to take more discs. It's just that easy of a game. The purpose of the game is to not overlook the places where you can take a lot of discs." Myrtle was making light of it, thinking that it was a childish game. That confidence was reflected on Myrtle's black discs that were overwhelming the board. "What? You're so weak." Myrtle smiled arrogantly. She doubted if his eyes were even open as Romano had overlooked a lot of places where he could turn the discs many times since a while ago. "No, it starts from now." Romano simply smiled back calmly. And again, the sound of discs being placed echoed. What happened afterwards was that from the middle till the end of the game, all of Myrtle's black discs were being turned upside down. Impossible," she gasped. The game was over, and the results were 6-58. They didn't even need to count to find out that Myrtle had lost. "Well, it's usually like this the first time round." Romano spoke smugly. The grin on his face made Myrtle want to beat up him, but she suppressed it with all her strength. Instead, a vein throbbed violently on her forehead. "One more time." Myrtle recklessly challenged Romano again. "The corner. The starting point is the corner. If I can just take the corner." After one game, as expected, Myrtle was able to see the importance of the corner. However, it was impossible to win against Romano, who had been playing only board games all day for a long time, so she suffered a complete defeat again. Once more. She still wanted to challenge him again, but the third game was decided before the discs were able to fill the board. Of course, the winner was Romano. Fed up, Myrtle surrendered, placed her discs down, and asked, "Do you have any intentions of returning to the Red Dragon Knight Order?" It was an unexpected question. Then, Romano made a face as if trying to endure regrets. He wanted to return, or so Myrtle felt. But, Romano shook his head. "Why? I heard that your swordsmanship is quite good, no?" she demanded. "You want to attack that town, right?" "I cannot do such a thing," he stated firmly. There was no need to ask. He lived with the beastmen every day, and even got a gift. He became attached to them. "Is that so?" she asked impudently before leaving the room. This is Myrtle's diary. Spring. The settlement to the south for the people of Lower Strata began. Although it needs a considerable amount for the initial investment, there was considerable profit from the trade with spices, so there was no need to worry about money. Romano's current condition. The legitimate heir's position had already fallen to the second son, and Romano's status was withdrawn. He was made to write a pledge under the priest to not fight, and swear that to God he was not allowed to return to his territory, and if he decided to live in the imperial city, all his monthly living expenses would be taken care of. It is a miserable story, but if you lose, you only have yourself to blame. Summer. It is about time for the settlers to begin cultivating the land. Next year, at this time, we will invade the Beastmen town. It is a hot season, but it will be even hotter in southern region. The true enemy might not be the Beastmen, a castle wall, or an unknown magic, but rather, this heat. By the way, Reversi was being sold in the castle town. It was supervised by Romato. With its simple and clear rules, quick playing time, and cheap prices, the game was selling like hotcakes. For those who couldn't buy the board, they were playing it by drawing 64 squares on the ground. Reversi became a wildly popular game in Sandoria. Furthermore, Romato's name became famous, and everyone knows him. He was still undefeated in Reversi for now. Autumn. It seems like the settlers of the village have already begun sowing seeds. I saw Romato in the royal castle. He seems to be nervous and tense when I called out him, so I listened to his story. It seems like he was being called by my father to be his Reversi instructor. It seems like Reversi isn't only popular in the city, but also in the castles and barracks. When Romato returned from the castle, I got annoyed by his triumphant look. Winter. Regarding the settlement, it is going well without any abnormalities, in particular in terms of the regular communication. But they have cut most of the trees near the river. It seems like from next year, they will need to transport firewood from our country. By the way, chess began to be sold in the imperial city. It seems like that Romato is the one who supervised to sold it, but all the people came back to Reversi immediately. However, it seems to be popular with some people. Spring. A war has begun in the far north. The church issued a new declaration and said that if it is a war for a great cause, we will not excommunicate them. Then, at the same time as that declaration, the Kingdom of Castile invaded the Igor Empire. The land that was invaded was the area where a territorial dispute had taken place since the olden days, and also, the place where the civil war occurred between the eldest child and second child due to the machinations of the kingdom 1 year ago. With the Kingdom of Castile striking with its main force, the Igor Empire wasn't able to do much to prevent it with only part of its force, so the territory was S.N.A.T.C. in no time. Their preparation is too well done. It was clear that the Kingdom of Castile and the Church had a prior agreement. Of course, the Igor Empire also moved to recapture the territory by gathering its soldiers. But, it was already too late as the Kingdom of Castile had already strengthened the defense ahead of time, and the situation doesn't look too good for Igor Empire. Eventually, the Church mediated peace between two countries, and it became a truce. Also, other countries were getting busy, and the diplomats, including BRA units, were running around to allied countries. The current state of the continent was like being stuffed into an overly small box. It seemed like it will burst out of the box any moment. When the lid comes off, the continent will be wrapped up in a major war. Although it's a calamity, it's also a good opportunity for a country to make a big leap. I wish to be able to carve my name in history just like the founding king of the Kingdom of Sandra. TL. Impossible. You are fighting the mech here. Well, there might be a spot for a harem member of Great King? Probably. By the way, a Reversi competition was held in the imperial city of Sandoria, and it was said that Romato won the championship easily. Our new rookie knight seemed to have joined, and was able to overwhelm Romato at first, but he was eventually overturned in the middle of the game, and lost. And then, summer arrived. At the end of May, the color of wheat started to change, and their harvesting began. Then, at the end of June, that day finally arrived. I hereby decree the beginning of the invasion of the South. Leader of Yellow Dragon Knight Order, Barbarodam.R.S.N, is appointed Great General. Leader of Red Dragon Knight Order, Myril Saint Sandora, is appointed Vice General. Both of you will lead your respective knight orders and join the infantry unit to the southern regions and take over the Beastmen's town. The king declared. Yes, the giant Barbarodam and the Night Princess Myrle received the order of the king in the throne room. The bells of war tolled. Still, it seemed unnecessary for two Night Orders to take part in a castle siege. But this is a preparation for the allied soldiers rather than for the enemies. Even if it was easy to attack the Beastmen's town, when the fierce battle starts, the order of the army will be disturbed. Due to the fear of death, the soldiers might rebel or desert the army. Therefore, to maintain military order, it was necessary to have a stronger ally watch over them. Myrle Dano, Count Sarabona has sent 2,000 soldiers from her territory. They will join us at the southernmost village. Barbarodam informed. Understood. The princess nodded curtly. The Yellow Knight Order led by Barbarodam were heavy cavalry troops, as their rear troops, which consisted of engineering troops and transportation corps, will slow them down. They will be using the Lucille River in the south, which flows toward the river north of the Beastman's town, and arrive ahead of time. On their way there, they will be joined by Count Umbrishna's infantries from the Southern Edge territory. Taking advantage of the mobility of the Red Dragon Knight Order led by Myrle, which consisted of light cavalry troops, they will move towards another corner of the Southern Territory ruled Count Sarabona, and pick up another 2,000 soldiers here. The soldiers consisted of 4,000 infantrymen from Southern area, 1,000 cavalrymen, and a 300-strong supply troop. The Southern invasion consisted of 5,300 soldiers in total. Red Dragon Knights, move out. Myrle ordered sternly. 500 vanguards of the Red Dragon Knight Order that lined up in front of the castle saluted in response and obeyed her orders. The Red Dragon Knights received cheers from the people as they departed from the imperial city of Sandoria. They were approximately 300 kilometers away from the southwestern land. They didn't need any transportation troops. It was the best route for the Red Dragon Knight Order, which has light equipment. It was a distance which they could cover in 5 days. Before long, the Red Dragon Knights joined up with the infantrymen from Sarabona. They allowed the local soldiers who knew about the geographical landmarks to lead the way, and went southeast until they reached Lucille River. Because there were a lot of hills in the area, they advanced in a vertical formation. The plains spread out as they left the South Territory. Because they could arrange the soldiers into a horizontal formation now, the differences between the front line and rear became much smaller. Although they could march faster now, but because they have joined up with an infantry troop, their speed didn't increase much. Alright, let's take a break here. Feed the horses as well. Myrle commanded. They took breaks approximately once every hour. As they crossed the southern area, there were only plains without any villages, so there was plenty of feed for the horses. But horses are light eaters. They will not get enough nutrition from GRAS.S if only fed a few times a day. That is why they took breaks in intervals to let them feed properly. TL. The first time I heard that ancient people talking about nutrition for horse. While the horses drank from the river, the knights finished their miscellaneous tasks. Myrle was human too, so something that needs to taken care of needs to be taken care of. But there was only one woman among the men. Thus, even Myrle, who was a strong-minded woman, felt embarrassed because of it. TL. Remind me of Mulan. Myrle hid under the cover of some shadows. Even the plains were not totally flat, and there were still small hills to hide behind. Myrle, without showing any hesitation, lowered her pants and squatted down. TL. Author, really? Did you need to go this much details? At this moment, Myrle was thinking that it's troublesome to be a woman. She didn't want to become a man or anything like that. It's just that it took 2 times more effort to take care of women's various needs. Then, she heard the sound of footsteps. Alarmed by the sound, Myrle turned sideways, and saw one knight standing there foolishly. "Ah, I'm sorry." He apologized quickly and turned around. Although he turned around quickly, she could see that the knight had a grin on his face as he returned in the direction he came from. She could tell just by looking at his face. That knight came to this place on purpose. Myrle thought about it again. For a woman to become a leader of a knight order, there will be people who don't like it. Myrle knew about it. But that remark, did he just want to look at a woman doing her business? What a vulgar person. But Mary Eel doesn't feel any shame at all from being peeped at. Unreasonable acts during March. The person who doesn't know time and place was not a person, but a beast. Being looked by a beast, humans will not feel anything. It's only like that. However, she still intended to discipline the beast like the beast he was. Oi, you bastard, she heard a loud voice from other side of cover as she pulled up her pants. Ah, what is it? Isn't it the newcomer who just became a knight? Do you have any complaints against your senior? The man sneered. The fact that I am a newcomer doesn't have any relationship to this. The newcomer stated angrily. Looks like someone saw him peeping. But it won't be good if left as it is. The dispute between knights could lead to infighting during the war. Stop! Myrle called out from the shadows. But, this guy. The newcomer tried to object. It's just an accident. I don't mind at all. She stated calmly. At Myrle's words, that vulgar knight let out a huff with a triumphant face and left. The other knight was still glaring at him. She has seen that face before. She remembered that he had good sword skills, but there was still a long way to go. Myrle tilted her head to the side as she tried to remember his name. Your name is? She muttered. Yes, it is Tsutomu Sano. He replied energetically. Sano, huh, I will remember that name. She nodded at him. Yes, I am honored. He hollered and knelt down immediately. Myrle glanced at him briefly while placing her feet onto the stirrups of her own horse. Sano might only want to curry favor, but at least he had some common sense while doing that. Myrle thought that this was far better than a beast without any reason. The army marched around 20 kilometers a day. They sent fast horses to the villages in the south to let the villagers make meals for them before the army arrived. It was to eliminate any wasted time, and also allowed the soldiers to take more breaks. The villages here is the new villages. While the southern region from before is still considered as Sandra Kingdom area, there was no need to destroy the tents. The soldiers would sleep with the sky as the ceiling, and a camp for the knights would have been built before they even arrived at the village. Then, they finally arrived at the southernmost village. There will be no more villages after this. The town of the Beastmen was about 30 kilometers from here. However, it doesn't seems like Barbarodam has arrived yet. It is already late. Let's take a break here. Let both the men and horses take a good rest. Myrle ordered. Before Barbarodam arrived, it was important for the men and horses to adapt to the climate of this land. It was so hot that they couldn't get accustomed to it quickly. The blazing sunlight was sucking away moisture without any mercy. Not only the body, even the earth has lost its water. And gra.s.s.gruspa.r.s.ili. Without a river, Myrle thought that this was not place where anyone could live. After taking care of the horses, there was nothing much to do, so Myrle went to look at the siege weapons they had transported with them. It was a stone-throwing catapult, an indispensable item for a siege. The unknown magic was able to attack from a position 300 meters away while the range of the catapult was 400 meters. With its thick frame, it can also be used as barrier to protect themselves. In addition, with the Ma.S.Civ triangular roof attached at top, even with the unknown magic would have difficulty piercing it. HMPH, we will force them out of the town with this. Myrle pictured the near future and laughed alone. 5 days after the Red Dragon Knights arrived at the southernmost village, the Yellow Dragon Knights finally arrived. The reason for their delay was because the infantry troops did not gather on time. After another day's rest, the entire army marched. The Yellow Dragon Knights acted as vanguards, the infantry lined up behind them, and the Red Dragon Knights and the supply troops were positioned in the rear. While Myrle sat on top of her horse, she told herself that the war will start from now on. It's Myrle's first war. It's not like she doesn't have enthusiasm. Her whole body was hot with excitement, as if she was being boiled in a pot. It was a heat that Serpa.S. the hot temperature of the environment, so she suddenly stopped sweating. Her body temperature was normal, but the insides of her body was incredibly hot. I think it is more or less about psychology thing. Before the sun set, They found the watchtower located about 4 kilometers north of the Beastmen's town. There were no shadows of any beastmen there. This meant that the Beastmen town was aware of the Kingdom of Sandra's intentions. Under Barbarodam's instructions, the soldiers built a camp under the watchtower. The camp will become their house while they remained in this land. While building the camp, there was no reaction from the Beastmen town. In the evening, a war council was held. The sound of work could still be heard from outside. The people gathered at the commander camp were Barbarodam and the vice leader of the Yellow Dragon Knights, Myrland the vice leader, Thomas, of the Red Dragon Knights, and another 4 people who were the leaders of the infantry troops from the southern territories. These 8 people had gathered today to plan for the course of the war. First, Barbarodam spoke up to start the war council. However, at that moment, it became noisy outside. What happened? Myrl demanded. Myrl-sama, I have something to report. Outside of the curtain, someone cried out her name. Myrl thought that it was a familiar voice. There was no doubt that it was someone from the Red Dragon Knights. Now then, who was it? Myrl stood up, ignoring the complaints about rudeness pouring out from the other leaders, and went outside the curtain. Vice Leader Thomas was right behind Myrl. If I am not wrong, you're Sano, right? She asked. Behind the curtain was Sano. It was the newcomer she remembered during the march. There is something I'd like to tell you. Sano knelt and said, This is too sudden. Where do you think this place is? Rather, what about the camp construction, UBASTARD? Thomas was angered and raged at him. A low-ranked knight appeared without permission at the military council where only senior knight could enter. Sano was bringing disgrace to their group. Well, it's fine, Vice Leader. Myrl stated. Was Sano's true nature an honest or a cunning one? She was a little bit interested. Anyway, since he came all the way here to talk to the point of disturbing war council, it might actually be something important. Say it. She ordered. Just one thing. Would you please recommend me to ask them to surrender? He begged. What is this? It's neither poison nor medicine, neither harmful nor helpful. Myrl was disappointed. I don't really mind who goes there. The scale of this place didn't change much from the first time we attacked it. Thus, like before, they will likely show resistance. She sighed. Then, Sano made an elated face. It seemed like he had some hidden card. It was such face. To tell you the truth, I was from the same village as the master of that town, but it can't be said we were acquaintances. He stated. This time, Myrl was impressed. That means you know something about this unknown magic? That deep voice came from behind Myrl. Myrl took a glimpse at her back and saw Barbarodam standing behind her, unnoticed. I don't know about the details, but it's some kind of device. Sano explained. Myrl's eyebrows rose upon hearing his words. After all, she was concerned about the unknown magic. But, Sano said that he knew of the device. If that's truly the case, then this was priceless information. You may enter. Barbarodam gave his permission. Barbarodam and his vice leader sat in the middle, while various generals sat equally on his right and left side. Sano knelt down alone while receiving their strong stares. Say it. Barbarodam stated while looking at Sano with sharp eyes that won't forgive any lies. The technique firing that throwing stone isn't magic, it is due to weapons called guns. After saying that, Sano started drawing a picture in the ground with his finger. All of the generals were looking at it. As Myrl looked at the drawn picture, she thought that it was like a hammer. But, she was wrong. The part where Myrl though was a hammer's handle was actually a cylinder according to Sano. After stuffing a lump of iron inside the long cylinder, the explosion caused by gunpowder will launch it out. Sano further elaborated. Explosion? Myrl tilted her head when she heard the word explosion. There was no gunpowder in this world. Therefore, they would not understand the scientific phenomenon of an explosion. However, a sudden burst of magic power from inside is similar to an explosion, so the word itself existed. At that point, the bullet will be blown out by the fierce winds from the explosion. It is enough if you think of like that. He simplified the explanation. While listening to Sano's explanation, Myrle groaned softly. She doesn't really understand what he was saying. It was just that Myrle is trying to wrap her mind around the possibility of an iron firing another piece of iron. It has the same principle as a blowpipe. You concentrate power on one side of the pipe, and the Ma.S.S of iron will shoot out because the power, right? It certainly makes sense. Do you know the range that it can cover? Barbarodam remarked. But Sano shook his head as he did not know the distance it could cover. Can this weapon be prepared as much as one likes? Barbarodam pressed on. No, I think the number is limited because it is very difficult to make. No one is able to make one except if he is a specialized engineer. Moreover, there is another thing. Our country is not on this continent. It is impossible to bring it from that place since it is on the other side of the sea. Sano stated. What, did you say you crossed the ocean? Barbarodam demanded. Yes, while crossing the sea, we were shipwrecked, and drifted to this continent. Sano answered. Why were you silent about this till now? The general questioned. I have never had a chance to talk about it, and another reason is that my hometown is in the west. The J.A. Ismail replied. West, huh? Barbarodam muttered. Sano escaped from Barbarodam's interrogation by saying that he came from the West Sea. Everyone was convinced about why Sano didn't talk about it now. On the church's map, there was nothing in the west. It was supposed to be the end of the world. What would happen if someone said something about it? It was a story where someone could be put into an inquisition because of it. I don't care about your hometown. Why did you recommend yourself as the one to advise them to surrender? Do you think that that person will surrender because you asked them to? Myrle frowned. I think it is impossible, but I will definitely be able to get something out of them at least. Sano stared at them confidently. Barbarodam remained silent for a short while after hearing Sano's reply before opening his mouth. All right, do it. He coolly gave the order. 36. Sano and N.O. Bide. The first step is a success. Sano grinned as he left the commander's camp. He was able to successfully curry favor with Myrle, and made her trust him, even if it incurred displeasure from some senior knights. It doesn't matter. After all, they were opponents which he would quickly surpass. But more importantly, it's time to gain achievements. Sano renewed his determination. The next morning, Sano, who had received the command from Barbarodam, rode a horse and rushed towards the beastmen's town. As he neared the town, he could see the beastmen drawing their bows from their positions on the stone wall. Beside them, he could see something covered with cloth curtains that were placed equally apart on the stone walls. Sano was a little bit interested, but since he had other things to do now, he pushed it out of his mind. I am only a messenger. Please don't attack. Sano waved his hand vigorously and shouted as loudly as he could. It would be stupid if he died here, so it could be said to be a reasonable reaction. However, contrary to his behavior, Sano didn't worry too much about being attacked. The reason is the behavior of the Beastmen's town. Sano had heard some stories about the Beastmen's town. It could be said that everything he heard was how rational and humane they were. On the contrary, it was the humans who were all about invading other territories. Sano came from a world where ethics and morality were strongly emphasized, so there was no way he could not recognize which side was evil. But, even when he noticed it, he didn't intend to do anything at all. A strong man will have high self-confidence. In this world where it's the survival of the fittest, it's convenient for Sano's sense of values to change. Yes, in this world preaching about the survival of the fittest, Sano conveniently believed that he's strong enough to come out on top. What about the army behind you? Someone shouted from the top of stone walls. Those words came from someone who could be said to be different from the rest of the beastmen. What is that? The man was wearing a helmet, orange goggles, and covered his mouth with black cloth. He wore sand-colored clothes, thick black body armor, and was holding a rifle in his hand. That man was dressed like a soldier that was often seen on TV. It's him. But he tilted his head to the side in bewilderment at the same time. If the card he received from God was a gun, then what about the rest of the equipment he was wearing? Sano thought for a little bit, and an answer came to his mind right away. I guess the card is probably a Military equipment set. My name is Sano, Tsutomu Sano. I have heard about your name. You are also J.A. Painees, right? Sano turned around and shouted to the man who dressed like a soldier. There was no reply. Sano thought that the man was merely silent from surprise. If that man was really shaken from his presence, then things would turn out well for Sano, since the opponent's cognition abilities will decline, and Sano, who was calmer, would be able to take the lead in the talk. As fellow countrymen, I requested to be a messenger because I couldn't stand this. I don't care about the views of this world. I want to talk to my fellow countryman who has the same values as I. While Sano cried out, he was trying his best not to laugh out loud. Then, the reply finally came. All right, but first, get down from your horse and put down your weapons. Hearing that, Sano clicked his tongue silently. But there was no choice other than to obey the instructions given. With this, one of his potential cards that could be used to hold the opponent hostage disappeared. Even though we are from same country, it is still not easy to trust each other, huh? It seems like he is not like that good-for-nothing Suzanos. But I think that this should still go well, he grumbled internally. Sano dismounted from his horse and threw his sword onto the ground. Wait a moment. With that, the man disappeared from the top of stone walls, and the sound of gongs rang out from the town. Sano was about to grab his sword again, but there was no movement from the beastman. What? Does that sound have any meaning at all? Is it a signal for something? If it is, then what does it mean? Sano thought while observing the surroundings. Anyway, that sound was so loud that the surrounding noise seemed to disappear. It could probably drown out the sound of a car's engine with no problems at all. Eventually, the gate opened. What appeared was a man who rode a big camel. Sano never thought that a camel would appear. He was so startled that he took a step back, but he managed to steady himself shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, a beastman appeared at the side of the camel, and picked up Sano's sword that was on the ground. So, what do you want to talk about? The man asked indifferently. It would be bad to be agitated. Are you Fujiwara-san? He asked after taking a calming breath. The man nodded as if saying yes. I will introduce myself again. I am Sano, Tsutomu Sano. When I first came to this world, I was still a high school student. But, I am already over 20 years old now. Sano explained with a friendly smile. Ah, by the way, my card is pretty good shield. It's a 1-star card. But I didn't bring it with me because it's an obstruction when I ride a horse. In the self-introduction, he mixed in the contents of his card casually. Of course, the contents were a lie. The reason why he gave information about his card was to set the scene. That way, even if the other party does not want to talk about his card, Sano would be able to ask about without feeling out of place. I am called Fujiwara N.O.Bide. I was a non-hire employee before I came to this world. It was a brief self-introduction. This man, N.O.Bide, did not talk about his card at all. In addition, the sudden usage of honorifics. For a moment, he thought that this man the timid type like Suzanos, but it seems like he's different. Because N.O.Bide spoke smoothly, very much unlike a timid person. Should I also use honorifics? Sano asked. I do not mind if you speak normally, it's just a habit of mine. N.O.Bide replied curtly. I see. Then, I shall just speak normally. Well, I am certainly a messenger from the army. I think that you will be able to guess the contents of the message easily. It is an advice to surrender, more or less. However, that does not matter. My real purpose was to talk to you. Sano smiled disarmingly. I heard of your name from my superior by chance, so I knew that the lord of this town was in the same situation as me. Thus, I felt that becoming a messenger was a surefire way of getting in contact with you. If you are a messenger, then will our friends not be worried if you do not go back soon? N.O.Bide inquired. If I do not return within 2 hours, they will automatically commence the attack. Sano stated noncommittally. This was also a lie. Whether Sano returned or not, the army will attack 3 days later. Until then, They will build a camp while restoring their energy. This was the army's plan. To have 5,000 soldiers stationed right in front of the town has its own benefits. With the army being there, those in the town will be intimidated, so he doesn't have to worry about his safety. However, the beastmen may try to attack the camp if they become anxious. If so, it will be what the army hoped for. An open field battle was what they wanted. Fine. But, since you are an enemy soldier, would you mind if we inspect your body? I'd asked. I don't mind. Sano nodded. Two beastmen approached Sano, and a body check was done. But, there was nothing wrong. Sano didn't even have a knife on him. Such a distrustful person. Sano sneered in his mind. The fact that repeating something like this would lead to trust was something he learned automatically while flattering those knights when he was still an apprentice knight. When I'd invited him inside the town, Sano followed him quickly. The contents inside of the stone walls was like a different world. Are you serious? Sano sighed unconsciously. It was an old J.A.Panese townscape. What the hell is with this town? He demanded. I made it with the beastmen. I was doing the work related to architecture. I'd shrugged. Because he heard that he was a temporary employee, he made fun of him in his mind. He thought he was just a dropout who couldn't become a regular employee, and that he was just a lucky bastard who pulled out a good card called gun. But, this wasn't ordinary. He can't make light of this temporary worker. It was unusual for Sano to revise his evaluation of his opponent. They entered the nearest house. It was a tatami room which he had not seen for a long time. After sitting down, a cup of water was served immediately. Sano drank all the contents in one go. I'd sat the opposite of Sano. He removed his helmet, goggles and the cover over his mouth. He doesn't recognize that face even after it became bare. It had already been 5 years. At that time, even if he saw him at that white room, he can't remember him at all. More than that, Sano was more concerned about the handgun on his waist than his ident. If I am able to take that and take Fujiwara as hostage. No, surely there is a safety device on that gun. While being confused, I will be killed by the beastman outside the room. While thinking such a thing, Sano placed his cup onto the table. Have you ever met other people from the same country? The one who started the conversation first was Sano. No, I haven't. What about you? I'd answered simply. There was a guy who was transferred to this world together with me. We were able to help each other and stay alive somehow, but it was hard work. The other guy is called Susanoo, and he got sick. That is why I am risking my life this way to earn money to buy medicine for him. Sano rumbled. It was a lie to pull a sympathy. Sano understood that it was useless to push with power. If you'd like, would the both of you come and live here? I'd invited. No, that fellow can't come here right now. He doesn't have the strength to. I will be able to support him somehow. Sano grasped his fist tightly while trying to hold back his tears. Is that so? I'd followed up. Well, because there is Susanoo, I feel like I can do my best somehow. Sano showed a forced smile. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. Then, as if he wanted to lighten up the atmosphere, Sano said the next words brightly. I was interested since a while ago. That's a gun, right? Yes. The man nodded. Did you get it from your card? Sano asked eagerly. Well. I'd hesitated visibly. Do you have any problems with the bullets? Sano continued his questioning. He remained silent. When there was no answer, Sano smirked in his heart. As expected, the bullets are limited. He should not have many bullets left. With this, there was no need to fear if he could return safely or not. But Sano thought that it wouldn't become a problem either. A lie about someone from the same country suffering from an illness. It's working quite well. Susanoo, you finally became useful to me. Sano remembered the appearance of Susanoo, who was still in a distant village. Sorry for telling you some strange things. Everyone has their own viewpoints on certain things. Well then, are you not going to surrender? If it's now, it might still be possible to get good remuneration. Sano urged. I'm sorry. N.O.Ba'id apologized. I see. Sano sighed regretfully. Then, silence followed. The silence was good for Sano. It was the evidence that he dominated the situation. Sano thought that everything was within his expectations. From there, they talked about trifling things. Sano also asked about Pepper, and so on, but N.O.Ba'id changed the subject skillfully. Well then, I need to return soon. If I stay too long, I will become attached, and it will be hard in the future. Sano excused himself. They stood up and left the house together. In front of the gate, a beastman returned him the sword and his horse. The distance between him and N.O.Ba'id, who is seeing him off, was about 3 meters. Furthermore, the beastman was waiting next to N.O.Ba'id. When Sano approached N.O.Ba'id by just a single step, the short spear wielded by the beastman twitched. It seems like it would be impossible to take N.O.Ba'id hostage from this position, or so Sano judged, especially since the opponent also has a gun. It was nice to meet you today. Let's each do our best in this world. After saying that, Sano mounted his horse and dashed back to the camp. There were some gains from this trip. Sano saw that there were only 2 guns, and both of them were on N.O.Ba'id only. The others didn't possess any. It was also obvious from N.O.Ba'id's reaction that there were not enough bullets for 2 guns. I wasn't able to take Fujiwara hostage, but this amount of information is enough for now. With the fear of the strange magic dissipating, they would be able to broaden their tactics. It was certainly a meritorious deed. Furthermore, if there was another chance, he would advise N.O.Ba'id to surrender after a prolonged war. Fujiwara, in order to increase my chances for promotion, please work hard so you don't lose too soon. While cutting through hot, dry air atop his horse, Sano muttered out what in his mind. TLC note, Carnation Usano, just wait for a few chapter. I will focus on the mech again next. The sun began rising from the eastern horizon, the Psyduck in a brilliant red flame gradually turning pale as it illuminated the world. At a certain southern land, while basking in the early sunlight, an enormous number of humans started to crawl. There the kingdom of Sandra's army that was starting to attack the Beastman's town. Advance. Under the orders of the commander-in-chief, Barbarodem, the huge army started to move. 12 catapults on the front line that were lined up side by side were pulled by large, western horses that were neighing in exertion while advancing. Behind them were carts loaded with stones and oil jars for catapults. Following after that were the infantries and the knights forming a line. Their strategy this time was very simple. First of all, they will concentrate their attacks on the northern side of the town with catapults. If the beastmen can't endure it anymore, and come out from the gate, they will send the infantry forward to strike the enemy while the Red Dragon Knight Order will perform a pincer attack from the side, and crush the beastmen. If the beastmen don't come out, they will continue to shoot the stones and the oil jars. After the enemy's fighting spirits have been chipped down, they will then let out the soldiers with battering rams to deal the final blow. Then, depending on the enemy's level of resistance, they will then decide if the war will be short-term or long-term by performing a siege. This was the strategy decided by the military council the previous day. The Yellow Dragon Knights were located at the rear left wing, while the Red Dragon Knights were located at the rear right wing. Amongst them, Myrle was positioned right at the front of the Red Dragon Knights. When the beastmen come out from the town, she will rush from this place and act as a vanguard. The army had come to the point where the distance from the target was around 2.5 kilometers. The battle was nigh. Myrle thought that the enemy would come out suddenly. It was said that the beastmen were riding some kind of animal, so it's not impossible. If the lord of the town led a cavalry and attacked with lightning speed, they could still cancel the catapult attack, and turn it around. But, the question was this: can the beastmen recognize the objects called siege weapons in the first place? If they don't know of things called siege weapons, and got stunned, they will not notice the situation that will happen next. That was highly likely possible. But, the lord of the town, who was possibly a human, might know of the horror of the siege weapons. Thus, it would make him panic and organize a cavalry attack in a hurry. The lord of the town came from the same country as Sano. Myrle had never met, or even seen him, but strangely enough, his panicked face seemed to float clearly in her mind. TL, what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. The catapult group that was in front had already crossed the 2 kilometers point. Her body became hot. Every step her horse took was like firewood added to further heat up her body. Then, Myrle was seized by a feeling that made her want to run away. When someone goes onto the battlefield, they should already have the intention to kill. She wondered how she should feel about it. She wanted to know, especially because this was her first battle. Then, her eyes noticed the ladders that were being carried by infantrymen. But, Myrle thought that the ladders were useless. She touched the handle of her sword and grasped it tightly to suppress her excitement. She must lead the cavalry that she led here with strength. She must let out this heat. We are almost there. Be cautious. Myrle shouted at the knights. After she shouted, even though it was only a bit, the heat was reduced. When other people looked at the knight's expression now, they could see that everyone had calmed down. The true nature of that unknown magic had already been revealed, that it was actually a personal weapon. In addition, there were restrictions on the number of times it could be used, so it would not be possible to use it against an army. On the other hand, the rain of arrows that poured down would be more terrifying. This was what everyone thought. But, with the infantry acting as a shield, there was nothing to be afraid of. The enemy's tactic will likely be similar like last time. They probably will only shoot the commander. Everyone was calm as they thought about how weak the enemy was. The army had crossed the 1.5 kilometers mark. Myrle suddenly turned her face to the sky. A clear blue sky was spread out above them. She had noticed that since they arrived here, there was only a few clouds in the sky, much unlike the kingdom of Sandra. Because of that, the sky felt much larger than usual. Compared to the sky, how small was this land? Her body began to boil again. Although she would never reach the sky, she would like to do what she wanted on land. That was the human's dream. The battle today was only the prelude. Signs of war had already been seen on this continent. How far can she herself go? Wielding this sword, she will engrave her fame deep into this continent. Myrle heaved a sigh while overflowing with ambition. Then, at that time, from the front, a large boom sound resounded, and it occurred several times too. What? Myrle thought as she turned to observe the front of the army. As she looked at the front, the sound of something flying could be heard. Then, the sound of something breaking echoed suddenly while a big cloud of dust whirled about unceasingly. What happened? While suppressing her agitated horse, Myrle shouted. However, no one responded her. It was clearly an abnormal situation. Soon, the cloud of dust faded quickly, and the answer naturally came. Myrle's voice was stuck in her throat. There were no signs of catapults at the place where the catapults should be. What was that just now? The catapults were smashed. The Red Dragon Knights started stirring up. Don't be confused. Myrle opened her mouth, but the words she wanted to say did not come out. Myrle herself was also in dismay. What on earth happened? Most of the catapults were destroyed. Behind the catapults where the oil pots were placed, a large fire had erupted, encouraged by the oil that had splattered out. The screams of people being roasted by the flames could be heard. She didn't understand. She didn't see anything. But, there was one thing that she understood. They had just been attacked by the enemy. The army naturally stopped. But, there were still some catapults that were undamaged. What should she do? Do they protect the remaining catapults? But, from what? How? Vice Leader Thomas. This time, her voice came out properly. Her feminine voice resounded loudly. It jolted the panicked soldiers. Leader Myrle. The one who answered was Vice Leader Thomas, who took a step forward from the center of Red Dragon Knights. Myrle was leading the right half of the Knight Order, while Thomas was entrusted with the left half. Divide the cavalry. Dispatch them to scatter in front of the stone walls to disturb the enemy. We will become decoys. Use speed to not let enemy focus on you. Myrle commanded. Whether they attacked or retreated now, Myrle thought that both were bad options as it was right now. The army hadn't moved yet. The soldiers did not understand what happened. If there was a second attack, then next target would be the humans, which why the running horses would become decoys. It was a childish trick. They know that there was no point in moving the cavalry this soon, but if they can earn that bit of time, Barbarodem might be able to make a decision by then. Also, if they got close, they might be able to understand what kind of attack the enemy just made. Then, the boom sound rang again from above the stone walls. Myrle stiffed her body unconsciously. Numerous loud sounds reached her ears. The source of the closest one came from close by. When Myrle turned to the left, Thomas, who had lost the lower half of his body, was blown away, and fell onto the ground with a thud. R.I.P. Thomas. Ah! Her body froze. Nevertheless, Myrle did not release her reins. She skillfully handled her horse that was about to go wild. It could be said that this was the result of her daily training. Screams erupted from people around her. The horses were rampaging around, and a person was just thrown off. There were people who lost their arms while others lost their legs. Then, coldly and mercilessly, the boom sound resounded from the Beastman's town once more. The point of view of a knight from the Red Dragon Knight Order. What happened? He remembered that there was a heavy sound from the front. Before he realized it, he already fell down. He placed his palm on the ground and tried to stand up by stretching and bending his arms. But it was strange. He couldn't stand up like he usually did. Looking down, he saw that his legs were gone. He could only cry out weakly. Why? The knight thought. This should have been an easy battle. The cavalry should be mowing down the enemies as they come out from the town. It was supposed to be just that. The unknown magic doesn't exist. That should have just been a story. Then why? That's right. This must be a dream. I can't hear any sounds because this is just a dream. It is a dream. This must be a dream. Let's sleep now. We will depart tomorrow. The knight stopped breathing. The sh.d.l.l. that was launched from the Beastman town broke the catapults in the blink of an eye. The battering rams at the back were also crushed. Many of the siege weapons lost their functions with a single bombardment. Then, a sh.d.l.l. rained down on the soldiers next. When the sh.d.l.l. landed, the impact triggered the fuse, causing the sh.d.l.l. to explode. Just by the sound of the explosion, a person's eardrums would be ruptured, and they would also be blown away by the explosion. The iron fragments of the exploded sh.d.l.l. would then be sent to the surrounding area of the impact point due to the shockwave, and the soldiers within that area would be severely injured. Blood and flesh scattered onto the ground. The scream of the soldiers echoed. The attack released from Beastman's town took the soldiers' arms, legs, and lives away. Boom. 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 The heavy sounds could be heard from above the stone walls intermittently. Agonized cries resounded in the battlefield. This place had become HELL within a short period of time. The ear-splitting cries could be heard in many places as the soldiers rolled around on the earth before their cries ended as their death finally arrived. Even so, the army of the Kingdom of Sandra still didn't move. The one who should sounded a retreat gong already fell victim to the sh.d.l.ls. The commanders' voices were also being drowned out by the screams and the sounds of explosions. Many people from the cavalry had already been thrown off by their horses, which became violent and out of control due to the loud sounds and fear. Although it was invisible attack from the sky, a blow from the highly reactive projectile wasn't very large. But, the person in charge could not notice the extent of the damage, and was not able to take action. The humans stood at the spot as if they were receiving God's judgment. Then, one cavalryman stood up and turned his back to the army. That person had a tiger beard, and was riding a huge horse that weighed around 1.3 tons. His name had echoed through the world as he overwhelmingly defeated his enemies with his halberd. It was Barbarodem, the general of the Yellow Dragon Knight Order. When Barbarodem approached the stone walls, Innumerable arrows poured down from atop of stone walls. However, they were repelled like annoying flies by his halberd and his thick armor that looked like several iron plates laminated together. Beastman, Fujiwara, I apologize for not following the etiquette of war. Barbarodem shouted. The apologies began, but his roars couldn't beat the cannon sounds. Originally, war on this continent started only with the declaration of war. After that, the location would be decided, along with the date and time to start the war. This was the basic etiquette. But this time, what the Kingdom of Sandra did was a one-sided invasion. It could be said that this act was equivalent to a surprise attack. But, for the Kingdom of Sandra, this town, although not having any humans living in it, was treated as their own territory. For that reason, the war against the Beastman's town was treated as civil war, and there was no need for a declaration of war. The arrows stopped pouring down, and the sounds of cannon fire disappeared. Barbarodem had a smile when his intentions were successfully conveyed. My name is Barbarodem, the General of the Yellow Dragon Knight Order. Enemy General Fujiwara, I wish to have one-on-one duel with you, he declared. A one-on-one duel was common in this world. It was an act which could also be said to be the flower of the battlefield. It was a knight's duty to respond to a one-on-one duel and accept it. That was why Barbarodem bet on this. The army of the Kingdom of Sandra was already in disarray. Their defeat was inevitable. But, if he was able to capture the enemy general, then there will be peace. That was what Barbarodem thought. And then, bang bang, that sound echoed twice. It was the sound of rifle shots from the top of stone walls. It goes without saying what the objective was. Arg! Blood dribbled out from Barbarodem's mouth. A total of 4 bullets were fired from the rifle, and 3 of them penetrated into Barbarodem. The halberd fell to the ground, clattering loudly. Following that, the horse reins slipped out from Barbarodem's hands. True. Run away. After choking out those words, he fell off from his horse. Barbarodem was a hero of the Kingdom of Sandra. It was hard to forget his huge physique even if people only glanced at it once. His martial art was called Ikitausen. When on the battlefield, Barbarodem was like a flag that emitted an intense light. Ikitausen. That is a chi manga/anime. His existence was known even by infantrymen living in rural areas. Those who stood on the same battlefield as him spoke of his achievements like it was their own. When Barbarodem charged as the vanguard, the soldiers would follow behind him without hesitation. He was like a dazzling light piercing through the darkness. That Barbarodem was now dead. That became the trigger. As if the invisible rope tying him had loosened, one of the infantrymen cried out and tried to push other people out of his way to get out of this place. The other soldiers also started to move as if a dam had broken. Run away, 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 run away. The soldiers switched from confusion to panic, but behind them, a dull sound began to ring again. The iron bullets were fired mercilessly at those who were escaping. The forces of the Kingdom of Sandra collapsed. Everyone escaped from that world of fear. The first ones who returned to the camp were the cavalrymen who didn't lose their horse. They weren't exempted from that fear. They returned with frustrated thoughts while trying to control their rampaging horses. When the cavalrymen entered the camp just now, they fell down from their horses and groveled on the ground at the same time. They couldn't hear the artillery sounds in the camp. Did they stop shooting, or maybe the sound doesn't reach this place? What is that thing? One knight shouted. He was still immersed in complete terror. They witnessed an attack from more than 1 kilometer away. They couldn't resist and escaped with their horses. But the cavalrymen that were a mere 2 kilometers from the town were annihilated. It was like they were trying to block the escape path of those who survived. Flesh were scattered around, and the earth was soaked by the rain of blood. But the knights still swing their whips recklessly and escaped. The terrified knights became nauseated just by recalling it. Comrades that had stayed together till yesterday were dead without being able to resist. They don't even know what happened. There was no one alive at the spot where the thunder-like sound echoed. Their knees trembled, their teeth chattered. There were also some who began to cry. Their expression of fear varied, but everyone uniformly feared the attack which they had never seen or heard before. Barbaro Damdano. Did anyone see Barbaro Damdano? Among the soldiers, someone cried out in a panic. It was Myrle. She was also the same as the others, her face is pale, but she still cried out while looking for Barbaro Dam. Has anyone seen Barbaro Damdano? She screamed at the top of her voice. Myrle didn't know what to do. That was why she wanted to rely on Barbaro Dam, who was a commander-in-chief who had great experience due to his long service in the military. When Myrle found the deputy commander of the Yellow Dragon Knights, she excitedly asked for Barbaro Dam's location. But the answer was completely different from what she expected. Barbaro Damdano. Probably already. He said that if he doesn't return, we should immediately retreat back to our country. The deputy commander broke down. No way. Myrle felt as though all the strength had left her body. Barbaro Dam was dead. Myrle will promoted to commander-in-chief. Oh, Myrle vomited on the spot. But no one here blamed her. It was common to vomit on the battlefield, especially when it was such a gruesome battle. Is this the war? Is this the war that I desired? She slammed her fist onto the ground. Myrle was tortured by a sense of helplessness when hit by a catastrophe, and they were in despair from the things they couldn't resist. All they could do was vent their anger at the G.O.ds. After that, Myrle and the deputy commander of the Yellow Dragon Knights discussed about what they should do from now on. Since the horses were running at full speed since just now, they can't move anymore for now. In addition, the soldiers were scattered in all directions. Eventually, after 2 days of serious discussion, they concluded that they should retreat back to the north. The soldiers in camp worried. How far could that attack reach? Perhaps it might be able to reach this place. The soldiers spent their time trembling in fear whenever night came, but they still didn't know that the enemy attack had only just begun. This is Mekansano's POV. 30 mountain cannons spewed out white smoke noisily when used against thousands of enemy soldiers who came to attack the town. The sh.d.l.ls shot out killed the humans as if they were mere bugs. I was gazing at this scene atop the north gate. 1 year. It had been 1 year since the trade with the Kingdom of Sandra began. I had been preparing for this battle since then. From the goods obtained by trading with the Kingdom of Sandra, the cannons at the north, east and west had increased by 30 at each side, to a total of 90 cannons. Since there was no need to worry about money, the ammunition, long-ranged explosive sh.d.l.l, were prepared such that they could be used until the enemy was annihilated. Furthermore, the beastmen increased their proficiency with the cannons through training. In addition, I improved their martial arts proficiency. We also cooperated with each other through the wired communication installed at each castle gate, resulting in a smooth and efficient defense. With all these preparations, it could be said the town's battle preparation was perfect. Even the rough estimation of the enemy force had already been grasped. Romato, who was once a captive here, proudly boasted how great the Night Orders were, so I was able to estimate the strength and limits of the human army. The battles in this world were not very different from the medieval times of the previous world. Certainly, when compared with the humans from the previous world, there were some humans who somehow exceeded the limits of human beings. Nevertheless, they would not be able to win no matter how many weapons they had. That is why, I think that the results before my eyes were obvious. Then, the enemy retreated at last. They scattered in all directions like skittering spiders. But I won't stop firing the cannons. I kept bombarding the retreating enemies with the sh.d.l.ls. I will strike them down thoroughly here. I will suffer losses if I don't do it. The cannons were still killing the enemies without any change. At such a time, the face of the man from the same country who had appeared 3 days ago suddenly popped up in his mind. His name was Tsutomu Sano. Honestly, I think he was a suspicious person. I was bothered by his behavior and words, as well as when he looked at me. Perhaps that might have just been my imagination. At any rate, we're enemies now. Even if the fact he's someone from the same country as I may bother me in the past, but now, the town is far more important. That's right. Even if we're from the same hometown, He's a total stranger after all. It is hard to compare him with those whom you've lived together with for several years. Well, since we've met once, I'd like for him to survive. I wonder if he's near the area where the cannons were being fired randomly. Stop shooting, I ordered. Since many soldiers already escaped the range of the cannons, I finally stopped the bombardment. I observed the situation with the binoculars first, but all I could see were heaps of corpses lying around. The results of the battle has been decided. The casualties here were 0. Besides, thanks to the enemy who charged head-on, there were no damages to the ranch, the new houses on the west side, as well as the farms on the east side. It would not be wrong to say that it was a complete victory. I ordered the Kingdom of to collect the ammunition, and left some people on the top of Stone Wall. I also ordered the others to gather behind the north gate. It's time to loot the enemy from here on. The weapons and armors that the enemy wore were valuable items. Also, let's treat the enemy soldiers who have been injured. Damn Fujiwara, you are such a s, leaving them alive and suffer and will not let them has easy dead. Shall we go? I opened the gate after instructing the beastmen on what to do. Since I am anxious about being counterattacked, I boarded the Type 96 armored car. In addition, the Wolfman group were split into 2. Type 73 heavy-duty truck. I drove the armored car out while the beastmen advanced slowly in a group with caution. There was the corpse of the enemy general outside the right side of the gate. His name was Barbarodem, right? There was a big horse grieving the death of its master next to him, nuzzling his neck while whining softly. I could feel some pain in my chest. Was this because I had Catherine as well? As we advanced forward, I saw some of them standing up and running away out of sight. Those who stayed there were trying to overcome the cannon. There were only a few people, so I didn't chase them. Eventually, a miserable spectacle unfolded before my eyes. I opened the upper hatch from the driving seat, and peeped out from there. It's a wretched scene that made me want to avert my eyes. The scene was crisply seared into my brain. Hurt. It hurts. I could still hear the groans from the surviving people. But, I will not avert my eyes. I will not close my ears. Because, if I lost this battle, the ones who suffered would the beastmen and I. Humans from the kingdom of Sandra, if you don't want to die, don't resist. We will treat the wounded. If you resist, we will kill without mercy. I shouted with all my might. Of course, when I discussed about this with the beastmen before we set out, everyone had strongly objected. Since the humans had attacked one-sidedly, they appealed for me to just sacre them. It was reasonable, I thought. However, I also had some counter-arguments for the beastmen. 1. Many of the soldiers who came here were drafted. They didn't come here to attack by their own will. They could never go against the orders of their king or lords. They didn't have any right to make their own decisions. That is why it could be said that the militia were victims. 2. If we captured the knights, they might be able to be ransomed. However, not all the knights could be ransomed. For example, Sano was a knight, but he wasn't a N.O.Bl. But, there might still be some N.O.Bls like Romato amongst the survivors. 3. By nursing the wounded humans and saving their lives, it might be possible to create a bridge between the beastmen and humans. In fact, Romato became friends with the beastmen after being held captive here. It might be a superficial relationship, but it was a relationship where they could laugh with each other. 4. When they returned, they might be Hera.S. by the kingdom because of the after effects of battle. I think that when they return after suffering a wound that hindered their lives, such as the loss of limbs, they will become a burden to the country. Unlike in modern society, there was no social welfare system here. Also, there were very few things which disabled people can work on. They will have to depend on someone to live. Both the injured and the people around them will start to have arguments and feel dissatisfaction. Where will all those negative feelings go? Perhaps that would be more cruel than killing someone. After hearing all these considerations, the beastmen reluctantly agreed. Thus, the looting and rescue operations began. After applying simple first aid on the injured people, they were placed onto a cart that was pulled by camels, and brought to the new residential area in the west. Meanwhile, The armors and swords that were stripped from them were stacked in the truck. I think I can leave everything here to the beastmen without worrying. The next thing to deal with would be the enemies who ran away. We've already located the enemy camp. I plan to launch a night attack when they're asleep. Even if they've already moved from the camp, we will still chase and attack. I don't intend to let them off easily. The consequences for invading this land, I will engrave them onto your body and soul. On the battlefield where the thunderous roar and scream echoed, there was a person who was holding their breath. It was Tsutomu Sano of the Red Dragon Knight Order. Sano hid himself under the shadow of a dead horse as he closed his eyes and trembled. An intense explosion sound was heard again nearby. Each time he heard that, it made him twitch and curl up tightly. What was that? He thought. An intense sound echoed, and someone died. He thought that it was magic or something, but he couldn't collect his thoughts together from fear. He only hoped for this to end sooner. Eventually, the sounds stopped and it remained silent for a few minutes. Sano raised his face quietly. Numerous corpses and injured people were lying around. There were several people who were still standing, but they appeared to be barely standing. At first, Sano thought that all the soldiers of the Kingdom of Sandra Kingdom had died, but the number of those who had fallen was too small, so he concluded that they probably escaped. Sano laid on his back. He did not have the energy to move anymore. Only a satisfied feeling of having successfully survived occupied his heart. While watching the sky while lying in that pool of blood, he thought, I am alive. TL. Highlight on your own risk for now. TLC, kick this guy's ass to the sky, Ed. I hope you choke on your own shit. Sano survived. He survived that H.E.L.lish world. He could still hear groans full of suffering around him. He guessed that they had suffered severe wounds to the extent that they couldn't move. However, when Sano moved his hands and feet, he found that he still had a healthy and normal body. Inside his mind, the feeling that this was expected for someone special started to well up. Then, there was a change in the surrounding noise. It's the sound of despair. In curiosity, he raised the upper part of body and saw that the faraway gate of the Beastman town was open. What emerged from there were vehicles. He muttered, What does this mean? Sano was dismayed. 3 vehicles were advancing towards him slowly. Behind them were beastmen with weapons in their hands. I will be killed if I stay here. Sano thought so, and unconsciously pulled out his sword. Of course, that sword was Suzuno's, considerably good sword. But then, he felt a sense of uneasiness for a moment. Sano looked at his sword, and was surprised. When he unsheathed the sword, it was broken at the middle. Why? He wondered. However, upon looking at the sheath on his waist, he understood immediately. A piece of iron fragment was stabbed into the sheath. What the hell is this? He grunted. When the sh.e.l.l exploded, the fragments pierced through the corpses and hit Sano. However, this considerably good sword protected Sano from the fragments. Shit, this piece of junk. He growled. Sano threw away the considerably good sword, removed the sheath from his belt, and ran. On the way, he also took a sword from a corpse, and headed north. He panted furiously. No matter how painful his lungs felt, he did not stop running. Eventually, when his body hit its limit, Sano fell down on the spot. What was that? What was that? He thought while adjusting his breath. What Sano saw was obviously a vehicle. It was a military vehicle to boot. Now, he understood. The enemy's attack was not magic at all. It was a weapon from his previous world, a cannon. Shit, that F.U.C. King Fujiwara. He deceived me. Sano was furious. He was deceived. And upon remembering that N.O.Ba'id had weapons besides guns, his anger became even more violent. However, N.O.Ba'id didn't deceive him in particular. He merely did not say anything. I will never forgive him. Resentment militated inside Sano's heart. But there was no way to clear that resentment now. Anyway, his top priority now was to live. However, even this was quite difficult. Sano understood that he could not return to the Red Dragon Knight Order. The day when he returned from the town as surrender messenger, Sano told the commanders that there were only a few guns, and even those were not worth talking about. The enemy was weak, he said. There were no special weapons beside the guns. How could I have known that there was a cannon? Isn't that cheating? Sano's anger flared up once more. What is his card in the first place? Guns, cannon, and car? Just how many did he get? What he received from God was sword talent, small. Only that. Sano cursed 10.0.Ba'id and God inside his heart about this unfairness. After a while, Sano intended to return back to the north. Regarding food, he waited for when there was no army in the village before stealing it. Regarding the horse, if he walked along the riverside, he should be able to find 1 or 2 horses that strayed away from the herd. Sano slowly walked in the desert. Even though he was not hurt, his body felt heavy. Even so, he would die if he did not walk. So, he kept walking. Before long, it was night time. As he rested his bottom on the ground, he searched the bag on his waist. There was half a day's worth of food in the bag. Sano gnawed at the dried meat he took out. Until he could get more food, he needed to ration it. Hunger further amplified his hatred toward N.O.Ba'id. Fujiwara, I will never forgive you. I will definitely kill you. No, it was not only N.O.Ba'id, the God who sent him to this world and gave him such low-grade card, even the commander who naively attacked head-on and lost. His anger was also aimed at the kingdom, including the king who planned this war. TL, the birth of anti-hero Mick? TLC, nah. Only anti-hero at least. I really really hope he died, though just died without anything more. This guy annoy the HELL out of me. Ed, if this guy becomes anti-hero Mick, I swear I will drop this book. Trash like this should die early on. Blaming someone else for his current misfortune. That was the man called Sano. At such a time, Susanoo's unreliable face appeared in Sano's mind. That is right. I should return to Susanoo's place. He will show favor to Susanoo. It was thanks to himself that Susanoo could be alive in this world after all. Sano thought seriously. It has been a while, so that guy should have calmed down. Suddenly, the sound of something stepping on the ground echoed. With his heart jolting anxiously, Sano held his sword and jumped up. He turned to face the source of the sound. There were countless shining eyes. They were large cats called lynx. TL, the first test to become anti-hero Mech Stardo. It seems like I do not need to worry about meals from now on. Sano grinned and pulled the sword from its sheath. Although it was dark, he could clearly see the appearance of the lynxes clearly. Their unique ears identified them as lynxes. He did not hold the sword vertically, but sideways instead, since there were multiple enemies. Sano's instincts from sword talent told him that it was important to counterattack from the side. 4 lynxes gradually moved closer. However, Sano had plenty of room to maneuver. He had slaughtered hundreds of animals up to this point. Sano had even killed a bear. Thus, Sano thought they were nothing to worry about. I will give you names. You, and you too. All of you are Fujiwara. I will kill you. He laughed maniacally. At that moment, the 4 lynxes attacked at once. Small fries, he yelled. Along with that, he swung the sword horizontally from left to right. It sliced through the paw and then the throat of the first one, and broke the skull of the second one. As for the third one, Sano raised his brows disbelievingly. The sword didn't break through the skull of the second one, and stopped after ripping into its head. With the weight of second lynx at the end of the sword, even with both hands holding it, Sano was still swayed by its weight. At this time, the third lynx mped into him from the side of second lynx and broke his balance. Then, the fourth lynx jumped on Sano fiercely, and bit his left upper arm. Gua AAA. He screamed. Sano, who was bitten by the lynx, bent over, breaking his posture. With the shock from the pain, he let go the sword without thinking. These pieces of shit, get the HELL away from me. While falling down, he desperately tried to peel the lynx off with both of his arms. But, the lynx stuck to Sano closely, and refused to let go even if he bashed it with all his strength. Blood flowed rapidly from Sano's arm. He gradually lost his strength. Then, Sano could see the third lynx is approaching from the edges of his field of vision. "Are you serious?" he mumbled, still in shock. The third lynx ran, aiming at Sano's neck. Sano tried to protect his neck with his free right hand, and ended up handing his forearm straight into his opponent's mouth. Time passed while he was being bitten by the two lynxes. Once a carnivore bites its prey, it will not let go. He knew he would die if he kept bleeding without being able to stop it. That was the cruelty of nature. Even after being bitten by two lynxes, Sano refused to die this easily. However, he still felt death approaching slowly. "This is a lie. I don't want to die in a place like this," he gasped, life fading from him quickly. Although Sano was an amateur swordsman, he was able to kill a boar and bear. He could break through their thick flesh and bones. Normally, even a skilled swordsman found it difficult to kill a wild boar, not to mention a bear. Then, why was Sano able to do it? Everything was because of both the considerably good sword and sword talent. Small skill. Sano's sword style was too dependent on a swift style relying on the quality of the sword. That was Sano's sword style. For that reason, when the sharp, considerably good sword was switched to the blunt normal sword, Sano's swordsmanship was reduced to a third-rate swordplay that was only fast but had no power. "Someone, help me. God." He looked at the stars floating in the sky as he muttered. He prayed to God for one more chance. "God, not today, other God, you just dissed me." Death God came to Papa Fujiwara. "Suzu knows," he gasped. "Anyone's fine, as long as they could help him. I will not think about revenge anymore." Thinking so, he called out N.O.Baide's name desperately. "Please help me this time." Thinking so, he called out Suzuno's name pleadingly. He. But his fading voice did not reach anyone. TL. Does he fail to become anti-heroic? Find out at the end of the novel. Night fell. Behind the north gate, an armored vehicle and two trucks were lined up with their headlight turned on. In front of the vehicles were 32 wolf tribesmen, and 2 drivers inside the trucks, and 30 cat tribesmen, a total of 62 people. "From now on, we will be performing night raids." Due to the wolf tribe's reliability and cat tribe's good night vision, I asked their respective chief to I.P.8 in this night raid. In other words, those lining up were the ones chosen by their chiefs. Standing in front of them, I observed each of their faces. All of them seemed to be sufficiently motivated for this raid. Then, my gaze stopped on one of the selected members. Myra was standing in the wolf tribe's line. Unlike when she ran away from the town, Myra now had an adult-like air to her. She looked serious while she only staring forward. Does she still have strong resentment against humans? I wondered if I should take her off from the roster, but Chief Chiharu would not have chosen her thoughtlessly. I am going to believe that she will not be seized by any personal grudges and disrupt the pace of the raid. Thus, I turned to face everyone and began to speak. "From now on, we will attack the enemy. However, our aim is not to kill the enemy." Everyone listened to my words silently. It is likely because of the self-consciousness of being specially chosen. If it's like usual, it will just become a funny story. I continue talking. "This is a battle to crush the enemy's heart until it shatters. I want to make them think I don't want to fight anymore." Well, to put it simply, it's just Hera.S. Smith continued with even more Hera.S. Smith. "Therefore, it would be stupid to get injured because of such a fight, so let's go with safety first. Now then, get on." The tribesmen got into the 2 trucks by my command. Also, I decided to attach a mountain cannon with some rope behind the truck. First car, all members are on board. Second car, all the member completed on board. In the driver's seat of armored car, the reports came from the transceiver that was handed to each driver. "Then, let's depart," I commanded as I stepped on the accelerator. "Be careful." Chief Chiharu, who came to the side of the gate to see us off, advised. With my armored car acting as the vanguard, we PA.S. through the gate into the wilderness. We were only 4 kilometers from the enemy's camp. To prevent the truck from turning due to the weight of the cannon, We proceeded down the road cautiously. After about 10 minutes we were finally near the enemy camp. Then, the sound of a bell ringing echoed from the camp. It should be a signal to warn the soldiers about night raids. Because our headlights were on, the opponent could easily see us approaching them. Well, there are no problems even if that happens. Each car stopped about 500 meters from the camp. The beastmen got off while the artilleryman prepared the mountain cannon. I moved from the driver's seat to the cupola, gun turret, that was equipped with the 12.7mm heavy machine gun M2. 12.7mm heavy machine gun M2, 600 million yen. List price 6 million yen. I have already learned about how to operate it from the SDF's manual. Along with the large diameter, 12.7mm bullets, it had superior rapid fire and an effective range exceeding 1 kilometer. Honestly speaking, I think most enemies can be defeated if we have this. However, I will use this in this night raid only if the enemy is headed here. Before long, the preparation of the mountain cannon was completed. Prepare to shoot, fire. By my signal, a thunderous sound echoed from the barrel of the mountain cannon. The bombardment wasn't really aimed to any position in particular. It was fine as long as it landed within the enemy's campsite. Nighttime. Inside a tent of the camp, Myrle rested her body on the couch without removing her armor. Her eyes are closed. However, she was not asleep. She was unable to sleep whenever she thought of the enemy. And then, the bell installed at the watchtower rang furiously. No way. Myrle rose up. However, that thought swiftly became reality. It's the enemy. The enemy has arrived. A loud announcement could be heard from outside. Q. Myrle grunted as she took the sword and came out from the tent, obviously distressed by the warning. Escape. We'll be killed if we don't. Let's get out of here quickly. It was chaotic outside. No one wanted to fight, and we're just trying to escape from the camp. There was no way to resist the enemy like this. Myrle's first thought was to retreat immediately. However, there were things that you have to take note of before you retreat. Someone. What will happen to the supplies? Is there anyone who knows about that? For the time being, the management of the supplies was the most important matter. Naturally, it's because people can't live without food. However, no one seemed to hear Myrle's voice. Everyone just escaped to the north as quickly as they could. Oi, you! Myrle caught a knight's arm as he tried to go past her. The knight looked irritated as he glared at Myrle. That attitude was not that of someone looking at his superior at all. But there was no time to condemn him now. I am going to see what happened to food supplies now. Follow me, she ordered. Go. He muttered. What? Myrle stared at him. Let go of me. The knight swung his arm to try to break free from Myrle's grip. The knight no longer cared about the relationship between subordinate and superiors, but he did not manage to break free because Myrle was stronger than ordinary people because she enhanced her actions with magic. That is the job of supply troops. If you are so worried about it, you can go alone. The knight spat, glaring at her. Myrle didn't hold on to the knight's arm any longer. She just watched the back of the escaping knight in a daze. Then, from the south, thunderous booms could be heard. It's that sound. The sound of the invisible attack that was heard during the battle with the Beastman town. Shortly afterwards, an intense sound that rattled the brain echoed from within the camp. This increased the soldiers' confusion even more, and everyone fled from the camp even more desperately. For example, a soldier took Myrle's horse, which was tied before her tent, and escaped. Myrle couldn't blame him, and could only stare blankly into S.P.A. From the south, the booming sound could be heard again, and a loud sound echoed from somewhere inside the camp. The fear from the battle during daytime resurfaced inside Myrle's chest. But then, when she calmed down and listened, Myrle noticed something. There were only two sources of the sound. At the Beastman town, there were dozens of those attack sounds. However, only two could be heard now. Myrle thought that if the army could stand together, perhaps there was still a chance to win. But she shook her head immediately after that. It's too late to say that now. With the army's situation right now, It is already hopeless. It doesn't look like an army anymore. The reason was most likely because she was still inexperienced as a general. If Barbarodem was still alive, what would he do? While thinking about that, Myrle reflected on her own worthlessness. Damn it. Myrle cursed and shook away the unnecessary thoughts. Now was not the time to think about that. She needed to think about food instead now. Food was essential. It was about 25 kilometers to the northern village from here. Even so, in this situation, there was N.O. Body who could transport any food. Therefore, Myrle rushed to the food storehouse. When she arrived at the food storehouse, there was a farmer soldier, militia, loading food into a cart. It seemed that the other side also noticed her as their eyes met. Night-sama. The soldier mumbled and lowered his head, however, his hand did not stop. You did not escape? Myrle said as she approached him. Hee, everyone will become hungry. No, I am still a Supply Corps squad leader even if the other 4 have already escaped. The militia soldier had reddish-brown skin. His hair was messy, and his jaw was lined with unshaven stubble. Even when he smiled, there was nothing about him that could be described as handsome. But, Myrle thought that he was a much better knight than anyone. I will help. She insisted. That is all I can do. Ah, could you get a horse to draw the cart then? He asked. Ah, all right. Myrle followed the man's instructions, and ran to the stables. There was still someone, a soldier who was trying to fulfill his role. Myrle's heart became warm the moment she thought of that. Afterwards, when she arrived at the stables, there are no more horses. She wondered if someone already took them. Myrle looked at the first, second, and third stables in the camp, but they were all empty. Then, at the fourth one, there was only one horse that remained untouched. The horse was extremely agitated, rampaging while trying to break the reins that was tied to a stake. She wondered if no one came closer to it because it was dangerous. Myrle grabbed the horse's reins and shouted while pulling it with her arms. Calm down. They were powerful words. The horse lowered its head for the moment. The horse knew that Myrle was a strong warrior, and became obedient. All right, good boy. Myrle stroked the horse's neck. Myrle pulled the horse, and headed toward the food storehouse. Even though it would be much better to use a big horse to pull the cart, she doesn't have that luxury of nitpicking right now. They marched at a quick pace through the camp. There were no people left anymore. However, she could still hear the sound of the enemy's attack. It seemed that there was no fixed target for the attacks as violent sounds could be heard at various places in the camp. Eventually, Myrle reached the food storehouse. Then, a small sound leaked out from her mouth. She was surprised because the large tent which was used as the food storehouse had collapsed, and the cart of food had also disappeared. No, that was not it. The cart did not disappear. There were definitely broken pieces of the cart scattered everywhere. In other words, the enemy's attack had reached this place while she was gone. And then, AAA. Myrle's lips trembled. A leg could be seen at the entrance of the collapsed tent. Whose leg was that? Myrle rolled up the tent curtain with trembling arms. It was the militia soldier collapsed there, bleeding profusely. Oi, you! She approached him and shook his shoulder roughly, but there was no response. It was natural because there was a big hole in his stomach. She screamed, almost maniacal in her frenzied state. Why? The enemy's attack only sounded twice at a time. There were plenty of other places in this wide camp. Why here of all places? She did not understand, and that feeling that didn't know where to go, began to well up within Myrle's chest. God. God, Myrle cried out toward the sky. She was grieving. What did we do? Why did you give such trials to us? TL. You know what you did. She couldn't stop crying. In this wide camp, the enemy attack that coincidentally happened at the place where the militia was located could only mean that this was God's will. Was the current state of the battle with the Beastmen also the work of God? Myrle vented her feelings towards the sky, but there was no way a reply would come from the sky. Myrle cried for a while before taking a bag which contained with food near her, and hopped onto the horse. She noticed that the sound of the attacks had stopped. Fire arrows poured from the rear, and the camp began to burn. Farewell. She said goodbye to the unknown militia soldier before riding out on the galloping horse. The horse advanced towards the north. On the way, Myrle shouted at those Shepa.s.spy. To the north. Move to the north as far as your legs can carry you. The enemy took the trouble to attack their camp, so it was inevitable that they would pursue those who escaped. When Myrle thought about how many people could survive, her heart felt empty. But unexpectedly, there were no enemy pursuit. The distance to the northern village was about 25 kilometers, about 5 kilometers from camp. When Myrle gathered the soldiers and went along the river, she found that there was no enemy pursuit. But there was almost no food. So they killed a few horses and turned them into food. Everyone was exhausted. They had not slept either. But even so, they moved their legs as if being driven away by something. And then, night turned into day. When the sun came out, the summer sun sapped their strength further. One by one, people fell behind the group. They wondered when the village could be seen again. Myrle thought so as well as she stared at the place far away many times. Eventually, they saw black smoke rising from the place where the village was. No way, no way, no way, no way. A strong sense of unease spread out within her chest. Myrle left the group as she galloped towards the village. Faster, faster. And when she arrived there, what remained was a village that had turned into ashes. The wooden objects were still burning as black smoke rose up here and there. Ah! She cried out weakly. Myrle muttered why in her heart. How many times has she thought that? Myrle made her horse turn back, and returned back to the group. Other people who have caught up remained standing there. If they looked at the current state of the village, their hearts will break. Commander, the village. When she returned back to the group, one of the knights asked Myrle. Myrle didn't answer. She gritted her teeth as she swallowed her words. If she spoke, she felt that only weak words would come out. As a commander, she needed to be resolute. We will take a break here. Myrle conveyed only that. Everyone was able to realize what happened, but they did not say anything. With this break, the horse which Myrle used also became food, and the group started heading north again. It was a slow march, and the previous knight asked Myrle again. Commander, the next village. With a feeling of uneasiness, the knight didn't finish his sentence. Maybe the demonic hands of the beastman had also reached the next village too. That was why he felt uneasy. It should be alright. I am sure that it'll be alright. So, let's persevere a little bit more. Myrle stated blankly. Even though it was false encouragement, no one said anything as they grimly continued their trek north. There was only anxiety in Myrle's heart. I drove the armored car while the two trucks formed a single file behind me. We drove through the wasteland at night, sending up clouds of sand and dust. Eventually, we arrived at the second human village that was used as a supply point by the army of the Kingdom of Sandra in the south. Regarding the village, we'd already heard the whole story from those we caught during the defense battle of the town. In order to attack the town, they sent those peasants to build a number of villages in a single line. By the way, the first village has already been razed. At that time, no harm was done to the villagers. After the villagers were woken up with the car's horn, we explained the defeat of Sandra's army, made them prepare for travel quickly, and let them leave the village. Although it was a one-sided demand, with 3 magnificent large vehicles before them, the villagers also could not help but escape fearfully. Now, the second village was right in front of me. There were a lot of tents lined up, and the whole village was surrounded by wooden fences. First, I pressed the car horn with all of my strength instead of greeting them normally. This is a quiet place, so I don't think there would anyone who won't wake up after this racket. When I opened the upper hatch of the driver's seat and listened carefully, I heard people starting to stir. Then, the next thing I took out was the loudspeaker. The army of the Kingdom of Sandra has been defeated. Come out, chief of this village. My voice echoed in the silent night. After a while, the villagers appeared carrying some weapons and agricultural tools that would not be called weapons anywhere else. The oldest man leading them was probably the chief of the village. Are you the chief of this village? Even if they're close to us, I can't stop using Loudspeaker. It's to intimidate the opponent with the volume of the voice after all. The man nodded timidly. The army of the Kingdom of Sandra has been defeated by us. This is a fact. I will have you leave this village. No way. The village chief yelled, shock clear on his face, while the villagers also became noisy. There are two choices for you right now. Stay in this place and be Ma.S.Sacred, or escape to the north together with all your belongings. The village south of you has already been razed to the ground. Now then, what will you do? I demanded. Of course, I don't intend to kill them. They are only peasants. They received aid from the country, and came to this place as settlers. In other words, they are not at fault at all. Although they are humans of the enemy country, it's still impossible for me to bring myself to kill the remaining people. Even if they can't accept my words, they will be forced to leave anyway when we burn down the village. The villagers and the village chief held a hasty discussion on the spot, and said that they'll leave immediately before going back to prepare. Before long, after confirming that all the villagers had left, the beastmen set fire to various places with torches. Because the air was dry, the village burnt well. The village was wrapped in bright red flames and illuminated the whole vicinity, as if it was daytime. Good job. When the beastmen returned, I gave words of appreciation. It was already just before dawn. In the pitch-black sky, white light started to creep along the sky from the edge of horizon, pushing away the darkness of the night. Now, we will return to the town at once. Shall we take a break here before setting out? After I said that, I took out the bento from the back seat of the armored car, and handed them to the beastmen. Of course, they were not prepared since the beginning. I bought them just a few minutes ago. Hamburger bento, X63, 50,000 yen. List price 500 yen. X63 equals 3,150,000 yen. List price 31,500. These beastmen bothered to P.8 in the night attack, so I guess I could give them this little bit of luxury. Well, even though I called it luxury, it was actually at most a 500 yen convenience store bento. Still, when everyone ate the hamburger cooked with sauce, their eyes widened and they began eating with great relish. After the meal, the vehicles turned their course towards the town. Although the distance to the town was only 80 kilometers or so, we went in the opposite direction of the east of the river, and went west instead because I don't want to be found by enemy soldiers yet. After taking such a long route, we finally returned back to town. After giving the beastmen a break of half a day, we sortied again. Myrle, leading the surviving soldiers, was walking north alongside the river. Their group numbered over 1,000. There was no formation at all. It was just a flock of people without order, like an unorganized mob. And then, there was no more food left. To increase the speed of march even a little bit, both the knights and militiamen took off their armor and walked. But, in addition to the mental and physical fatigue from fighting, marching while starving was not easy. Especially for the knights. They were not used to hunger. Commander, please take this. As Myrle walked ahead, a militiaman with red hair came to her side and spoke while holding a rather big mouse. Did they catch it during their retreat? Myrle was surprised. She also thought that they were strong despite not being knights. That's right, let's take a break for a while. I am fine. You can share it with your comrades and eat it. Everyone, take a break. Drink your water properly. Don't be beaten by the heat. Myrle shouted, and the Ma.S. of people stopped. Some of them went to the river, others just sat down on the spot, while the rest just started doing their own things. Myrle thought that she was tired. It was troublesome just to speak. As she sat down, she felt that the fatigue of both her mind and body was to the extent that couldn't stand up anymore. But, as the one responsible for leading the army, she needed to somehow be able to move her body. Growl. Her stomach rumbled. The gastric juices rose up to her throat because of hunger. But, there was nothing to eat. She just declined the mouse a while ago. Myrle went to the water side reluctantly, and drank as much water as she could to gloss over the hunger. Then, a fragrant smell of burning flesh drifted there. When she looked to see if it was from that militiaman from before or not, she saw a situation occurring. Oi, peasant, give me that. At the place where the militiamen were roasting the meat around a fire, several of the knights were trying to rob them of the meat. "What are you doing?" Of course, Myrle went to stop them, but the knights merely glanced at her and ignored her. Then, one of the knights quickly took the meat stuck on the skewer, and left the group behind. The militiamen were cursing as they watched it happen. Myrle thought about what she should do. It would be easy to simply kill those knights, but that might cause the knights to rebel. Eventually what Myrle could only do was to apologize for the knights' misconducts. "I'm sorry." She bowed her head low. "No." Even though Myrle apologized, their reply was not good. They did not seem to be convinced of her sincerity at all. Myrle left the spot and asked herself if this was really alright. She must do her best to avoid an internal dispute, but she ended up making trouble for the militiamen instead. There were many knights that refused to listen to her orders anymore. However, there were many people seeking refuge joining this group. Myrle sighed. She thought that she could become a commander if she was strong, but when she fell and became weak, she knew that she didn't have any value anymore. The break was over, and the group began marching again. Although their bodies became lighter, their legs were heavy, so they did not advance as much as before. It was unlikely for them to reach the next village within a day. Eventually, night fell, and they decided to set up camp early. This was because everyone was hardly able to sleep yesterday because of the night attack. A night pod.s. And it was the afternoon of the next day. As Myrle's group plodded heavily across the wasteland, they could finally see the shadow of the next village. But there were only ashes floating gently around in the village. Then, Myrle lost all the strength in her legs. One of her knees and both of her arms were on the ground. There was only dry land before her eyes. Then, it became soaked little by little, as if rain was falling. It was Myrle's tears. She does not even have strength to grieve anymore. Myrle thought that this was impossible. She felt like the pillar in her heart finally shattered. The stain on the ground made by her tears were exposed to the dry winds and quickly disappeared. At that moment, it's the enemy. It's a monster. A voice shouted from within the group. Myrle raised her face weakly. What she saw were giant rectangular objects that were moving without horses. There were 3 of them. "What is that?" she gasped. Myrle was not just walking while encouraging everyone on their march till here. On the way, she had heard the story from the soldier who was at the watchtower at the time of the enemy's night attack. What the soldiers saw were 3 large carriages glowing with light magic. "Is that a big carriage?" "Wrong. There are no horses pulling that." It was a gigantic box which ran automatically. What was surprising was that despite its size, it was much faster than a horse. It could kill you easily if you got ran over by it. There was no way to fight against it. Well, one is armored vehicles, while another 2 is truck that can send you to different worlds. What did you expect, Ed? One does not simply fight back against the all-powerful Truck-kun. So, only up until here, huh? Myrle stood up and murmured in despair. There was no one escaping. Everyone was too exhausted both mentally and physically. Then, the 3 boxes stopped at a certain distance without them running over. And then, one man came out from the box. After taking rest in the town and refueling the vehicles, the Beastman and I headed out again. Since we left the cannon we were dragging around in town, we could move at high speeds now. We advanced to the north at the speed of 80 kilometers per hour, and finally reached the 3rd village from south. We burned it down like in the previous day before moving tens of kilometers north, and razed the 4th village without hesitation as well. With this, there will be no villages up to a distance of 200 kilometers north of the town. There was still a village up north, but this will do for now. If the residents from the burned villages decided to go to other villages, they were allowed to leave without any obstructions from us. From this point, when the soldiers got to their supply points and see that they were all razed to the ground, it will further crush their spirit. We went back south with that intention. We still haven't found them, I muttered while sitting in the driver's seat of the armored car. When we went back to the 2nd village, we still didn't see any figures, or even the shadows of the enemies. We only met the residents of the villages we've razed during that journey. Wondering if they would arrive soon, we decided to hide the vehicles at the hills west of the village. and wait for the enemy soldiers. We would attack the moment they experienced despair when they saw that the village had been razed. However, the enemy never appeared, and when night finally fell, we returned back to the town reluctantly. After another night, we headed out early in the morning, and waited at the same place as yesterday. And then, around noon, did they come? One of the beastmen asked. Humans appeared from the southeast. It was a group of more or less 1,000 people. They weren't wearing any armor, but all of them had weapons of some sort. They were undoubtedly the people from the kingdom of Sandra. All of them are staggering, I commented while crouching down on the hill, looking at the state of the enemy through the binoculars. After the enemy was sighted, the beastmen finally felt at ease. They look exhausted. Looking at the enemy's situation, I unconsciously smiled. I don't mean that the misfortune of others is a good thing. While I was still humane enough to not laugh at the misfortune of those who tried to harm us, but if I had to say something to them, it'd be something like serves you right. You reap what you sow. I got inside the armored car with a satisfied smile, and told the other vehicles to depart through the transceiver. We will depart now. The trucks should be flanked behind the armored car. Roger that. Understood. The beastman replied seriously. To give off an intimidating impression to the enemy, we advanced forward in an inverse V-shape formation with the armored car in the middle. The gigantic iron vehicles move faster than horses while raising a large cloud of dust. For those from this world, this must be a rather dreadful display. As for me, I had the sudden urge to tell them this. Now, run. But, the enemy soldiers did not run away despite noticing us. Upon looking at them closely, they don't have even a single wagon with them. I see. It seems like they've become weak because there's not enough food. I muttered to myself, with no food, they won't have the energy to escape. They've probably reached their limits already. Well, I destroyed those villages with this intention though. As we approached the enemy, we saw that all of them were barely standing. I found the term half-dead to be suitable in this situation. If it's like this, there's no need to urge them to run anymore. I stopped the car a certain distance from the enemy, and used the loudspeaker to address them. Drop your weapons. The enemy soldiers showed agitation at the alarming volume of my voice. Probably because of that surprise, they did not disarm right away. Because there was no other choice, I decided to say it once again. Drop your weapons or I will kill all of you. This time, all of them had a startled expression. When some of them threw their weapons onto the ground, the rest follow suit and disarm too. Why did you attack our town? I continued speaking. This was something I had to ask. The reason would most likely be that they wanted to make spices. Theirs while intending to enslave the beastmen and me. We had decided to embarrass the enemy. The point was to harra.s them using the position of the winner, for my entertainment. In fact, there were no replies from the people in front of us. That's right. Maybe there was some kind of justified cause from their side, but that's something that only applied to their side. If they looked at it from our viewpoint, they did invade us no matter what their reasons were. Now that their lives were in my hands, they might be killed if they explained it poorly. We have not done any damage to your country. Rather, you should have profited. Even so, because of your own greed, you attacked our town to make it your own. Know that your arrogance was the reason for your ruin. I declared. This should be a sound argument. This sound a little like preaching, but I feel comfortable about it to be honest. I mean, this is the second time they came to attack, so they should really cut it out. Then, one person stood up amongst the enemy soldiers and came forward. It was a woman. I have heard from the captured soldiers that the head of the Red Dragon Order was the daughter of the king. Her name should be Myrl San Sandora, right? I am the daughter of King Sandra. Myrl San Sandora. The sin of the kingdom is also my sin. That is why, kill me. In exchange, I hope you can spare the others. Myrl knelt down and requested. There was no light in her eyes, and her voice was extremely weak. Rather than sacrificing herself for them, it seemed more like she desired death. The militiamen do not have any sin. Those sins should be shouldered by your country. Therefore I will help the militiamen. I will also give them food as well. I ignored Myrl's request and said, but The knights are different. You belong to your country and make a living by fighting. The sin of the kingdom is thus also the sin of the knights. Therefore I can't forgive the knights. Even if the militiamen were captured, they weren't worth even a silver coin, so it would be better to let them go. After they return to their homelands, they will serve as advertis.e.m.e.nt for my benevolence. But I will not forgive the knights. Even so, I will not kill them. After capturing them, I will demand a large amount of compensation for them. That's all I'm going to do. But, perhaps because the knights thought they would be killed, they started complaining, as if their lack of spirit till now was a lie. Besides getting saved, the militiamen also obtained food. That life-saving chance was given out right in front of them while they were sentenced to what might be death. Therefore, the knights became desperate. Myrle San Sandora, you decide whether to obey or not. Let me tell you, I will not change my mind about everything I've said here, I stated amidst their protests. If they do not obey, then there was no other way but to fight. No, I don't think that's even necessary. Let's just turn back at once and come again after they've starved and become completely immobilized. By the time, there will be internal discord between the militiamen and the knights, and only a miserable end would await them. I gazed at Myrle's face and patiently waited for her reply. We will obey, she replied quietly. I think that's a wise answer. But the knights didn't agree, and Myrle became the target of criticism. You should go and die. You are the one who should take responsibility and die. Don't involve us in this. In the end, a man appeared and tried to appeal to me by saying that Myrle was the one who started this war. That might be true, but there is no way for me to judge now. So, I blasted the car's horn. The noisy sound echoed in the vicinity, and as a result, everyone was so surprised that they just about collapsed on the spot. Thus, I knew that they had a considerable fear of this sound. Let me tell you this, those who disobey will be killed without mercy. That is final, I stated sternly. In other words, those who don't not disobey will not be killed. In this situation where the other side was driven into desperation, they would not be able to process my words calmly. After hearing my words, the militiamen spoke among themselves and began to distance themselves from the knights. It was an action to avoid trouble reaching them. Well, the fact that they tried to separate themselves from the knights could be easily understood. Then, several knights tried to mix in with them. But, even if they don't wear armor, it was clear from their clothes. The quality of the clothes of the militiamen and the knights, whether dirtied by blood or mud, was obviously different. When a knight was kicked out by the militiamen and rolled forward, they started getting kicked by groups. The knights were being trampled by the militiamen. It was like a small-scaled revolution. Jikakaju. TL. Jikakaju is the act of junior dominating seniors or retainers supplanting their lords. J.A. Paineese has strict society clad.s. After all, so this act is usually rare to happens. There was one militiaman with red hair stepping on the knights with a demon-like appearance. I wonder if he has any strong resentment towards the knights? But, since this mess would remain as it was if I don't do anything, I thought that I should proceed with the talk. Don't worry, the knights will just be hostages. I will not take their lives. If your country pays the compensation, we will release you. The knights were relieved when they heard my words. Beastmen, get off. I will hand you the rope. Tie the necks and arms of all the knights together. Don't be careless, I ordered. The beastmen alight from the truck. Surrounded by strong beastmen with weapons, the weakened knights became frightened. Several beastmen were putting the ropes over the necks and arms of the knights, and thus, all of them were tied up before long. During this series of actions, the beastmen had a proud expression on their faces. As for the militiamen, we wrapped miso, rice crackers, and dried fish in a cloth and handed it over to them. Although they might suspect that our preparation was too smooth, it's too late to care about that at this point. After they received the food and ate some of it, the militiamen thanked me and left. We also distributed miso and rice crackers to the knights, and allowed them eat on the spot. While they ate that, we ate the deep-fried lunchbox with great relish. Deep-fried lunchbox, 50,000 yen. List price 500 yen. X63 equals 3.15 million yen. List price 31,500 yen. After the meal, the Beastman and I slowly returned back to the town while making the knights walk the long 80 kilometers road to their new prison. Thus, the battle against the Kingdom of Sandra finally ended. About 200 defeated knights walked the long journey in two lines back to town. The rope was hung on each of their necks while their arms were tied up at the wrist. They looked just like criminals. If there was one exception, it'd be Myrle. She was walking at the end of the line, and the rope on her neck was not connected to the other knights. The end of the rope was in Myrle's hands. Of course, there was a reason for this. When Myrle was linked to the other knights and needed to relieve herself, N.O.Ba'id panicked and changed the setup of the prisoners. Ever since that, she has been treated like this. Well, in the first place, the Knights of the Kingdom of Sandra were already in a hopeless situation. It was very painful to march under the harsh sunlight whilst tied up in rough ropes, but after some food entered their stomachs, their power recovered. Also, with their lives guaranteed, life slowly came back to their eyes. Soon after they got A.S. short of their safety, it changed into their current dissatisfaction. The knights felt humiliated. They were treated much lower than peasants. Furthermore, those who bound them and forced them to walk were beastmen. At the very least, they would be fine if their captors were humans or demi-humans, but it was those beastmen. As a result, irritation started to sprout inside the knights' hearts, and it appeared in their attitudes. For example, they will not stand up after the break is over. For example, their complaints increased. For example, they start cursing at the beastmen when they're out of earshot, etc. etc. Because they feared the beastmen who were holding weapons, so it's alright if it's only this much. Thus, the other knights also did not cross the line. Of course, not everyone was like that. While some were ashamed by their own immaturity, some were trying to accept their current situation. However, they numbered less than a handful. Most of them indulged themselves in their own self-consolation. And then, one member of the cat tribe finally heard one of Knight's bad-mouthing. The catman hit the Knight's head strongly with the short spear in rage. When the Knight cried out and fell down, the other Knights were also pulled by the rope, and fell to the side like dominoes. What's wrong? N.O.Ba'id stopped the car and asked. The eyes of other beastmen also fell onto that catman. N.O.Ba'id's eyes, that were covered by orange goggles, were directed at him. He was saying bad things about us, about the beastman's social standing. The catman defended himself in soft mumbles. N.O.Ba'id is a human. Well, he wasn't lenient when he fought against humans, but after the battle, the beastman knew that he was somewhat concerned about the humans. Many beastmen thought that was because N.O.Ba'id was a human. N.O.Ba'id's gaze turned towards the knight who was pointed out by the catman. The knight in question seemed to have lost consciousness. You, by any chance, Fujiwara-san is a human, right? A knight different from the one who fainted asked. There were only a few knights who knew of N.O.Ba'id's appearance without his helmet, orange goggle and face mask on. But, everyone knew that the leader of the beastmen was a human. Looking at the response of the beastmen toward N.O.Ba'id, even though N.O.Ba'id commanded the beastmen till now, the catman showed a slight fear this time. Upon seeing that it was not the same fear towards the people from the same tribe, the knight concluded the ident.I.tie of N.O.Ba'id. That's right. N.O.Ba'id answered to the question simply. When the knight heard that, his speech became smooth at once. Why did you do such thing even though you are a human? We are from the same race. Are not you the same humans as we are? A human is only a human, and a beastman is only a beastman. Humans should only live for humans. So why was this human supporting other races? That was the knight's argument. Other knights also started agreeing loudly. When one of them started to raise their voice, another also started to voice out saying, "That is right." A droplet of water quickly became heavy rain. With so much people roaring the same thing, it sounded just like pouring rain. If you are a human, free us. One of them yelled. TL, this guy never learn. Human kills another human to live, to expand, to conquer. There is nothing wrong with siding with other side even if it is not human being. N.O.Ba'id listened to the knight's words silently, which further spurred the knight's momentum. Was this what they called mob psychology? Their words quickly turned more violent as they tried to convince N.O.Ba'id. Traitor of humans, have you forgotten the teachings of God? This is heresy. TL. I feel like this is what happens in my country right now, in different context, same form. Ed. Just the bit about heresy makes me want to burn these knights alive after dousing them in gasoline. Smiles. The number one religion of this continent was the teachings of Rashia, which said that humans were indispensable elements of this continent. Hence, being called a heretic was regarded as one of the greatest disgrace for a human. Of course, different continents had different teachings, so Rashia was not the only religion. This heretic, eventually, the curses from the knights unified and changed into the word heretic. Inside the knights' minds, words like "is it already good? Did you repent a little bit?" surfaced with glee. Are you done with your cursing? N.O.Ba'id finally spoke. The knights were surprised that N.O.Ba'id didn't seem affected by their words at all. Then, on the next break, you won't get any meals. As for the beastmen, if the prisoners don't obey, don't hesitate to hit them. N.O.Ba'id continued speaking calmly, and thus, the knights' complaints were forcibly shut down by further blows from the beastmen. 4 days later, the party finally arrived at the town. The reason why the march took so long despite consisting of only a small number of people was probably because the movements of the knights were hindered by ropes. The color of the ground around the town looked different after the mountain of corpses were removed. According to N.O.Ba'id's instructions, all the people from town buried the corpses inside holes. Of course, it was because he was afraid of plague. The knights breathed in relief after they finally reached the town. Many of the knights knew about the treatment received by their former colleague Romato. Therefore, even with the humiliating position of a prisoner of war, there was a little sense of security and happiness. But, that kind of thinking was naive. After taking a break outside the town, Myrland the knights departed once again. They passed through the brick house beside the town that was used as a temporary shelter for those who were wounded, and walked further south. Oh, are we not there yet? The knight who raised the question was silenced by a strike from the spear shortly thereafter. The march began once more. Because the destination of the march was unknown this time, the knights' minds and bodies started to decline again. 2 days passed, and the party finally reached their destination, which was 40 kilometers further south from the town. There were a stone wall about 10 meters high enclosing 100 meters square of land. Even the beastmen did not know that there was such a thing in this place. Of course, that was because it was something N.O.Ba'id purchased in a hurry. During this march, N.O.Ba'id had sped up his vehicle and went to the south alone many times. One of the reasons why was to purchase these stone walls. Is this our final destination? The leading knight muttered. One could see that the bolts surrounding Castle Gate of the stone walls were on the outside. There was no one who did not know what that meant. The knights quickly realized that this was the prison that will keep them confined. There was only a dilapidated house inside. Afterwards, the knights will live there under the beastmen's supervision. What did you say? Say that again. In the royal palace situated in the imperial city of Sandoria, the angry voice of the king echoed. The one receiving the anger was the knight kneeling in front of the throne. Before N.O.Ba'id's night attack, Myrl had sent a messenger to her country, bringing 4 horses in tow. He advanced the distance of 80 kilometers a day while changing horses, and finally arrived at Sandoria today. Then I will say it again. The knight gulped in fear. The army that went to attack to the south was annihilated by strange attacks from the enemy. The leader of the Yellow Dragon Knight Order, Barbarodem, and the vice leader of the Red Dragon Knight Order were killed. The number of allies were reduced to around 1,000 and a few hundred, and will retreat back to our country as soon as possible. Upon hearing the report from the messenger once again, the king trembled as he collapsed bonelessly onto the throne. Wrinkles formed between his eyebrows. The number of remaining enemy soldiers. How many have you killed? His mouth that was trembling with anger was finally able to squeeze his words out. Z0. The messenger did not dare to look up at his ruler. At that moment, the sound of the crown hitting the ground next to the messenger echoed. The king let anger swallow him, his eyes burning bright as he stood up. Don't joke around. 5,000 soldiers couldn't even kill a single one, and was completely annihilated. Even with 2 of our strongest Night Orders gathered, they couldn't even kill a single one. Kill him. Behead this messenger. He's spouting lies. The king thundered. A scream leaked out from the messenger's mouth as he trembled like a frail leaf in the wind. But there was someone who tried to dissuade the king. It was the chief advisor, usually standing next to the king, who did so. Your Majesty, there is no reason for this person to lie. We should dispatch soldiers to the south immediately to investigate, he stated calmly. The king glared at the chief advisor. The king also knew that the messenger was not lying, but, even if he was aware of it, he couldn't admit it. Thus, the king's anger turned to his chief advisor. In the first place, it was because UBASTARD said to attack the south. He pointed at his advisor fiercely. In the first place, the king was against of the conquest of the south. Unknown magic. He had anxiety which he could not get rid of regarding this. However, he was pressed by the surrounding opinion, and finally PA.S. the royal decree to do so, especially because of the well-reasoned report from the chief advisor which broke his indecisiveness. That's right. But, was His Majesty not the one who approved of it? The elderly man replied sternly. Blaming the failure on the king was usually something impossible for Ava.S. Sal, but, the aged chief advisor had served since the generation of current king's grandfather, and had been a loyal retainer till now. He also served as the official in charge of the king's education since he was a child, so this remark seemed more like a teacher admonishing his student than anything. Then, the king hit the armrest of his throne and clenched his right hand into a tight fist. The messenger trembled, but as expected, the chief advisor did not even twitch. The king heaved a loud sigh. The throbbing pain of his right hand calmed his anger. All right, I understand. About what to do from now on, we will think about it from scratch. After saying that, the king listened to the messenger's report about the war in detail, especially about the unknown attack that was carried out by the opponent. After listening to all this, the king let the soldier withdraw and began talking calmly. First, about the annihilation of the Night Orders. This is bad. Even though there's no outside disturbance, there might be a revolt. The kingdom of Sandro was established with the feudal system. Each lord was able to govern their own territory to certain a degree. In other words, it was not exaggerated to say that the kingdom was just an alliance of small countries. Therefore, to show authority over the other lords, he held control of the Night Order of the 4 Dragons and 2,000 reserve soldiers in the imperial city of Sandoria. But, amongst the 4 Night Orders, 2 were already on the brink of collapse. This meant that his influence on other lords would be weakened. Gather the farmer soldiers in the territory under our direct control and train them. With this, those lords with bad thoughts should rethink their plans. The senior advisor suggested. There were numerous areas under the king's direct control. To enrich the king's territory, there was no draft even during wartime. So the number of people increased during this peaceful time. By recruiting the farmer soldiers and training them, it would show off the king's military power. Although it would cost a lot of money, it was the best possible idea to deter those lords with numbers. However, the king was once again indecisive about the idea. Even though the territory under his direct control had not been attacked by enemies, to recruit people, even if it was for the drill, it would be clear that there would be war in the future. Because these people had been pampered since their location was far from the war zone, they would be dissatisfied, which could lead to rebellion. If it was known that half of the 4 Dragon Knight Orders had been destroyed, I don't know how other countries would react. If one of the countries decides to invade our country, the enemy will first try to entice each lord away. So, I think that it is necessary to start the drill early. The old man further explained. Alright, there is no choice in this case. The people will need to endure it. Then, what of the south? The king gritted his teeth and asked, "We should send soldiers to investigate as soon as possible. At the same time, let's send people to conclude a ceasefire agreement and ensure stability in the south." The advisor stated. Will they respond? The king felt hesitant. Since the number of beastmen currently living there is small, I do not think that Fujiwara has any ambition to move towards the north, so, I think that it is possible. The older man postulated. Who should we send? Bryunets is absent now. The king frowned. We don't have time to wait because we need to prepare before other countries know about our defeat. Let's appoint the merchant who's acquainted with them as the special envoy and send them. We do not need other people. The chief advisor suggested. A merchant as the envoy, you say? They do not have much loyalty towards the country. Is it going to be alright? The king worried. You don't need to worry. The merchant opened her store in our country after all. The occupation of a merchant is not easy, so they will understand our meaning. The aged man nodded firmly. But, will Fujiwara agree to it? The king continued to fret. I think that Fujiwara is slightly different from normal people. The advisor began. I know. Otherwise, he would not have led the beastmen to fight against humans. The king cut in impatiently. For Fujiwara, whether they are beastmen or not is not important. Perhaps, he looks at this world with his personal eyes, who is evil or good. He seems to choose to associate with people using that standard. The advisor continued, as if he had not been interrupted at all. All right, I understand. This is urgent, so let's begin immediately. The king waved his hand and quickly gave the order. But, there was one thing he had not touched upon yet, so the chief advisor decided to ask. What should we do about Myrle-sama? It is the path that she chose herself. The king replied quietly. Is that so? After giving a bow, the chief advisor left the throne room. Phew. There was no one speaking at the throne room as the king let out a small breath. Although there were imperial guards, the king didn't mind their presence. Myrle, I hope that you are safe. This was his feelings as a father. But, after all, this was only his feelings as a father. Even if his daughter was killed, he needed to refrain from acting rashly, and act as a king would. On that day, I woke up due to noisy sounds from the air conditioner. I groaned as I got up from the bed, stretched, and yawned. Looking at the clock, it was already past 2 p.m. In other words, I slept in way too much, but considering how busy I was until yesterday, this was something inevitable. Ever since the kingdom's army came to this place, I had not been able to sleep well for a week. But, it ended yesterday. The captive knights were sent to the prison in the south. In addition, one of the knights was sent back to the kingdom of Sandra to convey the current situation. Now I only have to wait for their response. How will the kingdom respond? Will they send their army again? Will they send a messenger hoping for a ceasefire and demand the captives back? I can't be careless. Nonetheless, it can't be helped, so I'm on guard at all times. But, I will do my job when it comes to it, so it is important to take rest on a rest day as well. For time being, the town has shifted back to its normal daily life, so I thought that I would also return to a relaxed life for the time being. Even so, I am really concerned about the sound that had been coming from the air conditioner since a while ago. Was it because I bought a cheap one? Or maybe, it might be wearing out? No, it could also be because I never gave performed maintenance on it for 5 years. The refrigerator had also broken down once, so the refrigerator I am using now is the second one. The first unit's temperature control became ineffective during the 3rd year, and had thus already been sold. Refrigerator, sale value, 5 yen. TL, dirt cheap. This is dirt cheap second-hand J.A.Pan product. Because I purchased it using the ability, its sale value was 1/10 of the purchase price. Furthermore, because it had broken down, it was only worth 5 yen. Although cheap electronic appliances were okay, it would be scary if it came to something like the truck or armored car. I need to keep maintaining them, at least until we manage to change the era setting to modern. I want to use them without them breaking down. After finishing various things and having a meal, I picked up the phone. Yes, this is Jiharu. The calm voice of Chief Jiharu could be heard from the receiver. I remembered that when Jiharu first used the telephone, his voice was tense because of nervousness, so that it felt kind of strange. How many years ago had that been? Time sure flew by fast. "This is Fujiwara. I wanted a general report, so I contacted you. How is the condition of the southern prison?" From the morning report, there does not seem to be any abnormalities. The Wolfman stated, "In the southern prison where the knights were being confined, the people from the Wolf tribe were currently dispatched there as watchmen. There were towers atop the stone walls which they used to monitor the prisoners. The plan was to replace them with other tribes every week, and liquor would be delivered to the people who were on duty at a later date." "How was the horse used for transportation?" I continued my questioning. "I heard that it was very quiet and obedient," Jiharu replied steadily. "The horses that bucked off the knights and ran away due to the shock from the cannon fire had came to the town fields for food. The beast men caught them when I went out for the night raids. Amongst them, there was a strong, calm and large horse that was perfect for pulling carts, so it was useful as a battle-ready force and for transporting food to prison. On the contrary, there was currently no demand for horses that specialized in running, so at this point, there was no other choice but to turn them into meat." "Who is watching the princess of the kingdom of Sandra?" I asked. "Myrle, the head of the Red Dragon Knight Order, and the daughter of the king of Sandra, lived in the inn. She was going to be an important source of income, so if something happened to her, I would be troubled. Thus, I only asked those who were the most trustworthy in the Wolf tribe to watch her. I only place those who are sure of their strength to watch her. Just as you've previously instructed, only people of the same sex were arranged to watch her. Myra has been watching her since this morning," Jiharu explained. "Myra? She had been P.I.P.ating in the night raids until yesterday. No, should we not give her a day off?" I frowned. "She asked to do it no matter what." Jiharu sighed. "I felt restless. At any rate, I feel too restless." When I thought so silently, Jiharu said the following words, as if he could read my mind. "I understand that Fujiwara-sama is concerned, but don't worry. Myra is already 18 years old. I promise that she will never act rashly like she did in the past. In addition, Myra's martial arts skills are not inferior to that of the men's, so, she is suitable for this." If he went as far to say something like this, I had no choice but to agree with it. Finally, I told him to pay attention to the physical condition of the townspeople since it was a hot day and hung up. After that, I went outside the house. "Catherine, good morning." I greeted Catherine, who was lying down peacefully. She lifted her neck my way and blinked. It was her own way to return the greeting. And then, she placed her head back down to the ground and closed her eyes. Foo, how cute. After being healed by Catherine, I opened the south gate opposite of the town. It used to be a place to store crops, but now, it was loaded with weapons and armor that were loot from this war. I am about sell them now. Now then, this should be enough for the prisoner's living cost, I said to myself as I summoned town data and executed the sale command for the weapons and armor. The names of the weapons and armors were listed on the screen in front of me with their sale prices displayed next to them. Steel longsword, sale price 300,000 yen. Steel longsword, sale price 280,000 yen. Iron short sword, sale price 30,000 yen. Steel plate armor, damaged, sale price 100,000 yen. Steel open helmet, sale price 100,000 yen. Iron kettle hat, sale price 50,000 yen. Leather armor, sale price 20,000 yen. Steel plate armor, sale price 700,000 yen. As I thought, the weapons of this world were surprisingly cheap. For example, steel longsword, sale price 300,000 yen. It's about this alloy named steel. It was what the knights from the Red Dragon Knight Order had. I had thought that this sword was too long to be used on horseback, and then, the important thing was the price. The sale price for this sword was only 300,000. If I purchased a katana with this ability, even the cheapest one exceeded 1 million yen. Thinking about it like this, it could be said that this longsword was dirt cheap. Also, Because it was a sword used by the Night Order, the quality should not be that bad. Perhaps the price became like this because of the difference in iron quant.I.Ti and how it was processed, by magic and etc. for example. Anyway, I need to sell them from now on, so it's nothing to be happy about. I looked at the selling list while scrolling down the screen. Then, I noticed something interesting. Meteorite halberd, sale price, 23 million yen. I found a clear difference in the price. Meteorite. I wonder if this was about meteorite iron? I had heard about weapons made from meteorite even in the previous world. But, even if it was made from a meteorite, the strength should not differ that much from the weapons processed by other kinds of iron. Does this mean that the high price was due to the rarity? No, this was the world of magic after all, so it might be something more special. Let's take it out from the sale list for the time being. I slid my eyes further down the screen. I noticed something interesting again. Considerably good sword, seriously damaged, sale price 7 million yen. Something awfully familiar was being reflected on the screen, a star mark that was not attached to any other weapons or armors. There was no doubt that this, considerably good sword, was from one of the GOD's cards. Then, why was it here? Sano said that his card was the, considerably good shield. In other words, there was another one from the same country in the enemy's ranks? No. Sano said that he came together with someone else. I had never heard about that person's card, and there was also the possibility that Sano was the one who had this card instead. He said that that person was sick. I remembered Sano's words. Sano said that the one who came to this world together was already sick to the point of lying down on the floor. If that was true, that person was depending on Sano's life to live. That person from the same country may not be able to live on now. I should ask the other knights about Sano later. I decided Sano was probably dead. He was not among the captured knights, although there was a chance that he might be amongst the injured people who were receiving treatment. He probably would have mentioned my name by now. There was also a possibility that he returned back to the kingdom of Sandra alone, but that possibility was too small, especially with the food problem. Anyway, those who couldn't afford to escape by themselves won't have the time to even think about food supply issues. Well, it was not bothersome to support Sano in the kingdom of Sandra since he was someone from the same country. While thinking such a thing, I removed, considerably good sword, from the sale list, and moved my gaze further down the screen. Then, I sold everything. In the end, there were some items which exceeded 10 million yen, and there were also some arms that had damage so severe that they could not be sold. As a result, it could be said that I didn't get as much money as I thought I would. Well, it was sufficient for the prisoners' meal fees though. Incidentally, I heard about the story from someone who was familiar with Sano later on. There was no one depending on Sano for support. He had also said he does not even use a shield. Apparently, Sano lied to me. That means that the considerably good sword was probably Sano's own card. He either tried to deceive me to get information, or he was trying to kill me with that considerably good sword. As a result, the slight sense of guilt and sympathy for Sano disappeared completely, and I felt completely refreshed. The afternoon of a certain day, Myra visited Myrle's room with lunch on a tray. When she opened the sliding door, Myrle was sitting with her eyes closed on the tatami. Again, huh? Myra thought. Myrle had been confined in one of the inn's rooms, with nothing to do. She was just sitting there. Whether it was morning, noon, or night, she did not change what she did. Speaking of moving, she only did so when she ate, went to the bathroom, or took a bath. From the start, she didn't seem to be alive. She was just like a soulless doll. It's mealtime, Myra announced. Thanks. Myrle opened her eyes and expressed her gratitude. Only the minimum amount of words were exchanged. As per usual, Myra put the tray on the desk, and Myrle picked up the unfamiliar chopsticks. Her fingers were so thin that she couldn't even figure out which one was the chopstick. No, it wasn't just her fingers. Her flesh thinned, the bones surfaced, and her eyes were hollow. Myra looked like a ghost. Are you eating properly? Upon seeing Myrle's state, Myra finally said something besides the bare minimum. "Are you concerned?" Myra asked after putting down the miso soup that she had sipped. She had a faint smile on her pale face. Myra was startled by that smile. Could it be called a fleeting beauty? It looked so fragile that it might break the moment you touched it. That attractive smile produced an indescribable charm. They stared at each other and remained silent. After a while, someone finally opened their mouth. It was Myra. "Yeah, I ate properly. You should know that as well." Myra was occasionally replaced by others, but basically, it was usually Myra who was taking care of Myra. Therefore, whether Myra is eating or not, Myra herself knew it well. "Then, what is it with your current state now?" Myra demanded. Even though she took her meals properly, Myra got thinner day by day. That was abnormal. Who knows? The princess shrugged casually. However, Myra seemed to know the cause of Myra's anomaly. "If you die, Fujiwara-sama will be troubled. Do something about it," Myra ordered. "Phew. Even if you say so, there is nothing I can do about this." Myra sighed. It would be useless to say anything more than this. Myra did not say anything else and just left the room. Today was the same too. She ate her meal, took care of her business, cleaned up, and mediated. Myra thought that Myra would do the same routine she usually did today as well. Myra was thinking about the beast woman while sitting quietly. Her name was Myra. She did not introduce herself to her, but she knew of her name when she heard someone call her. She remembered Myra's conduct. Every single one of her body movements was for a reason. There was no wastage in her movements. She might have had considerable training for her to be so familiar with the way she moved. Thinking that far, she sneered at herself. Things like fighting don't matter anymore. She knew that there was no point in having strength. No matter how hard she trained, Myra understood that there was no hope in this fight. Death will come equally for the weak and the strong. If she closed her eyes, the deaths of many people would float around the back of her eyelids. However, Myra kept looking at it. Eventually, night fell. Myra heard the sound of sliding doors opening. "It's mealtime." It was Myra's voice again. Opening her eyes, she looked at Myra, who was putting the tray down onto the desk. "There are a lot of things tonight," Myra commented. "Rice, fish, and horse meat. As for the drinks, it was camel milk. There were also a lot of fruits. This was not a meal served to prisoners at all. When I reported about you, I was told to give you something that could increase your strength." Myra mumbled. "Is that so? I only got a little bit thinner. If such delicious food were to be served, I think I would be bedded by that guy soon," the princess stated blandly. "Oi?" Myra growled. "It's just a joke." When she laughed, Myra stood up angrily and left the room. Before long, she finally finished her meal. After a while, Myra came by to pick up the empty tableware. Myra did not say anything, and when she was leaving with the tableware, Myra opened her mouth to speak. Wait. She could not understand why Myra had stopped herself from leaving. But she couldn't help but stop when she was called. Morel's mouth opened again. "What is your name?" It's Myra," the beast woman said. She knew her name. However, she thought that she wanted to hear it from her own mouth. "My name is Myra. I think they sound quite similar." Myra smiled slightly. Their names were a little bit similar. No, it was not just the name. Myra thought that while she was also a woman, she also went down the path of a warrior, just like her. Even though the other woman was a beast woman, her appearance looked just like that of a human. Apparently, Myra was special. "What's wrong?" Myra only asked this since Myra frowned when she said that their names were similar. "My name is something precious given to me by my mother. Don't mix it with a human's name." Myra gritted her teeth. "Do you hate humans?" Myra couldn't help but ask. "I hate them. I hate them so much that I want to tear them apart." Myra ground out her words. "Isn't the leader of this town a human as well? Do you hate Fujiwara too?" The princess continued her questions. Myra became silent for a while, and left the room. Myra stared at the sliding door where Myra had left from for a while. Eventually, she closed her eyes and started to meditate once more. The next day, as well as the following day, Myrtle talked to Myra. She didn't know why she was so interested in Myra, but strangely, since she had started talking to Myra, Myrtle's body stopped becoming weaker. I lost everything. Myrtle mumbled. Are you in the position to say that after taking everything from us beastmen? Myra sneered. You had something taken from you too? The princess asked. Yes, you guys were the ones who robbed me of my land and my mother. The beast woman stated. Is that so? So this time, it's our turn, huh? Myrtle said to herself. Myra did not answer. She wanted to say that she deserved it, but she did not do so. Then, Myra left with the table where as per usual. When Myra left, Myrtle did not do anything anymore. She simply closed her eyes again, and just thought about another person's death. Chapter 045, Peace. 1. It was the peak of summer. I learned about the news of visitors when I was washing the cars in my home's garden. I changed into the familiar battle clothes immediately before getting on Catherine and heading to the north gate where I climbed up the castle walls. Fujiwara-san, it's me. Before my eyes was a red-haired woman shouting in front of the castle gate. What is this? Is this the It's me fraud? I kept that joke to myself. Ahem. Let me introduce her again. She's Elsa, the chairman of the polo commerce firm, who had come to visit the town again. This time, she was accompanied by 4 people dressed like knights. They were faces whom I had never seen before. There was only one carriage, so they did not seem to have came to do business. Elsa-san, what is your business? I raised my voice and asked. Today, I have not come for business. I was sent as a special envoy. She shouted back. Well, I thought that it might have been such a thing. To send someone close to me, it was likely that they sought peace. It seems like the kingdom of Sandro was being driven to a corner. Well, it was a given since I already destroyed 2 out of the 4 knight orders they had. What about the other 4? I yelled. They are the escorts sent by the kingdom. They are not members of the firm. She replied honestly. Can I trust Elsa on this? Well, since there were no reactions from the 4 knights, the answer might already been given. Well, I understand that they did not need to trick me with the knights now. If they had such intentions, they could simply falsify their identities and enter the town as merchants while feigning ignorance. I will only permit entry for Elsa-san. Is that okay? I asked. No problem. That was originally my intention. Elsa gave a bright grin and a thumbs up. Thus, Elsa entered the town while leaving the 4 knights behind. We then exchanged greetings after a long while. I think this was the first time I've seen Elsa since a year ago. I didn't meet her again after the trade with the kingdom started. Gee, I am honestly troubled. I am just a merchant just like the others. She sighed. I hate Osaka-ben TLCY. I love Itexti. They are really unique. When we started talking about nostalgic stuff, Elsa began complaining about the kingdom. It continued even after we moved to a room at a vacant store. Why do I need to do this? This is a job for government officials. If you don't work, just return the tax money. Or rather, that rotten impotent old man just drop dead already. She grumbled. TLC, the raw's censored impotent lol. The contents become quite extreme as she continued. Her complaints about the chief advisor of the kingdom was especially terrible. There were also vulgar words that a woman of marriageable age should not be saying. It was to the extent that I, who heard it, became embarrassed. Ha ha ha. We should start hearing your story soon. I quickly changed the topic. Ah, that's right. We should finish it quickly. I was asked by the kingdom of Sandia to mediate peace with this town. She quickly restated her purpose. Peace, huh? I smiled wryly. Yeah, have you heard? Fujiwara-san, you've beaten up the army so bad that out of 4 Dragon Knight orders of the kingdom, red and yellow have already been destroyed. This is bad since other countries won't miss this moment of weakness of the kingdom. Elsa explained. Huh? Didn't the church ban war between countries? I asked. About that. They've already changed it. There will be no problems as long as you have a justifiable reason for the war. In other words, you can wage wars as you like as long as you have reason. She shrugged her shoulders. So it's become such a thing. You could easily create a reason for war. Many years ago, Frost's words about the peace ending soon were correct, huh? The kingdom of Sandra is afraid that Fujiwara-san would hit at the south now. If that's the case, surely the other countries in the north will simultaneously attack, and it will be over. Presently, the kingdom of Sandra can't afford to split their army to the north and south. Elsa continued to speak. Is it okay to inform me of such a thing? I smiled. Rather, I have to speak about it. Listen, okay? For example, if the kingdom of Sandra fell under the control of another country, what do you think will happen then? She started laying out the situation. What would happen? Ah, it would be like that, huh? I mumbled. Even if another country took control, it would eventually be the same. This town will be targeted. If the kingdom of Sandra was absorbed by a more powerful country, they may invade this town. If that's so, it would be much better to let them remain alive than kill them, since it would be much better to use the kingdom as a shield. Hey, it's better to reconcile, right? The reason they sent me here is so that Fujiwara-san can calm down and think about the situation carefully. Even if Fujiwara-san attacks the kingdom out of anger, there will be no profit for both sides. Elsa elaborated. I see, I understand. Incidentally, other than us, is there any possibility that the countries in the north will attack the kingdom? I asked. There is. Weren't 2 of Main Order of Night already done and dusted? The influence of the royal family is in tatters right now. If I was the king of the northern countries, I would attack after bribing some of the feudal lords to change sides with money. She grinned. I hummed as I thought over the situation. Well, I don't mind making peace. I don't plan to move away from this place anyway. No, in fact, I should make peace with them. If the kingdom of Sandra waged war with the northern countries, the kingdom might become anxious and would not be able to show sufficient power, and then end up losing. I prefer for both the northern countries and the kingdom to injure each other. But if it really became like that, how much was the difference between the fighting forces of both sides? In reality, even if the kingdom of Sandra lost half its Night Order, they may still be strong. Thus, it was also possible for them to destroy the northern army first, then save their strength to attack this town again. I can't make a decision here. I have to get more information from the prisoners as well. Can you wait a few days for the reply? I asked. It's alright. It's alright. Just think about the conditions of the peace too. Elsa waved me off and winked. Since I didn't come for business, I will relax this time. Well, can I expect a good meal? She never changes, I thought while shaking my head. What should we do about the knights who came with you? I decided to ask before making a decision. It's okay if you just leave them as it is. There is food in the carriage, so they won't starve to death. She certainly discounted their existence quite easily. That is quite heartless, isn't it? I laughed nervously. That's not heartless at all. Try to guess how I've felt the whole journey. Do you know how many conversations I've had with them? It's 0, 0. She ranted. Even when I tried talking to them, they don't even reply with a single word. Did their brains get eaten by maggots? That's awful, huh? I replied haltingly, not sure what my reply should be. Right? Those guys are from the Blue Dragon Night Order. They are the King's Imperial Guards, but they look like puppets. They are really troublesome. She complained even more. Imperial Guards, huh? Because it concerned a matter important to the nation. I guess I can understand their viewpoint. I wonder if they went through training to eliminate their emotions? I understand. Then, we will bring delicious meals and tasty steak in the evening. Please look forward to it. I smiled at her before getting up and leaving the room. But, Elsa stretched out her hand and caught my leg with a firm grip. Wait a moment. This time, I have a lot of free time. Free time. It's lonely to always be alone, right? It's okay to keep me company for a while, right? Elsa said selfishly like a whining kid. I don't feel bad about being held down by a woman, not to mention, Elsa was a beautiful woman. However, there were things that needed to be done here too. Then I will let a person from the wolf tribe bring you a board game called Reversi. I can't accompany you, so let those wolf tribe. I spoke placatingly before being cut off halfway by Elsa's yell. That, eh? I jerked slightly. That Reversi, why didn't you tell me about it sooner? She glared at me. What is this about? I questioned. Don't play dumb. Now, in the kingdom of Sandra, Reversi is very popular, and is being supervised by Romato. I have heard the name Romato from somewhere, and when I thought about it and looked it up, he was the guy who was held captive here, right? She pressed. Romato, that's a nostalgic name. Even though it didn't concern me directly, I heard that he often played Reversi with the people from the Wolf tribe. When he left the town and got some gifts from the Wolf tribe, I remembered that Romato was moved to tears. Is it popular? I asked. It's not popular, it's ridiculously popular. I've tried to sell Reversi, but without Romato's emblem, it was treated like a fake. So, not much got sold. She complained. Romato's emblem? When I asked again, Elsa simply nodded. Speaking about Romato, he is being treated as a master now. His name became famous in the kingdom of Sandra, and even in other countries. His name is quite famous. She explained. Romato's signature is a seal of approval from the master. Currently, he only deals with large firms. Even so, everybody wants a Reversi board that's approved by Master Romato. It's not a crime to sell Reversi, but if you forge Romato's emblem, it will be a crime since you've falsified his name. So, I gave up on selling Reversi pretty quickly. Master, that Romato? If I am not mistaken, he should have been born into an aristocratic family. Master of Reversi. Where does he intend to go with the title? Anyway, I am slightly glad knowing that he's doing well. Later, I will tell this to those wolfmen who were good friends with Romato. Chapter 046, Peace, 2. After leaving Elsa, I first went towards the inn where Myrtle was confined. Hey, thanks for your hard work. I greeted. Two wolfmen rose up and returned the greeting as I passed through the inn's entrance. There was a Reversi board between them, and it was clear that they had been playing Reversi. However, they were not skipping their work in particular. There were 4 guards watching Myrtle. Since there were only supposed to be 2 standing guard, the other 2 were permitted to take a break during this time. I told the 2 of them to be at ease and went to the 2nd floor alone. Why, if it isn't Fujiwara-sama. Thanks for your hard work. Myra and a wolfman was standing in front of the room where Myrtle was located. Of course, the one who had bowed and greeted me was only the male one. Myra only lowered her head slightly. She wasn't even trying to look at my eyes. Her attitude was the same as always, but I has received a report saying that she was doing well in her guard duties, so it's all right. I'm coming in, I announced. Since there was no rejection, I opened the sliding door. In that room, Myrtle was sitting in a seiza position with her eyes closed. I coughed audibly. I had heard the story, but she was indeed losing an abnormal amount of weight. I've interrogated her when I came to this inn once, but she was like a different person now as compared to then. Fujiwara-dano? Myrtle opened her eyes. There was no color in her eyes. They were hollow. You have become thinner. Are the meals not to your tastes? I asked. No, the meals are delicious. They are actually much better for this body. She replied quietly. Did you really become better? I was about to blurt out those words unconsciously, but I swallowed them at the very last moment. I came to talk. Please tell me about the countries north of the kingdom of Sandra. I did not come to have an enjoyable talk, so I quickly went to the main subject. But, Myrtle only agreed softly, and started to talk without asking for the reason. There are 2 countries north of the kingdom of Sandra. Most of our northern territory are adjacent to the kingdom of Robiatas, and a small part along the northwest coast is adjacent to the dukedom of Shugurin. She started her lengthy explanation. Although the kingdom of Robiatas has a humid climate overall, there is still a lot grassland spread out in their territory with black soil and little rain, which is suitable for agriculture. In addition, a quarter of the country is forest, and there are a lot of mines too, so their forestry and mining industries are quite developed. But, because they have such blessed lands, the name of their country has changed numerous times because of long wars, and it was only around 40 years ago that it became the current kingdom of Robiatas. She stated clearly while I simply listened. Because they have pushed for excessive centralization until now, their political situation is a little unstable. But, because the king has absolute power, there is no waste in their national affairs. Even though they have just emerged as a country, their national strength can't be underestimated. She continued speaking, her voice carrying clearly. Their relation with the Kingdom of Sandra is not that good. Regarding the northern lands, the Kingdom of Sandra has never recognized it, so territorial disputes exist. In contrast, about the Dukedom of Shuguran, it is an average agricultural country without any specialties that are common in this continent. It is an old country, and their political situation is also very stable. They prefer diplomacy, so as a neighboring country, they have good relations with the Kingdom of Sandra. She introduced the overall situation, and as for their military strength, the Kingdom of Sandra stands above both countries. But, since half of the four Dragon Order of Night were destroyed, as their influence decreases, the relationship of power can be reversed depending on the trend from each lord. I see. I nodded. If this story is true, then I should make peace with the Kingdom of Sandra. If I don't make peace, then the Kingdom of Sandra will need to pay attention to the south, and if they are attacked from the north, then they might have a crisis. In the first place, I didn't intend to attack the north from here, so there were no losses for this peace. On the contrary, I can ask for a large sum of money as the condition for peace, so I can return the prisoners without delay. As I make up my mind, I leave the room with the watchman. Just before the sliding doors were closed, Myrle's appearance came into view for a moment. She had already closed her eyes, and was sitting in silence. Her form was, strangely, fitting for a Japanese room. I told the watchmen to do their best and left the inn. That night, I drank with Elsa. There was sake, wine, and beer. As for the meal, I had prepared Matsuzaka beef served with steak sauce. When Elsa ate the juicy, marbled steak, even her eyes rounded as she exclaimed about how delicious it was. The common topics between Elsa and me were very limited. Elsa talked about Rila and Ryle who had come here before. Both of them seemed to be doing well. It was said that they would buy a noble rank with money in the future. I got interested in that story. Is there a country where you can buy noble rank? As I asked, Elsa answered smoothly. There was a country northwest of the continent, the Kingdom of Dryad. There was no particular industry they specialized in, and they had vast lands, but the number of infertile lands was high. This was especially so in the northern land called Dragonhorn. Food was not growing because of the cold, so they sell such land to people together with the nobility title, and they seem to have made money with it. In addition, even in such infertile land, the taxes remain the same with other places, so their land and noble title will be rescinded if they can't pay the tax. This seemed almost like fraud. Yeah, that's right. That's why there are no humans there, right? So, the beastmen who don't go south will mostly go there. Elsa explained. I just found out something new. The inflow of beastmen suddenly stopped at a certain moment. I thought it was strange, but it turned out that the place they were aiming for was different. This might be a chance. Is it possible to summon the beastmen here? I questioned. It's impossible. The Kingdom of Sandra, which is in the middle of the route, won't agree. Even if you mention it as the condition for peace, do you think they will agree? Numbers are power. The population of this town will increase, so for the Kingdom of Sandra, it would be more horrible than getting attacked by the northern countries. Elsa shook her head. Is that so? I sighed. The condition to change the era setting to modern was to get the population to reach 10,000 and have 1 trillion yen funds. If the funds stay as they were, there should be no problem. But the population doesn't increase easily. If I wait for it to increase naturally from reproduction, I will be a grandpa in no time. Well, as long as I have the money, I can still buy stuff from the modern era, even with the setting era at Edo, so I haven't thought much about population until now. I grunted. While I was absorbed in thinking, Elsa had fallen asleep. Let's stop here for today. Still, Elsa was too defenseless in front of a man. When I thought that she was a beautiful woman, Elsa began to snore loudly. While holding in my laughter, I gently cover Elsa with a coat and left the room. The morning of second day of Elsa's visit, I got into the armored car and headed towards the prison surrounded by stone walls, which was about 40 kilometers south from the town. It's the jail for the knights. They spend their day in depression without anything to do under the scorching sun. I went up to the turret on top of the stone walls and listened to the report from the bird tribe who were acting as guards. Although there seemed to be fights occasionally during breakfast, there were no abnormalities besides that. I look at the knights' situation from across the vertically barred window. They lined up side by side in the stone wall's shade, and were simply sitting there without doing anything. Some people were writing something on the ground. When I looked at it with binoculars, there were Os and X's drawn in several squares. 2 Os were circling the X, and the X became an O. There was no doubt that that was Reversi. As Elsa had said, Reversi seemed to have become really popular. Before long, I had interviewed several of the knights one by one. The contents were about the northern countries. At first, the knights were suspicious about my line of questioning, but when I mentioned that I would give them meat, everyone's mouths became loose. The contents were not much different from what Myrle had talked about. Thus, I decided to make peace with the kingdom of Sandra. After that, I returned to my house and think about the conditions for peace. On the third morning of Elsa's visit, I told Elsa that I would make peace and handed the parchment with the conditions written on it. The peace conditions were as followed. The kingdom of Sandra will pay 100 million new Barbanil silver coins, about 280 billion yen, as compensation. Kingdom of Sandra must take over all 832 prisoners of war. Furthermore, the ransom for Princess Myrle will be 10 million new Barbanil silver coins, 28 billion yen, and a knight's ransom would be 1,000 silver coins, 2.8 million yen, per person. The rest would be returned free of charge. We will return the villages from the southern territory leading to the town. Fujiwara-san is overcharging. The kingdom of Sandra does not have this much money. Elsa stated with an amazed expression. That's right. In order to make them not think lightly of me, I overcharged them with this outrageous amount. Then, Elsa nonchalantly put the parchment with the peace conditions into her pocket. Her role was to recommend peace, not to sign the peace treaty after all. Because the negotiation for peace will be carried by the diplomats, Elsa didn't bother arguing. Well then, I am leaving. Stay healthy, Fujiwara-san. She smiled. Yes, Elsa-san too. I nodded. Thus, Elsa got on the carriage and left. I handed over a puzzle ring, so that she could kill time on the way and also do something about the taciturn knights during the journey. Puzzle ring, X5, 50,000 yen, list price 500 yen, X5 equals 250,000 yen, list price 2,500 yen, Chapter 047, at that time, in Kingdom of Sandra. Let's rewind the time a little bit. It was when Elsa left Sandoria as a messenger of peace to see Nobuide. The militiamen who lost the war gradually arrived at the southern territory. Ah, we've finally arrived here, one of them said while gasping for breath. It was a long journey. The deaths of the soldiers who were dispatched together with them had already been drilled into their minds, and the heat in addition to the unsatisfying meals had already eroded their strength. Both their minds and bodies have already been worn out. But, they still walked without stopping because there was someone waiting for them at home. Hey, just a little bit more. The encouragement came from the person walking beside him. The militiamen encouraged each other as they walked the remaining distance. Eventually, the group was divided into several smaller groups and returned back to their respective villages. Thus, what echoed in the villages were only the sorrowful cries of the villagers who were told about the death of their loved ones. Meanwhile, in Count Sarabona's mansion, Count Sarabona was the lord of the southwestern territory who had contributed 2,000 militiamen for the southern conquest this time. Probably because of overeating, there was a lot of fat on his body. You could tell that his character was similar to his big body. A slow-witted person. Count Sarabona was about to have his fourth of his usual 6 meals that day when the door of dining room were slammed open, and the head butler came in with a pale expression. This is terrible. The soldiers who headed to the Beastman town have just returned. The kingdom's army was defeated. Listening to it, Count Sarabona only grumbled at the weakness of the kingdom's army, and continued to eat. The army has already been defeated once, thus, it was not strange for them to be defeated the second time. Count Sarabona assumed that only the commander had been killed, and they ran away again, so there was no need to pay attention to it in particular. "All right, ask Verses to come here," he ordered nonchalantly. Verses was the leader of the militiamen of this territory, and was directly under the command of Count Sarabona. About that, Verses and his subordinates were killed in battle. The head butler sweat nervously. What? Count Sarabona was truly astonished this time, and dropped the knife and fork in his hands. Is that true? Why yes, the kingdom's army has been annihilated. In fact, there are less than 500 people who managed to safely return here. No way. The count slumped in his seat. It was different from the previous retreat that was due to the death of the commander. This means that 5,000 soldiers had been annihilated head-on. Because of this astonishing fact, Count Sarabona could not continue eating anymore. After that, Count Sarabona immediately interviewed the militiamen who came to report. Then, he sent scouts to investigate the movement of the Beastman town, as well as a messenger to the royal palace. At the same time, a messenger from the royal palace arrived. Count Sarabona met with the messenger from the royal palace in the audience room. After the messenger bowed to the count, he took out the king's letter from his chest pocket, and read it aloud. "We truly appreciate Count Sarabona's great contribution to the South conquest this time. However, the fight with the Beastmen was not fruitful even after our army's strenuous efforts, and resulted with the defeat of the army. Therefore, what was stated was the defeat of the kingdom's troops. In addition, it was said that peace negotiations with the Beastman town was currently underway. Also, along with the defeat this time, he was told that they would receive tax exemptions for 1 year. That is all." The messenger finished conveying the king's words. Count Sarabona, who had been listening to it with closed eyes, opened his eyes and said, Understood. Messenger Dono must be tired. You should stay at my house for tonight." With those words, the messenger bowed and retreated from the audience room. Count Sarabona looked at the messenger leave the audience room with a calm expression. But, as soon as the messenger was no longer present in the audience room, his blood vessels began to throb visibly from anger. "Just what does the kingdom think of my territory?" His meaty cheeks trembled as he cried out. "Tax exemptions for 1 year? I don't need such compensation. Is the king making light of me? For a lord, the death of more than 1,000 farmers was not something that could be ignored. It wasn't because of the numbers too. Farmers in their prime had responded to the drafts, and they were lost under the king's orders. Certainly, even though each lord was obligated to send soldiers during wartime, the royal palace was not obliged to compensate for any damages. But, the country was not being invaded, and it lost the war that the royal palace started, so compensation of only giving tax exemptions was too outrageous. Don't underestimate me." Count Sarabona breathed heavily, hatred and anger clear in his beady eyes. His territory was located in the south. Count Sarabona thought that the cause for this slight was because his territory was in the innermost region without any other allies to depend on. If he betrayed the country, he would only be a mouse that's strapped in a bag. Nonetheless, the aggressive attitude of the kingdom was not because of his territory's position. At first glance, they seemed to have slighted Count Sarabona, but on the contrary, what would happen if they compensated Count Sarabona heavily for the loss? For the king to inquire one lord about his or her well-being was an act that a king can't take, as it may inform other lords how risky the current situation was. You will see. But, Count Sarabona did not notice the real intentions of the king, and his heart was filled with rage. After a few days passed, the story of the failed southern conquest started to spread in the kingdom of Sandra. The same also happened in the capital, Sandoria. The defeat of the army spread from mouth to mouth in the blink of an eye. The night orders were defeated. You're kidding, right? The residents of the castle town treated the rumor with skepticism. It was natural, the opponents were merely beastmen, so it was impossible to imagine that the humans lost. No, it doesn't seem like a lie. The farmers drafted from the South Territory were reduced from the initial number of 4,000 to nearly 1,000, and it seems like they've barely escaped with their lives. One of them gossiped. Fool, they were only beastmen, there is no way we could lose. Another argued, think carefully about the failure of the southern conquest over a year ago. Was it really because of plague? What if Commander Garland did not fall because of illness, but because he was killed by the beastmen? Yet another guessed, based on what? One curious person cut in, the rumor came from the people from the southern territories. Those people were the ones who experienced it. The villagers who have lost their families are still grieving. Someone stated knowingly, the defeat of the kingdom's army already went beyond the level of rumor-mongering. The unshakable information had been spread since the earlier stages by Count Sarabona, who deliberately circulated that information. By doing so, he thought that it would increase the momentum of rebellion against the king. But the royal palace had already started to cope with it. The king started drafting from the villages under his direct control, and announced that a drill would be held soon using the drafted soldiers. The scale exceeded 10,000 easily in order to show his authority to each lord, and that he had a powerful force to restrain those with treasonous thoughts and behavior. In the imperial capital of Sandoria, the polo firm had expanded into a large firm in the recent years. A large mansion was built. There the few employees in the past had already grown in number by several times. I'm home. It was in the early afternoon when Elsa returned to the polo firm where she served as the head of the firm. It had been around 20 days since she left Sandoria. She had already reported to the castle, and the reward was already in her hands. Welcome home, Elsa-san. When Elsa opened the door to the office, Ryle, who was doing paperwork, greeted her. How was the wheat? Elsa asked. Everything is proceeding smoothly, Ryle replied. When she heard that, she smiled. The real reward that Elsa received from the royal palace was not insignificant silver coins in her hands. It was information. Elsa, who knew of the defeat of the kingdom's army earlier than anyone else amongst the commercial firms, had foreseen an upcoming war, and ordered Ryle to buy wheat. Right, here, a souvenir. Elsa took out distorted metal pieces that were connected tightly from her chest pocket. This is? It was something unfamiliar to Ryle. It's a puzzle ring that I got it from Fujiwara-san. If you fiddle with it skillfully, you can disconnect the link. It is quite difficult, she explained. Huh? Ryle took it and examined it closely. By the way, although all 5 puzzle rings she got were complicated, Elsa was able to solve all of them. Well, it's unclear whether this would sell or not even if we mass-produced them. I think it would be enough to make them individually and distribute them to our customers. Elsa mused before her eyes sharpened. More than that, how is the situation in the north? The kingdom of Robiatas is preparing their army. There is noticeable movement of wheat, salt, and weapons, and mercenaries are also starting to gather. On the other hand, there is no movement from the Shuguran dukedom. Ryle reported dutifully. Will the kingdom of Robiatas came to attack after all? What is the exact situation here? Elsa questioned. The farmers that have been drafted and are performing a military drill. It's said that the scale is around 20,000 to 30,000 people. He stated. The king really took a drastic measure. Are they trying to empty the castle's vaults? She frowned. To recruit tens of thousands of farmers wasn't cheap at all, since after this, they needed to harvest the spring wheat sowed in spring. If tens of thousands of labor disappeared, profit will inevitably decrease. It was something that the royal palace would need to bear. But well, with this our country shouldn't be defeated. Alright, let's sell the wheat earlier. Don't mind if it's being requisitioned. In the unlikely event of excessive fund disbursement, we should buy a governmental bond as well. Elsa instructed. Understood. Ryle nodded. The polo firm under Elsa's command had started to move along as a whole towards the upcoming war. 1 week later, in the Northern Territory under the king's direct control, a drill of nearly 30,000 militiamen was held. This caused the country to consume a lot of goods. And each lord, who had looked down on the king, was not able to gauge the limit of king's strength, and revised their evaluation. But still, the kingdom of Robytas was still preparing for war. Mercenary groups from all over the continent came one after another to the kingdom of Robytas, and gathered close to the border of the kingdom of Sandra. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Sandra had successfully made peace with the Beastmen town. By doing this, the kingdom of Sandra would not need to worry about the south, and would be able to concentrate its whole power to the north. The ability to make town. Let's make a Japanese town in Different World Chapter 48. About 10 days after Elsa left the town, diplomats from the kingdom of Sandra visited the town, and negotiations for the terms to uphold peace were held. The diplomats, from beginning till the end, apologized while prostrating. Their speech all started with an apology, but they had absolutely no intention to make this uncomfortable. They bowed so much that those from Wolf Tribe who were acting as my escorts were surprised. However, I think they've selected good personnel. It's quite a big deal for them to lower their heads to beastmen. Well, this town does not associate with other countries, so no matter what they do, the influence of the kingdom of Sandra won't go down. For that reason, the diplomats probably think that if it was just an apology, then there was no problem with them doing it. Regarding the peace conditions, there were compromises to some extent. The conditions were as followed. The kingdom of Sandra will pay reparations equivalent to 40 million new Barbanil silver coins, around 112 billion yen. They will pay equivalent to 1 million new Barbanil silver coins, about 2.8 billion yen, monthly. The kingdom of Sandra must take over all 832 prisoners of war. Furthermore, the ransom for Princess Myrle will be equivalent to 10 million new Barbanil silver coins, 28 billion yen, the knight's equivalent to 1,000 silver coins, 2.8 million yen, per person. The others will be returned free of charge, and the ransom will be paid in full all at once. Kingdom of Sandra will pull out the villages which lead from the southern territory to the town. In the future trades, the price of spice will be raised. The king of Sandra will make a written pledge to not attack the Beastmen town again. I already knew that it would be unavoidable to make a compromise, and after hearing about the situation with the kingdom of Robytas at the north, there was no other choice. As for the written pledge, I intended to scatter copies of the agreement all over the place should the king of Sandra break the promise. When the peace conditions were established, the diplomats quickly returned to their country. During their next visit, they will bring the agreement signed by their king, as well as the various items from the conditions. When summer was over, 2 visitors appeared. They didn't come accompanied by horses, so it was very suspicious. After listening to their stories, it seems that they were from the kingdom of Robytas, and their request was for us to attack kingdom of Sandra from the south. As for not being accompanied by horse, it seems like the kingdom of Sandra was watching the border of South Territory tightly, so they didn't come via the riverside. After all, the kingdom of Sandra was afraid of the contact between this town and other countries. Even so, how many countries actually know about this town? When I asked about it, they said that since the town of Beastmen defeated the kingdom of Sandra, word will eventually spread throughout the continent in the future. Our military strength, unknown magic, and there was even a story of us being accompanied by unknown beasts. Then, as for their proposal, I've already made peace with the kingdom of Sandra. Even if the other party might betray the agreement in the future, I cannot break the promise which I made myself. In addition, I do not intend to move away from here in the first place. When I conveyed my intentions to not side with any country, the messengers attempted to negotiate, and they left without being disappointed. They had heard that negotiations between this town and the kingdom of Sandra were underway, and tried to find out if there was an alliance between us or not. Even so, it was painful since there was no way to obtain information. So I do not understand the situation of the continent at all. For example, when it comes to war, it could certainly be said as the ultimate defense if I knew the enemy's situation when they attack, and then I noticed that there was a possibility that numerous human countries might band together and surround this town. However, I never thought of losing even though human country united into one. In the worst case, I will run away, or so I have simulated numerous times. After the messengers from the kingdom of Robutus, people from the kingdom of Sandra came accompanied by numerous carriages. After receiving the official agreement and pledge from the messengers, I went to Myrle to ascertain its authenticity. I did not speak about the circumstances, and only showed the signature and the seal, and Myrle judged that it was truly from the king. I then instructed the beastmen to immediately retrieve the prisoners from the south. The prisoners of war will be handed over the day after tomorrow. Myrle sat quietly as usual in one of the inn's room. Her body did not improve and remained weak. It has been decided that you will be returned. Tomorrow morning, you will be handed over to the humans from your country. Myrle told her as she served her dinner. Is that so? Myrle replied plainly. However, when Myrle was about to leave the room, Myrle spoke once more. I have one request. Myrle did not turn around or answer, but she stopped walking. There should be Reversi in this town. Could you bring that here? When Myrle finished stating her request, Myrle left without complaining. After Myrle finished her meal, Myrle returned to the room with a wooden box containing a wooden board and stones. Myrle placed the Reversi on the desk and left with the tableware. But Myrle stopped her just as she was about to leave. Wait, I can't play it alone, accompany me. I have never played it before. Myrle replied curtly. Ah, I see. I've only played it 3 times too, you know. So, how about a fair match between beginners? Myrle seemed somewhat happy. Myrle sat down somewhat reluctantly, and after Myrle taught her the rules, the game started. In the quiet room, the sound of stones being placed resounded, and eventually the game was over. It is my win, Myrle said, a small smile lifting her thin cheeks. Myrle frowned a little while staring at the board. What? Don't sulk. In Reversi, it's important to take the corners. As Myrle boasted about her victory, there was slight rise in her tone. The corners of her eyes drooped, and the corners of her mouth raised. She looked happy. Myrle shifted to face Myrle. Is there any meaning to this? It was in no way an excuse. Myrle truly thought that playing Reversi was a meaningless act. Right, it might not mean anything. Myrle thought, if it was a long time ago, it would be much better for her to swing the sword many times rather than being hooked to something like this. Myrle thought that Myrle was the same as the pastor. Some time ago, a man named Romato was here. I heard that guy played Reversi with the beastmen to deepen their friendship, right? As Myrle said so, Myrle became even more sullen. Humans and beastmen do not get along. When you think about it, it was a big mistake. Such thoughts were unconsciously expressed on Myrle's face. Myrle thought that she was rather easy to understand. Ah, I'm not really trying to be friends with you in particular. Hey, let's do it again. Listen, the corners are important. The corners, Myrle stated firmly. After finding the winning method, she boasted and showed off like a child. Myrle picked up the stone in silence. The sound of stones clicking resounded once again. Naturally, Myrle opened her mouth. I thought I could do anything. I guess it could be said that I felt invincible. There was no one who could win against me in the Night Order. The content was something about herself. While looking at the board's surface, Myrle continued to speak. However, I am only a frog in the well. The army was defeated without being able to return even one arrow. I ran away, and in the end, I have become a prisoner now. Well, rather than because the world is a wide place, maybe it's because this town is special. Myrle simply listened quietly. Without looking at each other, Myrle and Myrle continued playing seriously. Many soldiers died. I was also in favor for this war. If I had opposed it, then some people from the army that attacked this place would not have died. Even though I was able to shamelessly survive, I feel miserable. Even if I lose so much weight, I am still alive. Surely it's because I am afraid of death. What was the reason for Myrle becoming so abnormally thin? The reason was because Myrle used the body manipulation technique. The characteristic of this secret art was to raise the power of the body above its limit using magical power. But the risk was also high. Therefore, even if she ate something nourishing, she could still easily die from the sickness in her heart. But she was not dead yet. Myrtle thought that the fear of death was something that was barely supporting herself. Well, I wonder what I should do. Myrtle raised her face to look at Myra, who resembled herself. However, it was still a question for herself. Then, Myra turned her brown eyes towards Myrtle. How should I know? It was only that. After saying that, Myra returned her eyes back to the board again. That certainly seems like something you'd say. Myrtle gave a faint smile, and the sound of stones being placed resounded in the quiet room resounded once more. Before long, the game came to an end, and Myra stood up. This is enough, right? I will give the board to you. Then, Myra left the room. Myra looked at the left side of the board. The game ended with Myrtle's overwhelming victory. Myra did not try to stubbornly strike the corner, but she seemed to have tried to win against Myrtle instead. She was awfully pure and dazzling. For some reason, Myrtle became fond of her. The next morning, the one who brought the meal was not Myra, but another beastman instead. When the meal was over, she went outside the gate while being escorted by 3 beastmen. Why isn't Myra here? Myrtle asked, but her escorts do not answer back. They were only there to do their jobs. After a while, they arrived at the northern gate. The gate was open, and a man from the kingdom of Sandra was there. The injured boarded the lined-up carriages while the dissatisfied knights were forced to walk. Myrtle stepped forward. The people from the kingdom of Sandra were surprised to see Myrtle, who was so thin that she was like another person. Fujiwara Dono, is Myra not coming here? Myrtle asked Nobue-Ide, who was nearby. Nobue-Ide then asked her guards, and they replied that she was not on duty. Myrtle was placed in the carriage for injured people. Eventually, the carriage started to move and left the town steadily. Nobue-Ide returned to the town's gate too. Myrtle was looking at the town from the back seat. She felt unspeakable loneliness in her chest. I am getting weaker. Myrtle sneered at herself. But then, a familiar shadow entered her sight. Myrtle became startled, and hurriedly used the body manipulation technique to strengthen her eyesight. Above the stone wall was a person staring her way with her usual sullen face. Myrtle's lips drew up in a gentle arc. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Myrtle thought that this was sufficient. Selfishly saying that she resembled her and trying to become friends, it was only to comfort herself. However, the lie that was filling the empty gap inside her chest became a positive thing before long. She was simply yearning for self-satisfaction. It was not the fear of death which kept her body from dying out. It was an existence called Myra, the ability to make town. Let's make a Japanese town in different world. Chapter 49 TL. Figured I need to donate some idea to kicking some site whos are stealing my translations. The CHP start from here. When it was mid-autumn, the daytime temperature also fell, so it felt like time flew by faster somehow. Although the highest temperature was still 25 degrees Celsius, but because the air was dry, it was a very refreshing temperature. So, on that day, I sat on the chair under the parasol set in the premises of my house, and enjoyed the afternoon, while holding a glass that contained cola, which might as well be liquid gold from how much I spent, in my hand. I sipped at it with a straw. Drinking Coke in another world has a exceptional taste. Guakikaku. While placing the glass of cola on the side table, a villainous laugh leaked out from my mouth. But that couldn't be helped since I was reading the town data. Right now, funds 466,237,787,000 yen. Before the Kingdom of Sandra attacked, my funds were only about 300 billion. Now, it has become 460 billion. Foo-fa-foo. I laughed to myself once more. With this money, I can buy most of the things, even if they were from the modern era. I can't stop laughing. If I keep trading like this, I can achieve 1 trillion yen quickly. When that happens, the only condition left to change the era setting to modern would only be having a population of 10,000 people. However, that was the problem. The current population just exceeded 2,300 people. The population growth in a year did not even reach 200 people. The birth rate of the beastmen was too low. Before, I have asked each chief about their tribe's sex life with blushing cheeks. From the story, it seemed like every tribe was doing fine for the time being. But, could it be because of their nature? The natural conception rate of the beastmen seemed to be quite low. Furthermore, although the birth rate of the kobold and goblin tribe were not low, the survival rate of their children was not high. Well, I was certain that the beastmen were not as fertile as humans so far. No, it might be because of their low fertility that they were not seen as a threat to humans. That could have been why they had survived until now. Now then, I wonder what I should do to achieve a population of 10,000. Should I wait for the population to increase to 10,000 people steadily? However, if I did so, I wouldn't know how many decades it would take to change the era setting to modern. From the beginning, I was from the modern era, but I also want to look at the world of in the future. Even in my previous world, the future was a world I had never experienced. When I imagined what fun it could be, I can't suppress the throb of excitement in my chest. As expected, I should actively approach the population problem. That's right. The next time the Kingdom of Sandra attacks, should we invade back and take away some territory? If it's like that, we can expand the town and make the humans migrate. With this, a population of 10,000 could be easily achieved. However, I feel that it would be difficult to harmonize the humans and the beastmen. There were people from the wolf tribe who were friends with Romato, but this was only with one particular individual. It can't be said that tensions with the humans have lessened. It was indeed troublesome. What should I do? As I thought about that, sleepiness seized me suddenly. I used to be what others would call a lively person. However, unlike the busy days from my previous world, there was much time to ponder in this world. Let's slowly think about the population after taking a nap. I closed the town data and closed my eyes. My field of vision became dark as my eyelids fell shut. That reminds me, I wonder if the Kingdom of Sandra is fighting with the Kingdom of Robiatas right now. If the Kingdom of Sandra loses, I wonder what would happen to Elsa? Suddenly, a flash of worry stabbed my heart. Well, Elsa is a merchant, and since she's smart, I think she should be okay. Anyway, I am quite interested in the results of the war between the two countries. But there was nothing I could do about it. There was a saying that good things come to those who wait. As long as the Kingdom of Sandra was safe, the trade would continue. Thus, I should only do what I can now. So, for the time being, I will entrust myself to this warm sunshine and enjoy this calm siesta. Then, I felt a hard lump and some pressure on my stomach. When I opened my eyes, I saw Catherine pressing her nose to my belly. "What is it, Catherine?" I asked while caressing her large head. Catherine gave a short groan. She probably wanted to go for a walk. Catherine and I had a tacit understanding, and we could generally understand what each other was thinking. Oh well, this can't be helped. I sighed heavily. It seems like I need to postpone the siesta. I got onto Catherine and decided to patrol the town. Fujiwara-sama. As I went around the town, the children gathered around when they saw me. It was a pain to be a popular person. I took out some Konpiatu from my chest pockets and handed them to the children. TLC, Konpiatu is a Japanese sugar candy. Soon, autumn was over, and winter had arrived. Sometimes, the temperature fell to the negative range during midnight till early morning, so it was very cold inside. One day, I was told that the war with the Kingdom of Robiatas was over by some officials from the Kingdom of Sandra who came to trade. It ended with a victory of the Kingdom of Sandra. Even though it was a very intense war, the Kingdom of Sandra somehow managed to defend their territory. I think that was good. For now, the two human countries were able to maintain their stalemate. There could be no better result for us. Then, the officials told me that they wanted me to increase the amount of traded goods. Although I should have exported quite a fair amount until now, it seems like they've already restrained themselves quite a bit so that other countries wouldn't know of our existence. But, it seems like their financial budget was currently being pressed so much that they couldn't do anything else. Even though they came out victorious in this war, it was just to the point of being able to protect their territory. There was nothing else gained from it, so it could be said that they simply lost their soldiers and fortune in vain. Therefore, They needed to expand their trading volume. It was not a bad thing for me. If I had to have a particular concern about it, it would be the existence of this town being made known to other countries. This was something I want to avoid with all my might. This place was called the town of Beastmen. For those humans who disdained the Beastmen, none of them would be pleased when that much wealth was being gathered here. While emphasizing to them to not make this place known, I permitted the increase in the amount of goods being traded. Then, after some time passed, people from the kingdom of Sandra came again. However, they did not come with guards this time. The hurried messengers had not come to trade. The Western feudal lord has betrayed our country. The messenger reported after I greeted him. The story was like this. From northwest to southwest, certain areas in the western area betrayed the kingdom of Sandra and declared that they were under the rule of the Shuguran dukedom instead. However, because the kingdom of Sandra was exhausted from the war, they couldn't do anything about it, and could only appeal to the church regarding this breach. However, they did not seem to have gotten a favorable reply. This was because the land that the Shuguran dukedom acquired this time was not taken by war, and the people living on that land declared that they belonged to the Shuguran dukedom by their own free will. The ones who betrayed the kingdom includes the lord of the southwestern territory, Count Sarabona. He knows about the origin of sugar and spice, so the Shuguran dukedom would certainly come to make contact. He explained. After the messenger warned us, he quickly left. Contact. If it's just business, then I won't care. I will do as I wish here. In the past, Count Sarabona had sent militiamen to attack this town, so he should know how terrifying this place was. I don't think that he would carelessly attack again. Perhaps what the messenger from the kingdom of Sandra wanted to say was to not trade with the Shuguran dukedom. But, even after a month had passed, there was still no sign of people from the Shuguran dukedom coming to this town. Instead, other visitors came from the north. This is what I was waiting for. New residents of the town. The first one to appear was the fish tribe. Like their name suggests, they have the face of fish. It seemed like they had come from the Shuguran dukedom. They were large in number, easily exceeding 1,000 people. Rather, I wonder how these fish can live out of water. How did they breathe? Next were the bird and snake tribes. They came from all over the Shuguran dukedom. Another bird tribe. While thinking so, I learnt that there were also different types of birds. The bird tribe in the town had the appearance of hawks, while the newcomers were black like crows. As for the snake tribe, even though they were supposedly snakes, they had 2 hands and feet. How they evolved into this was certainly a mystery. No, perhaps they had evolved from lizards even if they were currently called snakes. For the time being, because the number of people who could enter the town was limited, I decided to let them live in the houses in the west. The houses were insufficient, so they needed to make do with simple tents made from cloths and woods for now. Because we could supply as much as firewood as needed, they would not freeze in winter. The ability to make town. Let's make a Japanese town in different world. Chapter 50. The 3 tribes, fish, bird and snake, came to the town almost at the same time. And just like this, the town's population finally exceeded 4,000 people. I can actually see the shadow of a population of 10,000 now. I am really overjoyed by it. By the way, since I expected fatigue from the long journey, I granted the fish tribe a holiday in the name of environmental improvement. But that lasted only for a day. Someone who does not work should not eat. I hope that they'll start working soon, but for now, I will just go to their place. I've already met the fish tribe members numerous times, but since our relationship was still shallow, I can't be careless. Ads by Rev Content. Simple Method ends tinnitus, stops ringing ears. Watch. Simple Method ends tinnitus, stops ringing ears. Watch. Health Today Men. This new ed discovery has doctors stunned. Men. This new ed discovery has doctors stunned. The real updates. Meet the life-saving smartwatch taking United States by storm. Meet the life-saving smartwatch taking United States by storm. Techie Times. I put on my battle gear and got on the armored car, and on the way, I picked up some people from the Wolf tribe, including Chief Chiharu, and left from the west gate. I drove the armored car slowly to the area where the fish tribesmen live. Then, everyone, who was walking along the road, got down onto their knees and lowered their heads. Somehow, they looked very respectful. No, the original residents of the town also bent their waists, so the three new tribes became even more respectful. Chief Chiharu, who saw this for the first time, began talk about doing the same as them from now on. Of course, I declined and said that it was not necessary to do so. Even so, there are a lot of people, I muttered while driving. Ads by Rev Content Men. This new ed discovery has doctors stunned men. This new ed discovery has doctors stunned. The real updates. Meet the life-saving smartwatch taking United States by storm. Meet the life-saving smartwatch taking United States by storm. Techie Times. Kate Upton without makeup is actually scary. Kate Upton without makeup is actually scary. Mommy thing. There was more than 1,000 people in Fish Tribe alone. If I put the bird and snake tribes together, there would be over 2,000 people. Because the brick houses that had been built before were not enough, my site was filled with tents lined up in rows. I intend to change all of them into brick houses in the future, but it will take a considerable amount of time to do so. Before long, we arrived at our destination. Right at the border of the brick houses and tents was where the chief of the fish tribe lived. I stopped the armored car in the middle of road and got off with the wolf tribesman. TL. Yumak, don't park the car in the middle of the road. Ads by Rev Content. Neuropathy and nerve damage. Do this immediately. Watch. Neuropathy and nerve damage. Do this immediately. Watch. Online tips. Weekly Men. This new ed discovery has doctors stunned men. This new ed discovery has doctors stunned. The real updates. Meet the life-saving smartwatch taking United States by storm. Meet the life-saving smartwatch taking United States by storm. Techie Times. Then, the chief of the fish tribe, who was waiting in front of the house, lowered their head to the ground. Fujiwara-sama, we are truly thankful that you accepted us at this time, he stated worshipfully. How many times was he gonna say this? Like everyone else from before, the chief was also prostrating himself before me. No, although it was similar, it was slightly different. When a chief does this, it meant that the entire tribe was lowering themselves before me. Please stand up, I urged. Yes. At my words, the chief stood up. He was about 2 meters tall, so it was actually quite intimidating. His eyes were round and half protruding. He had no nose, and his mouth was rather large. There was a cut in his cheeks which seemed to be gills, judging by the way it was slowly moving. Perhaps the gills played the role of a nose. His skin was blue, and his hands didn't have anything like webbing or fins. Even though they were called the fish tribe, they were clearly a tribe meant for living on land. Have you gotten used to the life here? I asked. It is a wonderful life, yes, he said humbly. I have heard of their story before. It seemed like they've been oppressed by humans when they were still living in the Shuguran dukedom. However, unlike the beastmen from the kingdom of Sandra, they lived in the sea. Humans generally don't approach the sea since sea beasts live there. So to catch fish, they needed to risk their lives. The fish tribe eats fish. I thought that that was cannibalistic, but when I thought more carefully, fish in the oceans also lived by eating fish smaller than themselves. Even humans could be roughly classified as mammals, so maybe it was cannibalism when we eat pigs and cows. Ed, are you saying that humans like pigs and cows? We're under different classifications for families. For one, we're way too different physically for that to be cannibalism. Anyway, while they were catching fish, humans from the Shuguran dukedom specially told them about this town. What kind of intentions did the people from the Shuguran dukedom have to do such a thing? Were they planning on doing this as a favor to me? Or was it simply because they wanted the fish tribe to leave? Even when I ponder over it, I can't come to a proper conclusion. You do not have to trouble yourself by giving me this much reverence, you know. I sighed. Yes, I am sorry. I don't know whether this was their habit or not since the chief lowered his head yet again. I came today to allocate fields for you to cultivate. Since you live here now, you must work as well, I stated. The survey of the fields has been completed after all. Afterwards, I give them fields according to their numbers as well as farming tools so that they would be able to cultivate them right away. All the members of my tribe pledged to work seriously. The chief promised, but I couldn't read any emotions from his eyes when he said that. On that day, the fish tribesmen received their fields, and I did the same to the bird and snake tribes the very next day. Winter passed and spring came. 5 years had passed since I arrived in this world. It was finally my 6th year here. To celebrate the arrival of a new year along with the increase in residents, I decided to hold a banquet for the first time in a while. The North Gate still stank of blood from the fight against the Kingdom of Sandra. There, a large banquet consisting of 4,000 people was held at the South instead. Everyone, please treat me well from now on. The banquet began with the greeting from the chief of the fish tribe. A thunderous applause arose from the other beastmen. Regarding the newly arrived fish tribe, there was no particular problem according to the report. Everyone was doing well so far. Besides to myself, the fish tribe was also respectful towards the existing residents, so they had a good reputation. As the banquet progressed, the chiefs came to offer some liquor to me. While exchanging drinks, I had conversation with them. Currently, I was drinking with Raccoon Tribe's chief. Are the camel twins doing well? I asked. Spring was the when camels gave birth. Just the other day, the camel being taken care of by the Raccoon Tribe was giving birth. It was a very difficult delivery, so the people from the Raccoon Tribe and I were watching over it attentively. When it finally gave birth, there were twins. The Raccoon Tribesmen were shedding tears of joy, as if their own child had been born. At that time, I also teared up. Yes, they are doing fine. Please come over to see them again. Those kids will also be pleased. The Raccoon Tribe chief's needle-like mustache, which extended from his nose, shook as he said it shyly. Thus, the banquet ended in a great success. The relations with the Beastman tribe were also good. The town continued to grow steadily. One day in May, while carrying some liquor in daytime, I visited Chief Chiharu's house. Because I had informed him in advance by phone, it shouldn't be troublesome. Probably. And this time, I had a proper reason for visiting. Welcome, come in. Chief Chiharu bowed like usual, as expected of Chief Chiharu. Could you grill this? I lifted the first-class meat I also brought over. Oh, please excuse me. Chiharu received it and handed it to another person in the house. Chiharu doesn't have a wife. She had already passed away. The only people in this home were those who had lost their parents. I was then led to the room in the back, and we sat at the table face to face. I poured the liquor I brought into the 2 glasses on the table. Both of us drank, and our gulping sounds resounded in the otherwise quiet room. Has anything happened recently? I asked Chief Chiharu while placing the empty glass back onto the table. There is nothing in particular that I can think of. Is there anything bothering you? Chief Chiharu replied. When the 2 of us drink together, there would no one designated to pour the liquor. This was something which Chief Chiharu and I agreed on during the first time we drank together in order not to create a fuss. Compared to the past, I feel that there is a lack in drive. I sighed. Was it since I repelled the Kingdom of Sandra last summer? Even Chief Chiharu seemed to be losing energy. Even now, when I sit in front of him, I could see that Chief Chiharu looked like an old man. Haha, I see. It might be because I am also old. Chief Chiharu chuckled and nodded his head. Because Fujiwara-sama let us live on this peaceful land, the load on my shoulders has been taken off gradually. I am thinking of handing the command over to my son. I wonder if I will be able to live the rest of my life just farming leisurely. I guess he was feeling secure about the future of the wolf tribe. No doubt it was because we easily defeated the army from the Kingdom of Sandra. There was no need for him to steel himself for the sake of his tribe, so he intended to live just as he should for his age. I refilled the glasses silently. Somehow, I feel lonely. With regards to my personal relationships, the one I had with Chief Chiharu was the longest and deepest one. The number of times we drank together easily exceed 100 times. Hearing such words from his mouth, it seemed to suggest that he would not have any regrets when he dies. Everyone grow old and dies. It was inevitable. I will also die someday. Incidentally, when I die, I thought about what would happen to this town. If I die, the town would probably fall into human hands. We had sufficient power to remain independent, but without me, they wouldn't be able to do that. If that happened, this town will become a colony of the humans. What kind of lives would they have? While thinking that far ahead, I forcibly broke off my train of thought. It was not something to think about now. I will think about it slowly later on, I decided as I invited Chief Chiharu to play a round of shogi. The sound of the pieces clacking disappeared because of the conversation between Chief Chiharu and me. Excuse me. Eventually, a nervous voice piped up, and the sliding door was opened. A girl was carrying the cooked meat which I had brought today. Her name was Meg. She lived next to this house, and was the child of Chief Chiharu's son. She used to be quite naughty in the past, but after some years had passed, the childlike innocence had disappeared. Well, although I said she had grown, she has not even reached 10 years old yet. She was still a kid. Meg excused herself again, and placed the dish next to Chief Chiharu and I. Even so, I realize that recently, when I come over to Chief Chiharu's house, she will generally be here. I also know the reason why. Chief Chiharu doesn't mention it, but this girl would be the daughter of the next chief, so it was a scheme to attach Meg, who was his grandchild, to me. However, I am not a Lilicon, so it's just a fruitless endeavor. Even so, marriage. When I celebrate my birthday this year, I will be 26 years old. Even in Japan, which has a late marriage age, I am old enough to think about marriage. TL, shut up, I am 27. TLC, I am 23. T.Ed, I'm 21. D, I am also receiving similar approaches from the tribes too. Even though I declined them indirectly, their offense was still very intense. Especially when it's a woman and girl who has a face close to that of a human. Oh, now when I think about it, that has happened numerous times. But, I also have to consider my position. It would be easy to be tied to one of the tribal women, but it could lead to discord in this town. As expected, marriage will be impossible for time being. Afterwards, I played shogi with Chief Chiharu while drinking and continuing to enjoy pleasant conversation. If possible, I would prefer to spend my time like this for a long time, or I thought. The following day, I racked my brains to make a great change in some parts of the town's structure. Until now, except for the portions that were distributed to each tribe with discretion, I kept all of the harvest and used the sell function them while handing out food I bought with my ability every month. But from now on, I will try to make a new plan so that the beastmen would be able to only eat and live by what they grew themselves. I needed to change the way the town should be in order for the beastmen to live in peace if something happened to me.